mental health and wellness on a day-to-day, it looks like, so first I want to say, if we can all take a second, please put your hand over your heart, if you can all join me for just a moment. Close your eyes, take a deep breath, as deep as you can, and hold it. Don't let it out, hold it. Grab that ball of energy behind your eyes, in your chest, in the pit of your stomach, all your worries, things you didn't know were worries, and hold on to it and grab a hold. Open your mouth just a little bit, pat your chest, and exhale. And as you exhale, drop your shoulders, move your shoulders around, and pat your chest. Pat your chest. And open your eyes. Mental health on a day-to-day looks like we don't need some big setup. We don't need some place that we go to. Or if some of us have a prayer room, that's great. Maybe we don't. Maybe we don't have the time in between clients to go to that place. It can be right here, right now, in your car, in the line at Starbucks, wherever you need to be to check in with yourself and understand what you're feeling and be totally present in the moment. That's what mental health looks like on the day-to-day, checking in. And that's all you need, and we have to do that.
Thank you. I love it all. So I want to acknowledge they are all entrepreneurs themselves. You're not speaking from the perspective of, yeah, life is just great. They're going through the same journey that you're going through. So in that spirit, can you guys confirm, do you all work with entrepreneurs?
Yes.
Okay. So can you share with us, starting with you, start with you, Coach K, what are some of the challenges you're seeing entrepreneurs are encountering in these times where inflation is high, people are uncertain about what the future is? What are things you're seeing that rest with you?
So I just want to disclose that folks are under a lot of pressure. Folks are under siege even. For businesses, especially businesses of color, there are a lot of forces and conditions and other kinds of things that are aligned to prevent our success. I just want to be really honest about that. And so we're up against it on a regular basis. And so what I see a lot with small business folks that I coach is, as I said before, this kind of tension between how much time do I give to the business and how much time do I give to myself? Mm-hmm. And people over giving to the business because they feel like I have to get it now, I don't have a lot of time, I don't have a lot of resources, because we are socialized to believe that we are running this race that never ends. And that we're searching for this ultimate goal at the end that we never reach. And people are tired and they're uncertain about whether or not they should continue in their business. They don't know where they're going to find the energy to keep going, and they're just wiped out. And I think for me, that's the biggest thing that I both see in my clients and I also experience as a business person. I'm in business 10 years. And I'm just now getting to the point as an entrepreneur where I'm really beginning to balance what I do for my business versus what I do for myself after 10 years of really grinding. And grinding successfully, but grinding, and taking a lot away from me. So I sort of want to do what Ms. Cherry is suggesting and what the other panelists are suggesting is to coach businesses to pause, take time for themselves, and understand that our businesses belong to us. They are not things we have to chase down every day. They are things that my business has been given to me. It is a gift to me. So it's here, it's in my life, it's present, it's not going anywhere. I don't have to chase it down the street in order to feel successful. I can pause and I can just be with the business as it's growing and developing, and the business can be with me as I'm doing the same. So that learning how to just be in relationship with the business, but not have the business kind of hold me hostage.
I love that. Tisha, would you mind sharing some thoughts on where you're seeing entrepreneurs at this time?
I don't have much more to add to the sentiment that when it comes to businesses of grinding and grinding. And even when you're successful, you may miss opportunities because you're so one track minded on well, the money is going up. Well, the money is going up, but you're also spending more, right? So being able to really have a healthy sense of self allows you to have a better assessment of how well your business is doing. And I know for myself, when I'm unwell, there's something else also going on in my business. And I may try to fix something in the business, but it doesn't address that you need to take a nap for like the week, maybe the month, right? And there may be fear that, oh, I have to hop on this opportunity, but you may not be giving it your all because you're pulling yourself out of bed. So you want to really make sure because you're a small businesses, you feel the effects of everything. You know, you see the effects of like $100 really making a difference, both positive or negative. So for the entrepreneurs, it's really not how can I do more, but how can I do the best? How can I really produce the best quality that feels well in my body?
Coach Lucy, I know you work with people all walks of life. Can you share your thoughts on what entrepreneurship is?
Well, again, following up, I think the biggest issue is, it's hard to be an entrepreneur, whether as a solo entrepreneur, a multi-business entrepreneur like I am, a husband and wife entrepreneur group like Coach Oliver. And I think what happens is we're so busy building up the business, we forget about ourselves. But we should be number one.
Say it again.
Hello?
Can you say it again?
We're so busy building up our business that we forget about ourselves. We should be number one. Wesley. And, I think what's unfortunate is we may not realize that or accept that or want to do that until there's a crisis. Recently I went away for 2 nights with a neighbor. I had not gone away for fun in so many years, I can't even count it. I was so excited, it was so wonderful that we're doing it other times in the fall. But that should be part of your self-care routine. That should be part of whether it's a pause, whether it's breath, whether it's enjoying the incredible weather right now, getting outside, taking a walk or whatever. You need to be first, always.
I love that. You need to be first. I'm just sharing. Here's your thoughts. And I've had conversations regarding the pressure of trying to keep up with all the new changes and things of that nature. Can you share with us your thoughts?
Right, so I'm going to take another angle here, as we know, piggybacking off of, I don't like the word piggybacking, but sharing in the energy that has been shared here with taking care of yourself. And we know that, and this idea of running out of time and running this race. So let's talk about right now, social media, the pandemic. It seems, what I feel in a lot of entrepreneurs, they feel like every industry, everywhere, in every corner is totally oversaturated right now. They're like, everything that I do, something happened during the pandemic, and it happened. What happened was everyone had a moment to pause and said, I've been doing what I have to do, but what do I really want to do? And somehow overnight, I'm just going to say it, they became our competitors, maybe, right? Maybe we've already been doing this before the pandemic. And so a lot of the entrepreneurs I work with are feeling like they're behind the ball, they can't catch up, they're struggling with social media, they're feeling that imposter syndrome. They're like, I'm not as good as the other people at, waving my sign or, being on social media all day long. And so they're feeling like they're out of breath and they can't catch up and they can't run fast enough. And it's exhausting, constantly figuring out how to pivot, how to recreate yourself. It's like starting new businesses all over again every day. Instagram is a new business, Facebook is a new business, TikTok is a new business, going out. And so one of the things that I want to share is this moment right here that we're all having of getting back to basics. That is what the entrepreneurs I work with need to know. It's still okay to do what we've been doing before social media was a thing. So that is what I just want to share. Get back to basics.
Can you clarify what you mean when you say get back to basics?
So getting back to basics, when I started my business in the early 2000s here at McDonald, there was no Facebook, there was no Instagram, there was none of that. My 3-year-old daughter was down the street right here passing out flyers, raggedy handmade flyers. You know, and then I bought high schoolers and, you know, paid them, you know, they were happy to make the money to pass out flyers. We were getting together, we were talking to people, we were out, and CoBiz wasn't here. I wish CoBiz had been here, you know. And so getting back to basics means coming off of line. If that's not your strong point, do this. Find every opportunity that you can to connect with people. Because one thing I'll say, and I'll wrap it up, I have a fancy website. I didn't have a website for 10, 15, I didn't need it, right? I have a fancy website. I'm like really going on social media and all this stuff. But one thing that's been consistent are the personal connections that I make. And those are the people who are going to tell other people about you if they scroll past your posts. Those are your people, the people that you meet the organic way. And that's been consistent. So that's okay, it's still a thing.
I love that. That's an excellent suggestion. Getting back to basics, talking to somebody, being human. That's how we're built. So thank you for sharing that. Now, you know these times when people are experiencing challenges, they tend to isolate. Can you speak to can you share your thoughts on why people shouldn't isolate when they're going through tough times, especially with WTC?
That's a tough one. That's a very difficult question. We know you shouldn't, but we know that people do. It's a very human, natural reaction when someone is feeling overwhelmed to want to cocoon and hide away. We know that animals do that in nature. When they're injured, they run off in the bush until they feel better, then they come back. And that's not a negative thing. We look at the duration, how long a person is doing it, and to what extent. So it's okay to duck off and hide off sometimes and care for yourself, but if you're doing that over a prolonged period of time and you're not managing your health well, you're not managing your mental well, your social health, right? Because we do benefit from being around other people, you may want to find smaller steps to engage. Maybe you don't want to go all in your space, so maybe go to a coffee shop and people watch for a little bit. Maybe there's one person you know that you invite them over, or you decide to go to a church event. But there's small steps that you can take rather than trying to become social, but really the past 3 years have taught and trained everyone to, it was safer to be in your home. So we're coming off the pandemic years where some people may have social anxiety, or they were already like that and it just turns out even more. So there's small ways to become more connected. Social media seems like it would have been one, but it's very superficial. And so being able to just be around other human beings, maybe they're sitting in a library. I know some folks who like at a period of time like airports, because you can just be around people without engaging them. So finding smaller ways that feel better before just saying, I'm going to go to that big family event, I'm going to go to that concert when you're not quite ready for that. But I do want to acknowledge that it is natural to want to hide away. But if you're doing that for like a month or 2, 3 months, maybe even past year, you may want to start just walking around your neighborhood to just practice the act of engaging in life a little bit more intimately.
Lucy, same question for you.
I mean, let's face it, COVID did no favors for any of us. And the feeling of isolation and feeling so lonely, maybe locked up in your house in front of your computer, you know, for X amount of years hasn't helped any of our mental health. I totally agree that taking baby steps, whatever it may be, you know, if you're not ready to go outside and meet people in person, do it on Zoom, you know, do it on a phone call. I have friends all over the world, and one thing that happened over COVID is we now check in with each other regularly, as in monthly, if not weekly. You know, I have other friends, we meet for coffee dates. The weather's getting great, we go for dog walks. You know, whatever it is to have family, our professional family. We're all in this together.
Can I just come at this a little bit of a different way? So I don't want to call it isolation. I'm an introvert, and so I need a lot of time by myself.
You can.
I am an introvert, yes. An introvert doesn't mean shy and socially anxious. Introvert means I get energy from myself, whereas extroverts get energy from other people. So I'm on the spectrum, but I'm mostly an introvert. So when COVID happened, COVID was a gift to me. Because I got, after many, many decades of living in this world, which can sometimes be sick and difficult, I got a reprieve. I got time, a lot of time, to be by myself, in my devotion, in my meditation, in my self-care, in my restoration time. And so I looked out at the world and saw devastation and difficulty, but within my own body, I felt great because I was safe. I wasn't out there trying to push against the world that I had been pushing against for so many years, trying to define who I was and set up expectations for me that I didn't want to meet. So when you say isolation, I think devotion, time to be alone, reprieve, quiet, and I like that. So for those people who are a little bit like me or maybe comfortable being by yourself, I say, let's not think of it as isolation or something that's negative. Let's think of it as something that's positive, that I can choose to do when I feel like it. And even if I want to be away for 2 weeks, a month, or however long, that can be positive time for me to grow and to restore myself. So after 10 years in business, I'm trying to figure out how to take a sabbatical. And I'm thinking, is it going to be 90 days? And I'm just dreaming, 6 months, what is it going to look like? So that I can continue to get the time that I need away from the world, because that is important for my mental health. So I don't think of it as isolation. I think of it as time to reprieve and restore and be in devotion. And yes, I have people who are not going to let me kind of sink into that, but they are going to respect that I know how much of that I need, and will respect me when I need to be away.
Thank you, Kevin. I guess the one thing I want to verify is that people are having challenges with their business, they tend to isolate. If they don't have the answers, is isolation actually a good thing?
It depends on that person's experience. Sometimes people do need to be out in the wilderness, certainly we have biblical stories of people being out in the wilderness, and that being the place they needed to be while they were grappling with those big questions of life and big questions of what do I need for myself. So I guess what I'm saying is, yes, I agree that sometimes it can be challenging, as Lucy said, but there are people for whom that is restorative time. And I want to give people permission that if that's what they need and that is their restoration and that's how they figure out life, go do that. Go do that. Because that's just certainly what I would do. When I get challenged, my first thing is not to turn to another human being. My first thing is turn to spirit. And I need to be out in the open, free, in order to get that channel going. And then once I do that, then I go and check in with the person. That's just my way. And I think there are other people who might be the same.
Ms. Jerry? Ms. Jerry, your thoughts?
So on my way here today, I realized it's like, I'm an introverted extrovert or an extroverted introvert. One way or the other. I was like, oh, what is it going to be like? Are the lights going to be bright? I'm going to be sitting there, people will be looking at me, And so I came in, but then I started feeling a little bit of imposter syndrome. Like, how do I tell people, how do I share this information knowing that I'm also struggling? Share my struggle and share the information, because somehow I'm still standing, I made it here, I guess, right? My doors are still open, I guess, right? So when I walked in here into CoBiz, I felt empowered. I felt excited. When I saw Miss Kelly and I hugged her, I was like, I felt alive, right? So I also like a lot of time by myself. I go out into the wilderness, I sit still, I'm with the divine. That's really important. What's also important is how we feel when we're together. Understanding that you are not by yourself. Because the negative self-talk and the doubt And I call it the spiraling that we do by ourselves. Whatever is in us, right? Nature versus nature, nature versus nurture, however, whatever our nature is, and society has somehow been our nurture. So whatever we've been told up against how we grew up, that's what's going to show up in those moments. You need to know that you're not by yourself, and that talk that you're having, other people are also having that same conversation, and you get a chance to come together and know, all right, it's not just me. You get a chance to come out of that and be supported in the negative self-talk, because we all do it, especially in the dark, in the night, no matter how much we shine when we're sitting up here in front of each other. So I feel empowered when I'm together with other people who are like-minded, like-spirited, and who understand, right? Because a lot of our family and friends don't understand unless they're entrepreneurs. So I like being around people who understand. I feel like I'm going to be okay.
Perfect. I think that goes to the conversation of we need community to be well, to be successful in our businesses, to be successful as individuals. Does anyone have any other thoughts to share when it comes to speaking about the power of community and the journey of wellness?
That's the tagline of our organization, is influencing community wellness. I could be great on my own, but if my community is unwell, my greatness means nothing. And we know that's true with redwood trees, like they're the tallest trees on the planet. But they can only begin to be their tallest when they're in a family. It's actually a family. When you see redwood trees together, they share their branches, they share their resources, and they become even taller when they're in close proximity. It can be overwhelming sometimes, I'll be honest, when you're in a community and maybe you don't have your identity established, or the community has not been kind to you. That you need to find another community to belong to. I'll be honest about that. But I know that I can do well on my own, but I can go much further when I'm supported by others. Like Miss Cherry and Miss Kelly shared, that when you're among other entrepreneurs, when my friends think I'm popping and all that, when I get around other entrepreneurs, I can tell them, oh, this was a struggle month. I'm not feeling it right now. And they know that you're not being negative, you're being honest about where you're at right now. And I'm actually looking for your encouragement. I also belong to a sorority, and sometimes I need to lean on them because I don't want to be the strongest person in the room. I want to have others that can lift and hold me when my legs are feeling weak, not that because I am weak, it's just that my legs are weak right now, you know? And so being in community is really essential for longevity. It's essential for sustainability. I can only go so far and preach it, but if I got everyone in this room talking about urban health group, 1,000 more people are going to understand and benefit from what we're trying to offer, which is empowerment, education, but ultimately better wellness for Black, Indigenous people of color. So it's not novelties, it's not even about the organization, it's about the mission and really making sure that people are taken care of to the highest quality. That's what community can offer. When we're well within the community, I can offer from a fuller bucket. But if we're all unhealthy in the same community, we can look at that. I'm from Richmond. I understand what the community is like when we're unwell. When we have establishments like CoBiz that are nurturing and being able to support others, there's a collectiveness around what Lucy can offer, what Leticia can offer, Kelly, and Sherry can offer. It's all different. We're hitting at different angles, and everyone's gonna be receptive to the different people, or not, you know, that my way may not be your way, but I can let them know, Lucy, I got you. You know, Wesley, you probably know someone, and that's the benefit of having more people who have a shared value and understanding and commitment to others. It can't just be you, because that's going to be short-lived.
Drop the mic for that. Community, right? What we got right now is community. I love it. Coach Lucy, what are your thoughts on that?
You know, before COVID, I worked so much on my own. I never really thought about community. You know, most of my work is done in front of my computer. And since COVID and now, I was so thrilled when Leslie reached out to me last year and said, I want to introduce you to CoBiz. And I'm like, what is it? I was so excited. I love coming here. Every time I come here, I meet someone new. I hear another story. something close to it, as you said, to raise you up or to raise them up. It does go both ways. I think it's so, so important. It's a huge learning I've had in the last year.
Thank you, Coach Kelly.
Yeah. So two things I would say. My business primarily serves folks of color. And so data and research shows that when a person of color is matched with a coach of color or a facilitator of color, their outcomes are going to be better. And so our own data shows, because we collect data on every single coaching session that we provide, and so our data shows that 96% of the time, a person of color will select a coach of color. And so what is happening there is community. So when I am working with a coach of color, and my clients are working with their coaches, they are working with someone who believes their story, and they don't have to over and over and over explain what's going on with them in the world, because the coach that they're talking to shares their lived experience. That's community. And folks are sometimes sitting next to coaches where they've never ever before been able to work with a coach of color in their lives, or ever worked with a coach, period. So that's community. That coach can also tell that client, I see your amazingness. I see your greatness. I appreciate your strength. And that person really believes that that coach feels that way. And so I think, when I think about my business and just my life in general, the people that are the ones that really help me to grow are the ones that are telling me constantly, you can do it. I see your greatness. I see your magnificence. You're wonderful, right? And those people who aren't able to do that for me are not the ones that are part of my community. So if you are working with or supporting an entrepreneur, make sure to remind them of their greatness and how wonderful they are and what their potential is. Because they may not be able to hold that information at that moment, but if you're holding it for them and you can communicate that to them, it may make a huge difference.
Thank you, Coach Kelly. Ms. Jerry, can you share your thoughts on the power of community?
Yeah, so I deal with it every day. People come in and they don't know what they're coming for. They think they're coming for a service or to get a product, and a 20-minute session turns into an hour and a half because we're worshiping together. Sometimes I have to lock the doors because people don't know what they need until they're in the chair and someone says, how are you? And I really genuinely mean, how are you? So when I was looking to expand my business, I had people telling me, well, and y'all may laugh about this, you speak so well, you can go here, you can go there, you can be in Walnut Creek or everything. I said, I want to stay in Richmond. I went to Hercules, I went to El Cerrito, I went to all these places, and I decided to expand my business in Richmond on McDonald. Why? Because this is where people need all of us the most. Right here on McDonald, right here in this community. This is where people need to see us looking like them, right? Or not. Sometimes you need a change in perspective. I have people who come to me and just being totally transparent, over the phone, you don't know who I am or what I look like. And I've had people come in and say, I don't know what to say, I didn't think you were black, a woman of color. And then they have an experience that they weren't expecting from a woman of color. So I love that too. I love all of that from us and from those who don't look. I love it from all of us. So that's the power of community, being able to feed the soil. This is the soil. Then we grow the tree, and then we have branches, and then we bear the fruit. And then we eat the fruit. Our clients need to eat that fruit. So all of us up here are the branches, right? We're the branches, right? We're the roots. So we need to feed that soil, right, where the soil needs to be fed. So that's community, that's the power.
So in that last question, this one, this panel is, you tell us how do you serve entrepreneurs in your business and how do people connect with you? Start with you, Ms. Chair.
So in my space is about 2,500 square feet. And so it didn't start out as a gathering space or an event space. It started out as an expansion of my beauty wellness studio. But one night I was in there and I was sitting and I was like, you know what? This is a gathering space. So the name of my business is Village. And I created that name from village, Village means village in Creole and French, and ESSE is the root word of essence. So Valance literally means the essence of village. So then I decided to open my doors to the community, to entrepreneurs who they're chasing pop-ups all over the place and they have their chocolate dipped strawberries in their trunk. It's like, no, come set up at Valance. Let people know every other Friday you'll be here. Drag your strawberries through this door. You know, I'm not going to charge you. Just come set up and let people know where you are. You don't have to wait on the next pop-up, you know. And I also do pop-ups for small businesses, but what I do the most is just going back to providing that safe space through the services that we offer, like from head to toe. We service you right, head to toe, inside and out, but just providing that safe space for you to be transparent and be protected and be served. So that's what I do, because we need it. Entrepreneurs are stressed out.
Ms. Sherry, you being bashful, tell us some of the services besides care. Come on now.
Well, so in our location, we do reflexology, we do Ayurveda techniques for women and men. So we do pressure points, acupressure back here, up here, the feet. So we do all of that. We also do permanent makeup for women and men who, you know, it's a huge insecurity. When you don't have, you know, you wake up and you're like, you know, it's a huge insecurity, but also those who have gone through cancer and, you know, high blood pressure medication, cholesterol, all those things make your hair fall out and you feel really insecure. And so we do that. We do scar camouflage for those who have gone through surgeries and massage therapy and sound healing, chakra balancing. So we do all that. Even if you just need to come and sit still, we'll light some candles, we'll close the doors, and you can just be still and be in that silence and that peace. So that's what we do. And also an event space for you to come in. Whatever your idea is, just make yourself at home. Come on in. Drum circle, come on in.
See, I had to do a little bit of community and encourage her, right? I want you to, you know, check her out. She's doing some amazing things and she needs support. She has a brick and mortar business, and so we don't patronize that she can't be with her essence. She can't be with her gift. And so spread the word, y'all. Now with that said, thank you, Ms. Sherry. Coach Kelly.
Okay, thank you. So I have 16 coaches that work for me on various projects throughout the region. Our clients are all the way from City of San Jose up to City of Sacramento, and we also have a very large panel of international clients that we work with. So, executive coaching, wellness coaching, leadership development coaching, and also working with organizations in process development, organizational development, problem solving, team building, strategic planning, retreats, really anything that an organization is looking for around learning and development and growth and development, Coach to Discover would be a resource for them. I love what Ms. Cherry said about creating safe space, and I think each one of us is doing that in our own way. So I am a certified coach, a systems coach, a health and wellness coach, and a positive intelligence coach. And so I also serve organizations and individuals in the business, and then I manage, of course, manage a company as well. So you can certainly check in with Wesley to contact me, or also contact me at coachtodiscover@gmail.com. Or you may just ask for me to show up in your life, and I probably will, because that's the way that the business operates. So anything else that I missed?
Perfect. Thank you, Coach Kelly. Ms. Leticia.
Well, the services at Urban Health Group that might be most attractive to small businesses are psychotherapy. So if you're looking for a therapist, we service all of California and we meet virtually. And also our wellness workshops. We have nearly 30 different workshops that might be attractive to small companies that really want to build on employee morale, or if you have employees that are feeling the effects of what's going on in community, we go and provide the resources for the organizations to take care of their employees. And it's very different than EAP. It's really being able to hone into the human part of your employees and making sure that they're feeling well at work, but also as they transition back home. You can find more at urbanhealthgroupinc.org. We're on LinkedIn, but also Instagram. So you'll see the messaging a little bit different depending on where you find me. But ultimately, we just want individuals and companies, communities to feel well, and we do that through psychotherapy, but also workshops.
Thank you. Coach Lucy.
I'm a certified coach as well as a clinical and medical therapist. So I have clients come to me for different reasons. When I think of what I do overall, I provide a safe container for personal growth and transformation. Sherry, we have to talk because I'm also a big person. Yes. And for whatever reason you come to me, you know, I do energy work. I have a lot of tools in my toolbox, and I offer them to all my clients. Whether you want to use them or not is another question. I also sort of wanted to address, I'm obviously not a person of color.
That's okay.
I know. However, I have clients who are people of color, and I have clients who look just like me. But I also agree with what everyone else said, that sometimes, and believe me, I do referrals. If I don't think I'm the right person, whether as a coach or a hypnotherapist, I will refer someone because that's part of my responsibility. You know, when someone meets with me for a connection call to see if we're the right fit, it goes both ways. It's not just their side, it's also mine. And I'm immediately thinking, is this someone who I can serve? You know, is this someone who I can help? And if I don't think I'm the right person, I say that immediately. And if they would like me to suggest someone else, I do, because I think that's important. So how do you reach me? Well, you can reach me that way. I do coaching and hypnotherapy here at CoBiz. And you can also find me through my website, www.boostingintelligence.com. And I look forward to hearing from you. This has been such an honor today. I really appreciate it.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's give up a wonderful round of applause. Once again, they are all entrepreneurs themselves. Once again, we have the QR code underneath their names so you can easily connect to them. Please spread the word. You do not have to go this journey by yourself. It takes a village, and we are sitting right here in the village. So if you're have a question, come talk to me, talk to them, whatever the case may be. We're going to run a little bit behind, so we take one question, if anyone has a question. If not, we will answer your question to the next man. Anybody have a question?
How do we, those of us up here and out there, mental health is like the quiet thing in a community. How do we not make people feel like to reach out to somebody else, it means that there's something wrong with you? How many people, by raise of hands, is that a thing in your family? Have you ever felt like or heard people say, to reach out to someone else means that there's something wrong with you, you must be crazy, or, you know. So how do we change that so that we know that this matters, we all matter, and we're all people of color, by the way. I mean, we're all people that we're all colored, right? We're all some color somewhere, we're all people of color, and that language is universal, of feeling and of thinking, of supporting the community. It's universal, it truly is. So how do we change that? People don't know.
Well, Ms. Cherry, you were very honest about your journey today as an entrepreneur, as a wellness practitioner, and so I'm pretty sure many people here can see themselves in you. And what I'm trying to get at is being candid, being honest. It's like in school, someone's like, oh, I got 100 on the test, I didn't study. They lying. You know? Like, nobody's making it on their own. So it's okay to be real, but you gotta be real with someone who you know has a vested interest in your success. They actually care about you from the standpoint of want to see you excel. So just don't fake it.
I don't need the mic. Everybody hear me okay?
Yeah.
To answer the question, being black, there are things that we just don't talk about, but to directly answer your question, somebody has to be the first. Someone has to dare to step up and say, I'm hurt. Especially as black men, we have to say, I'm vulnerable, or I've been taken advantage of. That's what it's going to take in an environment where people aren't accustomed to seeing that, right? Because we as black men, yes, we look strong. As black women, you look strong, and even you now. In your someone just has to step up to the plate and say, yes, this is who I am, and I'm hurting, and I need help, whether it's financially, whether it's career, whether it's psychologically, emotionally, physically, that I need help too, and it's okay. That's what it takes, in my opinion.
Thank you, brother. I appreciate that.
Thanks for sharing that. We're actually having a men's self-care event in June for men's health month, where there's been a lot more spaces for women to talk about mental health and physical and self-care, that we're really creating a place, actually in San Leandro, called Shop Talk, where there's a physician, there's a psychologist, and also someone who's in recovery of cancer, young man, where we can begin to talk about the different ways that men can take care of themselves. When we think about community, there are these subgroups that do need specialized attention, that do need safe spaces before we can all come in together. And so we're creating that through Urban Health Group. Although we're virtual, that sometimes we feel the need to have in-person events.
CoBiz.
So when you find
All right.
So find out more about what we're doing too, because we are trying to find innovative, creative ways to talk about these really difficult things. And just saying, sharing it and saying, well, we probably got somebody who can help you with that.
I don't even like it. Oh, I was gonna say that, it's ironic that you asked that question because you are doing the work. So I think because you guys are in it, you can't see what you're bringing out of it because you're in it. So I think when you open up your doors, when you open up these type of conversations, you are changing the narrative because she's nodding her head right now. I could be sitting behind her, feeling that way, insecure to nod my head, but because you're speaking on it and she's nodding her head, I know I'm not alone. So you may not see the work that you guys do, you guys be so open and speak about it, but just know it's being done. It's being done.
Love it. Man. I appreciate that. I don't mean that I respect everyone's time. I just want us to give one more round of applause for this wonderful woman out there. Thank you guys for taking time to be present, for being so transparent. And please, if you have things happening, send it my way so we can put it in our wellness opportunities. And we appreciate each and every one of you. So thank you guys. All right, so we're going to get ready for our next panel, our next workshop, Funding for Diverse Entrepreneurs. It's going to be led by Mr. Ben Wando. Learn some phenomenal resources that can literally transform your business within a few weeks. So if you use the restroom, please go ahead and do that. We'll be starting in a few minutes.
I'm sorry, you look so beautiful. Thank you. I was here. Oh, that was you.
Hello, hello. So we had free headshots available, but the people who signed up didn't show up. So if you would like a free headshot, please come to the back. It literally takes like 3 minutes for me to do.
I appreciate all the conversation happening. Smile on my face. I want to thank everyone for being here. We have Mr. Ben Wanzo, ESO Ventures in the house. Very special conversation. So because we always talk about the resources that we want to see in our communities, and this organization is literally creating resources for early stage entrepreneurs, for returning citizens, for people who are doing entrepreneurship, for people who are veterans in entrepreneurship. Need capital, they have it. We need a community, they have it. So with that said, let me do a quick introduction to Mr. Ben Wanzo. He's an entrepreneur with experience in education, management, consulting, and technology. In 2020, Ben co-founded ESO Ventures with the aim to build the confidence, competence, and capital of underserved entrepreneurs. He is a native of Oakland, California.
Okay.
He earned his BA in Applied Mathematics from the University of California, Berkeley, and he also secured an MBA from Stanford University Graduate School of Business. He has career experience at Morgan Stanley, McKinsey & Company, and a couple of nonprofits in the community development and education space. His passion for entrepreneurship led to the creation of Teach Bar, which offered affordable, appealing, and accessible education services and programming for clients and community-based organizations and school districts. When Ben is not working, he enjoys being with his family and friends, training for the next marathon or triathlon. That's it, right? There you go. With all that said, he's a brother that is using his gifts to bring the pass it forward and the pass it back. So Ben, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Wesley. Wesley's a very good brother. So, so I'm Ben Wanzo from Oakland, California, born and raised, and I'm here to talk today about ESO Ventures. ESO, I think we incorporated ESO Ventures. But ESO Ventures stands actually for Eastside Oakland. This is where I grew up, and when they decided to name the company, we were doing this company. We were like, let's name it something that we resonate with. And I was like, well, I was growing up, targeting East Oakland, let's just call it ESO. And that's where the name came about. As we started to evolve, expand, we were like, we need a name that actually resonates greater than Eastside Oakland. We said, okay, well, it can also stand for Entrepreneurial Support Organization. So it worked in that way that when you run an entrepreneurial support organization, as Wesley said, we're essentially trying to help Black and brown founders. So our origin story is in 2019, former council member Lauren Taylor basically came to my business partner, Alfredo, and said, hey, I want to do a pitch competition. Can you help me organize it? Alfredo came to me, myself, Martha, and Carrie, possibly Luke, and said, we pushed back and like, pitch competitions don't do anything for the community. Like, you want to build business in the community, you don't want to have a marketing employee for your community. So we said, give us some time. And we went back to him, we said, hey, you know, with the money you proposed as prize money, let's run an incubator. And let's help Black and brown folks, folks from the community of District 6, Eastside Oakland, really figure out how to run the business, how to build what we call our 3 C's, which is confidence, competence, capital. So here you see in this picture, this is us, I think 2022, with entrepreneurs from our first few cohorts who came out just to celebrate their success that they were having post-cohort. And it was really dope. There's some people who went to the ESO cohort in here. Yep. So, am I talking about that? Okay. So we've had successes. I mean, we're just a startup just like everyone else, and we're learning like how to support entrepreneurs, how to give them the resources. We're essentially 2 steps ahead of our entrepreneurs in terms of figuring things out, product market fit, customer stuff. Just briefly, that's me up there to the left, actually upstairs. We took this picture. In the middle is our now current CEO, Martha, and then on the left is Alfredo. So the 3 of us co-founded it, and we ran it as a partnership model for the last 3 years, since our inception, 4 years. And this year we decided, let's go CEO. We said, Martha, become the CEO of ESO, and Alfredo and I are going to go out and continue to build what the community needs and bring the resources the community needs. So allow her to be the internal, get the work done, and Alfredo to go out and raise more capital, and for me to go out and be here to be able to speak. So fortunate for these guys, if you guys are thinking about starting a business, do it in partnership. I've done many businesses solo, but just having partners you can bounce ideas off of and use their strengths and weaknesses really helps. So even if you don't want to go in partnership, do it with other founders, do it in community. And that's what ESO is really about. How can we provide a community such that solopreneurs, entrepreneurs don't have to be alone. They can bounce thoughts off of each other. If you talk to any of the entrepreneurs who went through it, their real value is those Wednesday night sessions when they're talking to the other entrepreneurs and relationships that go on beyond those sessions, where they're able to still be in community and talk to entrepreneurs about what's going on, good, bad, or different. The reason why we started this is, when you look at these stats, right? Like, it's Black entrepreneurs who are sole proprietors, they're 96%. On average, this is national. We're only making $22,000, right? So, Latino entrepreneurs are the same. 92% are sole proprietors. Their average annual income is only $33,000. Now, is $22,000 moving the needle in Richmond, California? Nope. All right. Are we moving the needle as entrepreneurs if we're saying we're entrepreneurs but we're not hiring our own people? Right? So, 96% of us, on average, 94% of us are trying to build a business, but we're not able to really build a business that's going to impact our community, that's going to impact our own personal wealth creation, then it makes entrepreneurship kind of not worthwhile, right? It just makes it as another job, another thing you have to think about, another thing that's going to take away from your mental health, because you're committing time, you're investing something in something that's really not paying you back the dollars that you need to see, right? And you're not able to say, hey, cousin, hey, family member, hey, church member, I have a job, right? I have some resume building skills, and this may not be your ultimate career, but it'll help you take that stepping stone. And we just recognize that as a big issue, like, well, how do we fix this? How do we make entrepreneurship worthwhile so that people can actually be the boss that they want to be, right? Anybody get an entrepreneurship just to create a job for themselves? Who's an entrepreneur in here? That's what it ends up being, right? Like, I just literally created a job for myself, and I should have just stayed at my old job. I don't have to think about half this stuff. All right, so ESO just said, let's really fix this problem, right? Let's make more of our entrepreneurs actually employee-based enterprises. And let's get the resources, get the average annual income up so that they can, one, take a vacation, two, they can hire folks, right? And everyone knows the economy thrives on small businesses, right? I just already talked about this one. It's community engagement, it's job creation, it's diverse offerings, it's economic resilience. Who's an entrepreneur? I'm also a professor, so I'm not going to sit here and talk this all the time. I'm about to get some audience participation. Who's a small business owner? All right, any of these resonate with me? Any of these 5 points? Why? Which one?
They're all essential. They're all essential to meeting your goals of the business. They all have relevance to your business.
Right. Right, so economic resilience, right? What happens when another pandemic hits, right? What happens when another 2008 hits and everyone's like, oh, we're laying off folks. Who's the first people that they lay off? Us, right? Who's the community that's hit hardest? Ours, right? So we have our own businesses, and we can start doing the forecasting and say, oh, things are not going to look good in 2025. Let me start preparing, and let me also make sure that I have enough to prepare for my employees so they can stay employed, and our communities can become a little bit more resilient. Diverse offerings, right? We just had a panel of 3 sisters, and I think the lady was Jewish, I don't want to assume, on stage, right? But and everyone said, the woman here said, we thrive better when we go to our home. We're serviced by our home, right? Think about offerings in the work, not in the workplace, just in the world, they're really not catered to us. We are what we call wagons. We're not the early adopters. So we can have services that actually cater to us up front, and guess what? We become early adopters, right? But we don't get that, we don't become our own entrepreneurs, our own problem solvers. Community engagement, I already talked about creating jobs, and job creation right there. All right, so I'm going to reach on that. So ESO to date, so 298 businesses have completed the ESO incubator. That has been since 2020. They are all virtual. They have been in partnership with community colleges. We're now breaking away from that. We're still independent of community colleges as well. They're on Wednesday nights, and it's from 6 to 7:30, and it's a good experience. I think, Charlie, did you have a good experience?
I had a great experience.
Nice. Sorry. Like, all right. So in 2023, we did 164. So you can see that we did a majority of our work last year, which is growing. That number's going to grow for 2024. 38 businesses were funded through our CICF fund, which we'll talk about a little bit later, and $1.9 million total out the door so far. So, and that's all to, you'll see all the stats later, so I don't want to steal any of my later thunder, but essentially we're doing what we said we're going to do, right? We said let's develop confidence, and capital for entrepreneurs. The capital part was the hard piece. We actually wrote legislation to the state of California twice. We built relationships, we lobbied, we met with legislators to get $18 million that's going to go to Black and brown businesses throughout California now. And mostly Oakland, surrounding community is where we're at. And again, that's all coming. Still a lot of money. All right, so what do? We talk about, in these incubators, we talk about these 10 things, which is I'm an entrepreneur, I'm a storyteller, I know my customers, I'm a sales leader, I'm a COO, I know my numbers, I have a formal business, and I am a boss. And our thing here is really just get entrepreneurs to understand that you are running, you can run, and you're capable of running a fully functional business, right? You often hear of entrepreneurs who say, oh, I'm really great at making art. I'm really great at fashion. Or I'm really great at, sorry, you guys all hear something say filmmaking, right? Like, but I don't understand how to really run a fully functional business. What does it mean to market? What does it mean to operate a business, right? What does it mean to really run lean or really run efficient processes? And we really try to get them to understand
It's better if I speak.
you are in business, you have to run a fully functional business. You can't just be one-sided with your business, right? You can't think, oh, I'm only gonna think about these 3 things and hope the other 7 work out, right? And that's how most entrepreneurs approach their business. So at least we try to do is just expose them to say, all right, if you really want to be doing this at full tilt, these are all your considerations you need to take. And these are things you can do about weekly. Maybe you should appoint an advisor. Maybe you should stay within your growth pod so you can continue to get this support. And for the most part, it's been working. We've seen a lot of our businesses have success post-incubator. A lot of them take our curriculum, they continue to build off of it. We also did the partnership with community colleges because they did offer courses for folks who could go deeper, right? So if it was a social media, one of the entrepreneurs, she started the incubator, she ended up at Merritt's social media marketing class, and as a result, I think she took her figures from like 75,000, she 10x'd it to 750,000. This is all based off of social media marketing going through the program. Did everyone have that level of success? No, not everyone, right? But it's really about, can we just expose you what it means to run a fully functional business? Up here in the gray, you really can't read that, but we have a general incubator, which is from one to all. We have a reentry incubator, which was in Santa Clara. We're now spreading that as well. We're looking at our folks in reentry population. Because guess who else can't get hired? Folks coming back into general population, what they call it.
Returning citizens.
Returning citizens, right? So we're just really trying to empower anyone who wants to be an entrepreneur that you can be an entrepreneur, right? That you can be a viable business with employees. We did our Spanish-speaking one as well. We recently shifted to do our operating incubator, and I'm going to talk about that in a second. This is where we try to really help our entrepreneurs, right? Strategic guidance. Can you set a strategy for your business at 3 to 5 years out? Again, I know I was that entrepreneur, like you have to think day to day when you're running your business. And often it's not very wise to think day to day if you want to be that boss, right? You have to think 3 to 5 years out. What is this business going to look like? What partnerships do I need to form today? What conversations do I need to be in? What networking events? So that's what we try to help think, like where's your business going to be 3 to 5 years? Financial empowerment. It's interesting insight for me is we had access to this dollars, but we also realized that people didn't want the dollars, which was interesting because they needed the dollars, but they were scared. Why were they scared? Because the word, anybody know the word I'm about to say? Doubt.
No.
Rhymes with almost doubt. Switch out the vowels.
Yeah.
Debt. Debt. So, yeah, debt. Somebody else said another word too, which is imposter syndrome, but it was imposter syndrome around debt, right? Like, you often think, when do we hear about debt? We hear about debt when my mom lost the house to the mortgage, right? We hear about debt when, oh, they came and repossessed all this stuff, right? And that could be his car, that could be his equipment, because he couldn't pay back his loan, right? So, and also you gotta think about freedom, and when you hear debt, we don't learn to use and leverage debt as a way to freedom. And we realize that a lot of our early entrepreneurs didn't realize the power of debt, the power of leverage, right? The power that you can take this loan and make it work for you, and now you're not spending your own capital, or you're not having a credit card, which is at 22% ridiculous, and taking on debt anyway, because you don't see it as debt, it's a credit card, or you're not even spending your own money, right? Entrepreneurs should not take on all the risk of their business. And we as Black and brown entrepreneurs, that's what we do. We assume all 100% of the risk of the business. We stress ourselves out. We fortunately have mental therapists and coaches who can help us out. But at the end of the day, we need to spread the risk. So we have to teach folks really about financial empowerment. What does it mean to share the risk? What does it mean to actually use money as leverage to help grow your business even further. Networking opportunities, marketing mastery, customer engagement. And most of this stuff is really not us our teaching, because we already know all this stuff. It's just really reinforcing and supporting it, like, hey, go out there, go get it done, right? Like, nothing's gonna be done just by sitting down. Entrepreneurship is a ground game, it's not an air game. So go talk to me, talk to, hold your peer accountable that they're doing what they're supposed to be doing. All right, we'll go backwards. Let me do that. Yeah. All right, cool. So these are just stats. I'm not going to stay here too long, but we are age. You can see we're about 40 to 59 years old. 25 to 59 is our sweet spot. A lot of black in there, 53%. A lot of brown, a lot of mixed race. Gender is 69%. Women, men is 30%, and we're arranged on education. But I would say overall, it's just a really come as you are community. I don't think anyone feels like this community is not for me. And I take that as a source of pride because that's what I want to create, right? Entrepreneurship doesn't have a degree, entrepreneurship doesn't have a gender, it doesn't have a race. Entrepreneurship just really has a heart. Instead of trying to get something done. I think the ESL incubators have provided that space for people to step into and say, hey, I now found a community in which I can grow my business, or I can have those conversations and people can relate to what I'm saying, especially when it comes to entrepreneurship, because not everyone understands, right? Most people are like, once you just go get a job, like it sounds too hard, too difficult, like you're tripping. But when you step into that room, you're really like other builders, other creators, other people can resonate with what you're trying to get done, then it's kind of refreshing. And it builds you to a place where like, hey, I can actually build this business. So when we talk about the confidence part, confidence comes from being in community with other folks. And that's what we try to provide. So you see a range, this range, they go on and they support each other, which is very beautiful thing in my mind. Here's Chef Marissa. So Chef Marissa is an entrepreneur who stayed in community with us. And I just want to tell you about her journey. So she actually did the incubator. She went through Mary College in 2022. She enjoyed me so much, she came back as a community manager. She got a follow-on investment of $100,000 that invested in her business, which allowed her to open up a cafe noir in Oakland. It's a brick and mortar. And then now she's connected to the Handshake Committee as an external advisor. So here's an entrepreneur who went full cycle from going through our program, to re-engaging as a community manager, to getting a loan, to opening up a brick, and now she's an external advisor to other entrepreneurs, right? And that's our ideal journey for our entrepreneurs, is that they stay in community and continue to help each other. We're really looking for organic growth and organic partnership with our entrepreneurs. Okay, financial products. So let's talk about this. So we did the Capital Community Fund. We said, how can we get dollars out the door to folks who can't get dollars out the door, right? So right now, we're not gonna badmouth anyone, but folks weren't getting dollars, right? I was in business for a year. I was cash flow positive. I was a homeowner, and I went to go get a small business loan, and 3 banks offered me a credit card instead, a personal credit card instead, right? They were like, oh, we can't do it right now. So this experience of many entrepreneurs who are black and brown are starting businesses in certain communities where they just can't get money lent to them. So we said, well, let's fix that. One, let's write it so that we're folks' first yes. And 2, let's give them a range of products that they can step into at way below market rates. Anybody know the market rate for a business loan today? 12. So it's at 12% right now, right? So we're 5% below that. In this case, we're 0%.
Amen. You said the first yes. Can you speak to that? What do you mean by that?
So their first yes is, well, let me just put in numbers. I think of everyone who's applied, we've only said no to 2 people. The only reason we said no to them is because they had cannabis-based businesses. And we couldn't fund them because federally it's not legal. Although we're doing business in California, federally it's not legal. So we basically work with the entrepreneurs to ensure that they get funding and ensure that they're going to spend the money wisely, that they have an opportunity. And we really trust in the entrepreneur more than the business, right? So that's not wise business, some people would say, but it's like, hey, it hasn't been wise business for plenty of folks in plenty of locations. So why can't we have an opportunity to have not wise business choices that may turn into something worthwhile? And so far, we have a 98% repayment rate.
Say it again.
We have a 98% repayment rate. And I credit that to the entrepreneur. I credit that to the community that's been built through entrepreneurs who've gone through it, right? Like they're really trusting in each other and saying, hey, I want to do right by this community, not by this lender, not by this bank. It's really the community they want to do right by. So that's why we have these products. Anyway, let me go through this. So Forever Forward, this is $5,000 and $10,000. 0% payback after 3 months. This is really targeted towards folks who are starting out their businesses, don't have revenue, but they may need that refrigerator for their cafe, right? They may need that video equipment.
How many people can use $5,000 to $10,000 in their business? I'm saying, let's keep it real. All right, man, keep it going.
Yep. The next one is the golden ticket, which is $10,000 to $50,000. And it's at a 5% financing rate, payback after 3 months. And again, this is a little bit advanced. Like, hey, maybe I have inventory that's stuck in, given like real life cases, that's stuck in Italy. I need to get this out, but I need this amount of capital. We got you. Get your money, sell your product, right? The next one is the financial freedom, which is 50 to 100,000. That's 7%, and that's for folks looking to take a little bit more of an opportunity. Now, a tremendous opportunity is above 100,000, right? A tremendous opportunity is 250,000 when you're trying to do bigger things with your business. And what we try to do is form relationships with other providers to say, hey, we've funded them. We were their first yes, right? They showed that they can pay back. So not only can you trust them, you can trust us in ESO in that we took a chance on them, and now they can go and potentially get access to that $250,000 to $500,000 loan, right? So another element of being their first yes is like, let's just get these small chunks of change into their hands so that they can show and prove that they are running a fully functional business and that they're serious about the opportunity at hand.
That's amazing.
Okay, let's go. Okay, checking time and we get to Q&A. All right, so 38 businesses funded, 1.29 billion out the door, and average is about $50,000. And I want to say this was all done in the last year. So this hasn't been since inception. This is over the last year. The reason that is we also said, like banks can go, CDFIs can go, said, hey, lend to us. It's like, no, we got to do our own underwriting. We want to lend our way. So we went out and we got our California's lender's license. So that's why we're able to have more liberal funding, because we want to be in full control of the process so we can service our people, right? Here's the industry. You can see we're across the board in what we do. We're trying to get smarter, and this is what I'm working on, and how do we serve all these industries? How do we remain industry agnostic such that the entrepreneurs can really feel supported in their industry, right? We come with a wide range of industries. Jason, what's your industry, Phil? What's your industry? Charlie? Fashion. What's your industry? Wellness, right? So there's 3 folks who participate in the ESO process, and they're across the board, right? But you can see, like, but we want that. So we want entrepreneurs working together, but we also want to start going deeper with them. So we're looking at how can we go deeper with them, how can we build an environment such that if I'm in film, I can work with other film entrepreneurs and learn from them in community. Because that's really how, again, businesses grow, by being in community with other affinity-aligned business owners. 89% of the businesses funded with the Capital Community Fund were deployed to business without any previous outside funding. So the first yes comment, right? No outside funding. We gave money to them. So that means they went, they hurt their nose, we were there, yes. You can see right here the spread. So 55% have been funded in Oakland. And that's again just because we got our start in Oakland. But Richmond's on the map. You guys see Richmond on the map? We've had a few folks from Richmond come to our program thanks to Wesley, thanks to CoBiz. So shout out for being a tremendous ally to ESO Ventures. But we're trying to spread this, and we're trying to make it big, right? And the bigger we can, the more I can get an entrepreneur who is doing business type A, talk to entrepreneurs who are business type A in LA, in Oakland, South Carolina, in New Jersey. Like, the stronger we're going to be in building those employee-based enterprises. This is Modern Peasant. I'll let you read a quote. Cool. So she went on, she received capital as well. And she's doing great things. But that's some of the general sentiment we receive from most of our entrepreneurs who go through. Again, it's not a great experience for everyone, but we can't serve everyone, right? And if I told you that everyone was happy, you guys should be looking at me skeptically. All right. We recently shifted to ESO operate entrepreneurs. And what does that mean? That means we are trying to work with entrepreneurs generating at least $10,000 in annual revenue. Now that sounds low, and it is low. What we realize is that folks who are underneath that mark weren't fully committed to their businesses, right? And they could walk away in an instance. So we just spent, 10 weeks with them in community, and for them to get to the end of it and say, I don't really want to do my business, right? I'm not getting committed to it. So we said we need to shift that just so we can help folks who really want to help, who are committed, who have invested in their businesses. So now we're doing our ESO 1 Operate Entrepreneur. That's me. ESO 1 Operate Entrepreneurs. We're launching another one in May, and another one again in August, where we shortened the time. We got the feedback from entrepreneurs that 2 weeks is too long for the more serious entrepreneurs. So we shortened it down to 6 weeks to make it really a sweet spot where they can come in, still be in community, but also get access to the funding or access to the advisors that come post incubator. These are some of our partners who we've worked with over the course of since our inception. And yeah, that's it. Let me stop on that slide. You can learn more about us about esoventures.com. If you go to esoventures.com/incubator, you'll find more information about our next incubator and how you can join. So I'll stop there and open up the Q&A. Thank you for your time.
Ben, quickly, can you mention that the incubator is 6 weeks long currently, right? What does that entail? What's the requirement of the people participating?
Great question. So again, we shortened it for the entrepreneurs. We said, well, let's work with a more, I don't want to say serious entrepreneur, but a entrepreneur who's working in their business, right? So that means, she's okay. So that means, what we did is we said we made it 6 weeks. It's a Wednesday virtual session from 6 to 7:30. That's the mandatory part. We have coaching, which is optional. You can do a one-on-one group coaching session. We have workshops around all of our material that happens on Mondays, and that's optional. But essentially, if you don't know marketing, you don't know marketing terms, don't worry about those terms. If you don't know, financial terms, spreadsheets, you can come on a Monday, and we have dedicated sessions where the learning is separated from the doing.
Time Chase Bank, this is in Wells Fargo. This is something that's here for us. We actually had a chance to talk to the co-founder, to bring that relationship, to get access to capital. I can tell you, I know people making 500K in business. Once you get 500K in business annually, there's projections to get a $50,000 loan to fix equipment for them to continue in their business. I know people with contracts at Facebook and Google were trying to fix their equipment once again. Are getting noticed by the banks. So here is an organization with people who care about us. We can ensure that we get the yeses. So please, y'all, happen
I just looked up to the left, so I don't know about to lie to you. But it's about 6 weeks.
Okay, so.
Yeah, it's pretty
So at
quick.
the end of the program, or the end of the.
Yep, so that's another thing we did. So we started parallel processing, right? So as soon as you get into the program, you start talking to the lending side of the house, right? Because we were making entrepreneurs wait until they finished. We're like, that's a tremendous service. They gotta wait 10 weeks, then they gotta wait another 3 weeks to hear a yes. So we said, can we parallel process it? So as soon as you get in, say you start next week, May 1st, then you essentially get funded by mid-June, even if not sooner if your numbers are there.
Yeah, I had a question. You were talking earlier about social media marketing training. Could you tell us a little bit more about that type of education that you do? Interested in that from my perspective.
Yes, so this was in, so two things happened now. So one is when we first started, we did partnerships with community colleges. What that allowed us to do is to find, community colleges are not great marketers, right? They have all these great classes and courses that you can learn. Maybe biased because I also teach at a community college. So what we did is we channeled them to community colleges to get a digital marketing certificate, right? Or digital marketing course. So I would say one, just look at your community college, right? Look at Contra Costa, look at College Marin, look at Merit. They have these great 12-week courses. You can quickly get in and learn everything you need to know to get you started in social media marketing. What we did at ESO though is we said, okay, some feedback we got from entrepreneurs is like signing up for community colleges is too much. So we do these quick workshops now where we're going to help you learn again the basics of social media marketing without having to be worried about what's my grade or did I check this assignment. So we streamlined it for the entrepreneurs, but then that's just a quick hit. But also encourage you to look at your local community college because they may have a 12-week course.
How long is your course?
So our incubator is 6 weeks. And one of those weeks is dedicated to marketing. We do schedule is an hour and a half. On Monday, we'll teach about marketing basics. We come to an hour and a half workshop on Tuesday. These are all optional, where you can sit down one-on-one and work with that same instructor to sort of get your marketing plan right. And then on Wednesday, we'll spend that time during group sessions just talking about your marketing strategies.
And can we attend just those social media things without the whole course? Or?
No, so if you commit to ESO, especially since we shortened it, you have to commit to the entire 6 weeks. I got one here, and I got two here.
First of all, I'd like to thank you for your time. I'm definitely interested in being in one of your incubators, and I was wondering when does the next one begin?
So the next one begins, we just closed out this one, we're at 49, trying to cap it at 45. I think the next one begins in, I want to say, late July, early August.
Thank you.
But you can be in community today, so hit up the website or hit me up and I'll put you in community so you can start building those relationships.
Just in the realm of the social media courses, is it a hybrid or is it all in person?
So again, for ESO, it's only bite size, right? Like, you're gonna get that 1 week of marketing, it's gonna be virtual. And then, you get ongoing support as needed. You're like, oh, so we can strengthen my social media game. For a community college course, which is the other alternative I was pushing, those can be, the ones I know are virtual, and it's self-paced as well, right? Well, it's not self-paced, you got 12 weeks to complete the material. But there's also virtual ones. Go on Udemy, Google offers a free social media marketing course right now online as well. But again, join ESO. You're gonna have these conversations with other entrepreneurs who've been doing it. And they're gonna tell you real time, like, this is what I do to get it done. And that's why I really love these incubators, because it's entrepreneurs learning from other entrepreneurs. If you make it, you need a course. You all you need is a conversation with somebody who's doing it real time. Maybe like do X, Y, Z, and I do it every Monday. I use this website to generate my content. And I use this website to schedule it and push it out. And I've heard these conversations happen real time, where entrepreneurs like learn that game from a peer, and they apply it next week, and they're like, oh man, this is great, like, so put me on the XYZ and I've been doing it and that's all I need, right? So get into the incubator because it can shortchange a lot of this whole concept of, oh, I need to go to school or I need to take a course. Like, nah, like right now we just gotta hustle and like figure out like how to make it work, right? And that's what these incubators do. Like, it's not us preaching, you're not gonna hear me talking, like you're gonna hear from other entrepreneurs saying, this is how I get this done. Am I right, Trevor?
Yes.
Sorry.
It's a great program, yes.
One last question.
Sorry, yeah.
Neither.
I know this.
I was in 12.6, and for me, now, maybe I'm a minority, but it was helpful to have access to capital before launching. See, for me, I understand you guys have changed the qualifications to having 10,000. I don't know if it's revenue or profit, but what other resources have you guys talked about to still being able to, reach some of that demographic that really is just getting started, because it's really hard to start the business right before you get to that $10,000 mark.
Yeah, and we're still servicing those entrepreneurs as well, right? And we still have a relationship with community colleges where that is going to be the emphasis. But I told you we sort of split. Mark was the CEO, and that allowed Alfredo to go look at what we call now full spectrum capital. So we realized some entrepreneurs need grants, we don't offer that. Some entrepreneurs don't want loans, they want equity investment. What does that look like? So we're looking at that now. Again, we talk about strategy, right? Like not where you're at today, where you need to be. And that's part of our strategic thinking is how do we offer that full spectrum of capital so we can meet entrepreneurs who need grant money, needs a loan, and needs equity investment.
One more. Continuing education. So we talk about the 6 weeks through the program. What continuing education do you guys offer, or is it just connecting with the community colleges?
No, not at all. It is, so can I be honest with you guys? Like, so we did these programs, kept doing these programs, and they'll go through a 2-week incubator, they'll go through a 6-week incubator, and you'll see a fall in our relationship with the entrepreneur, right? And that was like, so that's what I'm working on, is how can we prevent this fall? Because I'm realizing entrepreneurs, while they're in the incubator, they're so productive, right? Extremely productive, extremely resourceful. Catch up with them like 3 weeks later or 3 months later, and I hear is, oh, well, when the incubator stopped, I couldn't stop, right? Or, oh, I lost momentum because I wasn't having that weekly accountability or that learning that weekly check-in, that weekly motivation. And I was like, well, hell, that's a problem that needs to be solved, right? So right now, for continuing education, it's a 6-week incubator. I am in the process of figuring out how to stay in relationships so that it's one, of value to the entrepreneur. But two, we're also realizing, like, let's offer these workshops, like CoBiz does, right? Let's offer these virtual workshops. Let's really figure out what resources the entrepreneur can be in contact with so that they can continue to thrive. Because business is not 2 weeks. Business takes 3 years to build, right? And if we're not with that entrepreneur for those 3 years, being a resource for that entrepreneur for those 3 years, then we're not fulfilling our mission. So we want to see, like, McDonald's have pop, like, around businesses, right? Like, I grew up in East Oakland. Like, I want to see MacArthur, how it used to be, where we could just walk down the street, get everything we needed. We didn't have to drive to, like, neighboring communities. So, really, the mission is how can we continue to provide this support such that it's of value to the entrepreneur.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's give it up for Mr. Ben Wansley. His movement and his purpose to create something that's very impactful. We have co-busiers that have literally went to the incubator, secured capital to the point that they now have 6-figure contracts in the state of California doing different things. So it's possible, and that happened within 12 months. So thank you, Ben, for what you guys are doing. Maybe you have something else you want to say?
Yeah, my email's not up there, so I'm sorry for that, but it's just ben@eso-ventures.com. So if you have any questions, you want to reach me, I'll respond.
One more time.
Ben, Ben@eso-ventures.com. I'll probably say hi, channel you to the right person, because I don't have all the answers all the time.
Thank you again, Ben. All right, man. I'm doing great. Thank you, guys. Appreciate it.
Hey, everyone, that's a free program, by the way. It's free 99 to sign up.
Free 99?
We're gonna get started in like 2 minutes. Maybe want to take a restroom break, get coffee, get some water, whatever the case may be. But this one's gonna wake you up, so you know.
Get some pencil and paper, because you will be learning today.
Not yet.
Have your pencil, paper, pens, all of that.
We didn't get a chance to do that. I'm older. 90? That's it. I'm a marketing broker. Oh, nice. Okay. Yeah, absolutely.
Just so you know, lunch will be available at 11:30 to about 1:30. So we'll have
I'm looking to
kitchen.
create an app for
Let's go pizza here. We also have Mexican burgers. Sides on locally based, cultural, tasty burgers.
people that you can email to learn more about where I'm trying to go with the office that
Get my water and I'll be all right.
I appreciate it. That's really my part. What I do is I work with a network of black families. I think it's pretty everywhere. I also give advice.
All right. We're going to start our next workshop on branding your small business. We have Miss Christina Kenny from Power Soul Studios. That's the S on Soul and S on Studios. Now, I just want you guys to know, when it comes to this particular workshop, this particular branding agency, you're not here just to create brands. You're here to scope experiences that linger in the hearts of the audience that you're trying to reach. As a top agency for all things branding, it's not about logos, it's not about the colors. You want to make sure you're an expert storyteller. Your story, your purpose, the impact you're trying to achieve. So ladies and gentlemen, let's give it up for Miss Christina Kenny.
Hey, yo, and I gotta live up to that introduction. What's good, what's poppin', what's going on, y'all? I said what's good, what's poppin', what's going on, y'all? So, for those of you who know, and a lot of you do not, I am a professional MC, meaning I'm a professional hype woman, meaning that I require class participation. Thank you. I require class participation when I teach because I know y'all don't want to just sit and stare at me for an hour. So when I say what's good, what's poppin', what's going on, y'all, I expect the room to respond back. So one more time, what's good, what's poppin', what's going on, y'all? Oh, we like that. We like that. So before we get started, I like to do a breathing technique. Because I want to honor our presence here, being here a representation for our businesses, but being representation for ourselves. And one thing you heard already in the mental health workshop, but then you'll also hear in the branding workshop, is we are a reflection of our businesses. So if we're not well, mentally, emotionally, spiritually, financially, all of those things, our business is not well. So in this moment, I want you to take a deep breath. Hold in your chest. 3, 2, 1, exhale. Can I get my brothers in the back to do a deep inhale? Hold it in your chest. 3, 2, 1, exhale. And on this last inhale, I want you to just think about all the beautiful FULL things you want for your business in 2024 and hold that in your chest. So deep inhale. 3, 2, 1, exhale. All right, y'all, let's get it popping.
That's right.
So a little bit about me. I'm a multi-dimensional, joyful, and dynamic, as you can tell, creative that has turned her main character energy, which you can also tell, into an empire in the making. As a masterful orator, the world is my stage. So whether I'm on an actual stage at a festival or a conference, I'm sitting right here with y'all and learning brand development. I take every opportunity to show up authentically, not just for myself, but also for my business at Power Soul Studios, which is a multidisciplinary media company that curates joyful and original stories in brand development, marketing, and visual content creation. We are empowered and empower others to be themselves and show up in the digital space authentically. So I typically teach a 6-week course because branding is not something you can just do overnight, and it's not something you're gonna learn in a week. But today we're gonna tackle the first part, what is branding? So, class participation, I told y'all I was gonna have y'all talk to me. I took my notes out because I don't want you to cheat. Raise a hand or I'll pick you, and I know people in here, so I'll pick the people I know. What is marketing? Just whatever you think it is, throw it out, there's no wrong answers. What's marketing? Selling your business, what's marketing?
Providing a service.
Providing a service, what's marketing?
Promoting your business services.
Period. What's branding? Throw it out.
Get your name out there.
Identity, getting your name out there. Story, beautiful. So we got some basic level knowledge of the differences between marketing and branding. And the reason why I say this is because when you go into incubators, they conflate the two. They'll tell you that marketing and branding are the same thing, and they're not. Branding is the story you tell. Marketing is how you tell that story. So when people come to me and say, Christina, I don't know what to put on social media, I ask them what your business is. And they're like, what's that got to do with anything? Well, if you don't know what you're doing, then how are you going to put it on the internet to tell people what you're doing? So what story are you trying to convey to connect to your audience? You may be me, a branding agency, where I can say, yes, I can help you create a mission, vision, logo, identity, but that's only one element of your branding process. So instead, I say I'm an orator. People go, huh, what's that? Well, I help people tell stories. You mean lying? No. I mean, what I mean is I help you understand what it is that you do and why your audience would specifically hire you based off of what you do. We heard Cherry say it earlier, the market is oversaturated in what everybody does because everybody's an entrepreneur. But everybody doesn't tell the story of what they do effectively, which is why you see some entrepreneurs doing it better than others. See, black folks, we used to the barbershop mentality. Yo, yeah, bro, you know, I got this thing right here, like, let me get you, like, that's not how businesses run today. Businesses run today not just off the functionality of your product or service, but how that makes you feel. For example, when we think of Apple and we think of the iPhone, if you notice, people who have iPhones hold them in a very specific way. They're very careful. You don't see them doing all this with an iPhone. It's very much like, prissy, accessory, holding it close. Why? They have an emotional attachment to their phone. They should, because it's very expensive. There's no way you should be paying a mortgage for an iPhone. But you do. But if you look at Android users, they don't hold the phone the same way. Why? Because Apple has sold you a story that the iPhone is the most innovative piece of technology on the market. Albeit that's a lie. The most innovative technology on the market in cell phones is actually the Samsung. But Samsung hasn't sold that, so they don't get that market. Everybody else, once you get an iPhone, you stay there. You never leave. What is that? Brand loyalty. These are all tactics that we utilize before we even touch social media. So I heard it earlier that social media can be intoxicating, it can be this, it can be that. Without a strategy, yeah. With the strategy, not so much. But we're gonna get to basics. What is the basics of branding? It's connection. Connection is king. It's the reason why some of y'all, the moment Beyonce drop an album, you listening to it. Because you have connected with Beyonce in some way. And because you connected with Beyonce through her music, now you've connected through her to her products. You buy everything in Ivy Park knowing it don't snow in California. You ain't never been to a rodeo, but now you got the Ivy Park rodeo stuff. You ain't never involved yourself in any of the things that come with the culture that she's created, but because you love her so much. And some of y'all do, and some of y'all don't. I don't know who I'm talking to. I promise I'm not reading you. If you are a stan, so am I. I just ain't never bought no Ivy Park. But that connection that we have to whatever product, service, good, cultural music, done out of functionality. Toilet paper with toilet paper. It does one function, maybe 2 or 3. But toilet paper was toilet paper. But now, People buy toilet paper based off of whatever they saw in the commercial. Softness, familiarity, family, storytelling. Branding has evolved. As social media has evolved, major corporations have shifted from targeting sales to targeting narratives. They know they're gonna make their money based off of the story they tell. And if you pay really close attention, because I feel like I'm amongst family in the room, there's specific narratives that they sell Black people that we buy into every single time. So my job is to show you how to do that. Am I going to be able to show you that now or no? But I will be able to show you the basics of that. So we're seeing expansive and expensive worlds being curated through brand development. And small business owners are having a hard time catching on because it just feels like another thing we gotta do. I'm gonna be honest, I don't have a digital presence as an entrepreneur. There's a reason for that. I made sure that the branding the story that I was telling was in alignment with incubators. So I positioned myself, which we'll talk about brand positioning later, in doing my business plan, which if you've ever been in an incubator, you should have done one. Branding should be a part of your business plan. Why? Because branding tells you the trajectory of where your business is trying to go. So I want my brand to X, Y, and Z. Marketing is the skill of that. Social media is the skill of that. Those are tools, but you have to understand the overall narrative internally as a business, and then externally to your customers to get you where you need to go. In the pandemic, we saw a major shift, specifically in this word right here, influencers. All of a sudden, companies couldn't sell anymore. So they were hiring influencers left and right. Between 2020 and 2022, the influencer market skyrocketed like 50%. They were spending $20 billion just to hire other people to sell their products. Why? Influencers are amazing storytellers. If we think about the best top makeup influencer in the world, Jackie Aina, she helped Fenty launch really, really well because Fenty's story was inclusivity. Although Maybelline has been around since the dawn of time, we all know that Maybelline's foundation was not fit for people like me. Up until Fenty did it. Guess who launched a line right after Fenty to be more inclusive to every woman that wears makeup? Storytelling. It impacts how we approach the market, not just as customers, but then also how your competitors will approach the market as well. So if you do it effectively, and I work for social changers, if you do it effectively, you can change exactly how your entire market operates. So essentially, branding is the process of creating a distinct identity for a business in the mind of your target audience or consumers. I personally like to say, and sorry, I'll go back, I'm sorry, in the mind of your community. If you start looking at your customers as community, you talk different, you interact different, you create different. Not I'm trying to get you $1, but I'm trying to align you to the brand and the story that I'm trying to tell. There's levels to this. So I heard earlier, somebody said branding is your name and logo. That is a little basic. That's actually a form of branding. It's called brand identity elements. Your overall brand is your overall story, but we'll get into that. Now, when you're about mid-level, branding is associated with the basics of visual design, mission, you all heard mission, vision, value, all that stuff, and tone of voice. So your voice on how you speak to your customers. That's a mid-level. Now, I see a little faces in the room like, voice? Yes, your brand should talk to the people the way the people want to be talked to. If I say my company is Empower Soul Studios, but every piece of content is, yo, what's up? Da-da-da-da-da-da. Is that empowering? I wouldn't hire me. So if my brand is by name empowering, when I do content, when I'm on stage, I should have the energy of empowerment. Let's go back to what's the first thing I asked you to do, a breathing exercise. What did it create? Everybody calm down. Intentionality on how you present your business. And that's what we talk about at an expert level. It's more than any of these things. It's internal and external. Because you are your business, your values as a person should be reflective in the business that you do and the people you do business with. If you don't understand this at an internal level for yourself as a business owner, how are you going to translate that to the people you hire? How are you going to translate that to the people you do business with? How are you going to translate that to brand partnerships, collaborations, deals, things you should or should not touch? Because in business, there's not just opportunities, there's the opportunities that are actually threats. When you have real branding and understand your vision and where you're trying to go and the story you're trying to tell, it'll then help you in all facets of how you do business. So at an expert level, internal and external branding is the quality of your products, customer service. I don't want to hear nobody say they have friendly customer service and they mean this all get out. Pricing, how you price is part of your brand. There's called brand pricing strategies. You do that under market research, which is brand development, which that's a whole class in and of itself. Vision, how you develop your business plan. All of these things are branding essentials, AKA the intentional story that you're trying to tell. So before I move on, any questions, comments, concerns? Are we absorbing well? Are we absorbing well? Yes. Okay. Wesley, what you about to say?
How'd you go through this for your own business?
I actually was incubated. So shout out to Wesley Alexander, Strategize First, CEO of CoBiz Richmond, all those things. Wesley's incubator, I taught for Renaissance Entrepreneurship, and I was teaching social media marketing. And everybody teaches social media marketing. And what I was finding specifically in the clients that Renaissance serve are Black and brown business owners. So I can teach you how to make a Facebook page, but it don't mean nothing if you don't know what to put on. And so as I started asking more questions to clients, I realized that there was a whole element that was missing, and I didn't know what it was called. So I started studying psychology, neuroscience, and then found branding. And so what I ended up doing was, before I talked to anybody, I ran myself through multiple of my own versions of my own curriculum to get to the place where I was like, this works. And every time I did it, I was like, something wrong. That ain't it. I'm not touching it. I'm not touching it. I'm not touching it. And finally, I understood what I was trying to do. Your business, if we're going to look at it as a person, your branding is the soul. Your digital thumbprint, website, social media, all that stuff, is the body. So people were creating bodies without souls. They were creating businesses and had no idea what they were doing with their business. And they were creating businesses based off of things like, oh, I want financial freedom. We all do. Bay Area is very, very, very expensive. We all want financial freedom, but that's not why you're here. And so I kept getting asked the question, well, why are you doing your business? Because you know Wesley don't keep asking you until you find an answer. So he kept asking me why? And I was like, oh, that's it. That's the part that's missing. Why am I here? I want to empower other businesses to be able to own the storytelling of what they do, so you don't have to hire me again. Because everybody else in my industry will take your business, charge you $20,000 or more, rebrand you, quote unquote, and then dip. And then you'll be left with whatever they give you and a big old receipt at the end of it. For me, it was, how do I do this and then empower you to keep branding past me? Because your business is always going to grow. You're always going to shift. Some of us pivot entirely. I went from social media marketing to now I don't even teach that. I may teach you content creation because that's a different thing, but I'm teaching you how to do a Facebook page. I literally shut down my second business entirely before creating this and running myself through this to be able to build my own curriculum to teach my people. Does that answer your question?
Right. I think she knows what to do.
I know my code. And that's why I teach the way I teach. So let's talk about this. What is the purpose of brand building? 5 years ago, branding for small businesses did not exist. It was not a thing that you actually needed to do. It was hinted at, but it wasn't like a necessary thing. And we've talked about a variety of reasons, but I broke it down to the top 5. It gives you effective positioning. So you may have a long-term vision for your brand, But what are the short-term things that you're trying to do within that story to get you to that long-term vision? For example, I want to be the #1 MC in the world.
Come on.
Hey, talk to me. I'm already working on it. I'm on the path. But in order to do that, I had to realize that I had to get comfortable with being on the mic in front of thousands of people. So I DM'd a friend who runs a festival and said, hey, you need an MC, let me know. He's like, I got you. It was Afrobeats at the Lake 2022. I had never talked in front of 5,000 people and I almost lost it. I was like, oh no, I don't need to, no, I don't want to do this, I don't want to do this, I don't want to do this, I don't want to do this. And I had to fight myself for 8 hours. You know how exhausting that is, talking to yourself in your head for 8 hours? And you're just like, yes you can, no you can't, you got this, no I don't, yes you can, shut up! Like, it was a back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. But what it allowed me to do was conquer the fear that would have inhibited me from touching millions of people. Brand positioning. When you think about what you want your business to do, you gotta think about what it's gonna take to get there. And I know we get exhausted, and this touches mental health, but also touches branding. We get exhausted with having a vision and then feeling that we're not equipped for the vision. Brand development will help you figure out what you need to do to be equipped for your vision. Makes you easily identifiable. This past weekend, one of our competitors out of Pettiness, I'm the brand manager now for Afrobeats Oakland. And we created an event a year ago called Afro Rave. He was being petty and decided to create Afro Ravers. Put a RS at the end of a, whoo! You ever see me in the street, it may be a different conversation. But what did that do? It created confusion to our target audience, who has known Afro Rave for 13 months, and they hear this person come out of nowhere and say, well, I'm gonna do what y'all do. And he didn't do it effectively. I'm now getting the reports of what Saturday was like, because I have ops in the streets. And what did that do for him and us? They know that there is a level of which you go to the Afro Rave. They did not experience that same level of Afro Rave. It has now hurt his business and has positioned us as the go-to party of Oakland. Thank you. So when you work on your branding, you're intentional about what you look like in the marketplace and how you do your business, right? Because you could look at what we do and say, oh, we just throw parties. But if I look at the market, the entire nightlife industry is hurting. Because nobody wants to pay all that money to keep doing the same thing every single week. They want an experience. So we came in and said, how do we identify ourselves against every other party? We created our own formula and system that makes you feel like you're a part of an experience. Versus, I just go to the club, get drunk, and go home. Who want to do that every week? Unique value and selling proposition. So you've probably heard this in an incubator, UVP. Identifiable, cannot be duplicated. What makes you, you as a business? Not you in comparison to everybody else, because that's what we like to do when we sit there and write these things. What makes K Beverages, hey Talisa, K Beverages. What makes that experience of working for her, working with her, for her, all of that, against her, what makes that the experience? What makes Empower Soul Studios the experience? Mine is I teach. My competitors, they steal your money. So what makes you identifiable or unique? Number one, bonafide, throw whatever euphemism you want out of there in your market. Provides clear brand boundaries. Now this one, out of all of them, this is probably the most important. Because as entrepreneurs, we think we're supposed to take every deal that comes across the table. And maybe if you have a brand strategy, you would know that that's not what you're supposed to do. So brand boundaries identify who you are and who you are not. I am a branding agency. I am not a marketing manager. I don't do that. There's reasons for that. I have trauma behind that. I don't want to touch that. And I'm not going to keep revisiting my trauma for check. So that's something I don't do. But if you say, hey, Christina, can you teach brand? What's good? What's going on, y'all? I'm out here, right? So brand boundaries allow us to create boundaries not just for the business, but for ourselves. Because back to us in the beginning, we are our businesses. Lastly, makes you unique against competitors, which you got the Afro Rave versus Afro Ravers. example, so I don't need to be the dead horse. The benefits of building a strong brand: increase sales, customer loyalty and retention, create clear message to your community, customers, and employees, create a strong company culture, and brand equity. If I were to take all of these things, these four lead to this. Brand equity is how much of the marketplace do you own? That is yours. Most small business owners can't tell you that. For my businesses, I was like, oh yeah, in the Bay Area, there are 5 Afrobeats, nightlife vendors. We're the only one that does X, Y, and Z. Our market share is between San Jose, Oakland, and San Francisco. However, we do have market share in Sacramento, New York, and Los Angeles. So there are opportunities for the brand to expand on our journey to be an international brand in those 3 cities. 4, because we haven't been in SF yet. That's brand equity. Where you can sit there, and I know numbers are not always fun. I don't like them. That's why I study psychology and neuroscience. But numbers tell us how much of the market that we currently earn, where we're at, and where we're trying to go. When you're looking to become a national brand, and you'll hear me say market research more than once, you'll have to understand where your brand equity is, not just locally. And locally could be on your block, it could be in your city, it could be in the entire Bay Area, it could be in California, West Coast, Midwest, and so on and so forth. So you want to understand that building a strong brand is not just about, again, logos and colors and typography, albeit cute. Branding is really positioning yourself to understand where are you going on the map you're trying to build for the company that you're building, or the vision or dream that you have. So, we're going to do a little exercise that I do in my class. I am going to play you this Nike commercial. Before I play the commercial,
If we show emotion, we're called.
Jesus, okay. Before I play the commercial, I want you to do 2 things. I want you to think about how many times you see the Nike logo in the commercial, and then I want you to think about what the commercial makes you feel. Okay, so see how many times you can see the logo, and then also at the end of this commercial, how do you feel?
If we show emotion, we're called dramatic. If we want to play against men, we're nuts. And if we dream of equal opportunity, delusional. When we stand for something, we're unhinged. When we're too good, there's something wrong with us. And if we get angry, we're hysterical, or rational, or just being crazy. But a woman running a marathon was crazy. A woman boxing was crazy. A woman dunking, crazy. Coaching an NBA team, crazy. A woman competing in a hijab, changing her story, landing a double cork 1080, or winning 23 Grand Slams, having a baby, and then coming back for more. Crazy, 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 and crazy. So if they want to call you crazy, fine. Show them what crazy can do.
How many of y'all feel inspired? How many of y'all feel like y'all can take over the world? How many of y'all like, yeah, call me crazy because I am crazy? How many times did you see the Nike logo?
18.
Now I have a question. If I did not ask you to look at the Nike logo, would you have noticed it?
No.
I would have known 18. I definitely would have known Nike. I always say I'm fucking good, it's fucking good. It's why Nike.
So you live by their brand equities. So your inspiration, see what happened here? You see, thank you for being a little conduit in my experiment, my social experiment. So Nike's whole thing is just do it. Be crazy. Be the first one. Be this, be that. But what are they selling?
Clothes.
I'm gonna let you say it again, but hold on one second. They're selling clothes. They're selling the shoes are like $2 to produce, but they're selling $200 running shoes. They're selling overpriced jackets and everything you need for athleticism. But their brand is selling a dream. A dream of you being the best at whatever it is that you want to be the best at. And you know what happens when you sell a dream? Colin Kaepernick sells out his first deal with Nike in 15 minutes. Because his dream was being a black man ousted by the NFL because he had a very particular way of getting on the knee and all that other stuff, right? So he used the dream of, I was a little black boy coming into the NFL and they tried to take that away from me. And every black man in the U.S. said, hurrah! And in 15 minutes, done. That's branding. It's the story you tell. So we're going to break down the story of Nike. We know their tagline is just do it. Everybody knows that. Swish goes with just do it. If I were to profile them as a person, I would call them the underdog. Because every commercial, no matter who's in it, what sport is played, the face is always somebody that should not have made it. No matter what sport. Fencing, the woman with the hijab. I remember that. Everybody's like, how's she gonna do that? And now she has a whole line of sports hijabs through Nike. So women who practice Muslim faith can still participate in sports actively while still maintaining their value system. It's literally a piece of cloth. If I'm gonna break it down to the minutia what it is, I'm not trying to be offensive. Please don't come for me. I don't want to be canceled. But it's a piece of cloth. But there's a lot of values associated to that piece of cloth. And before she did it, nobody else did it. So she created a market share for sports hijabs. Nobody else has them. And who better than Nike to do it with? Because what is their tagline? Their brand voice is overcoming adversity. So understand that the best brands leave impressions and tell stories. Every time I've done this class, I don't know how many times, but every time I watch that commercial, I get goosebumps. I'm like, yeah, call me crazy, because I am. Because nobody's doing branding like me. It hits home for me. Now, am I gonna go buy Nike products? I know better. But I take the messaging and I live with it. So, when we talk about branding at its core, we have the substance, the mental of what makes the soul. Your mission, your vision, unfair advantage, brand promise, core values, characteristics, unique value proposition. Some of these words may be very foreign to you, and that's okay. That's why we're here to learn. Brand substance is the intersection of business strategy and brand strategy. It is the purpose of an organization, your why. Now, I'm going to give you a piece of homework. You don't have to turn this into me, but it's for yourself if you choose to accept your mission. Every first class, I ask everybody to write a letter to their inner child, telling their inner child why they're in business. Because the most vulnerable you have to be, Terry back there, shaking her head because I made her do it too. Because the most vulnerable you have to be about why you're in business is with yourself. And I find it's easier that people, if they're thinking they're talking to a kid, to write to a kid versus adult you. Because adult you is like, why do they wait in business? I don't want you to treat yourself like that. So if you choose to step your mission, please write a letter to your inner child saying why. That letter is the basis of all of these things. It's the future of your vision, your everyday mission to be carried out, and the values of your organization and the people within. So we're going to break down Nike real quick. Their mission is to bring inspiration and innovation to every athlete in the world, which is reflective to their brand motto, just do it. So we broke down what inspiration, innovation in every athlete in the world looks like. Inspiration, we just felt it together as a collective. I was like, well, how have they been innovative? So Google, best friend, said, did you know that Nike helped a runner break the 2-hour marathon barrier by inventing the shoe, Zoom Vaporfly Elite? Before, nobody could break 2 hours for a marathon until this shoe was created. Now, I ain't running no marathon. I think Chris left too. He's the only person here who I do, but he can verify that for me. But that's their innovation, because I like to check. I'm a geek, so I like to check, are y'all lying about your brand values? And then lastly, to every athlete in the world, we discussed their business model, but Nike recently opened up all their campaigning to all body types. Athleticism used to look a very specific way up until, I want to say, pre-COVID. Now, all bodies are included. So we look at their mission, they follow this. Now, is that entirely it? I don't know. But when we look at it from a surface level, sure. We look at their vision to do everything possible to expand human potential. Expanding human potential is the vision. So Nike is dedicated to expanding human potential by providing the highest quality products and experiences that help athletes of all levels reach their peak. So, what does this mean? Whether you're in rec sports, because you know the men's be acting like they in the NBA when they play some rec basketball, but whether you're in rec sports or you're a professional athlete, Nike at any level can be purchased for your athletic needs. So, technically they stand by their vision. Their unfair advantage. So this part is, there are so many sports brands that exist in the world. Nike's not the only one, but it is the number one if we look at sales. So what makes their advantage unfair? Because I don't see the same messaging from Adidas. I don't see the same messaging from Reebok. I don't see the same messaging from Puma. So what makes them different? And it comes from their brand purpose statement. Unite the world through sport to create a healthy planet, active communities, and an equal playing field for all. This is reflected in the company's mission and vision statements, which loosely include maximizing human potential and improving lives through sports and creating a better future. So, based off of what we just experienced by watching the ad, is Nike true to its brand story? Now, what did I tell y'all about class participation? Is Nike true to its brand story?
Yes.
Thank you. Brand promise. I like formulas, so a brand promise is basically your brand positioning, your vision, and your UVP, unique value proposition. When we talk about brand promise in the case of Nike, they said to bring inspiration and innovation to every athlete in the world, which we already broke down. So brand positioning specifically is where you're trying to go. Your vision is your long-term dream. So when you sit there and go, Power Soul Studios is going to be the #1 media agency in the world. That's me when I'm crying in my office in 116 trying to figure out why I didn't do my budgeting correctly. Okay, we're going to be the #1, this is why I'm here. And your value proposition, what makes us different, I already told you for Empower Soul Studios. So if I look at a promise, this is what I'm promising to deliver to my customers. No matter what level of engagement you have with me, this is the promise. From customer service to the quality of service, the quality of product, when you engage with my website, when you engage with me in person, because I may not have a great day that day, but I may have to keep this in mind, that my brand promise is to engage with small business owners in a very specific way. You want to make sure you have a promise that you can adhere to. Please do not do something that you would lie about. I've seen a couple of brand promises where I'm like, you might want to change that. So make it doable. You don't have to make it super flighty and like, I'm gonna create another planet no. Bring it down and bring it to where it's something that you would want to promise yourself before you promise it to your customer. That make sense?
Yep.
All right. So we all know values. Every company got them. So for Nike, it's integrity, sustainability, social responsibility, and diversity. I don't want to get too in the woods of this, but basically, choose values, again, that align with self and align with the people that you want to work with, serve. Those are the three optimal things. For Power Soul Studios, our number one value is authenticity. Because if I don't show up every day as myself, I cannot command anybody that works with me to do the same thing. Okay? Brand personality. Back to what we were saying earlier, that your brand is a person. So you want to think about how do you want to show up, and this answers some of the content questions that I get. As a personality, how do you want your business to translate whatever you're trying to translate to as customers? For for Nike, it's motivational, inspirational, competence, and excellence. You can choose whatever these things are. And as you're building your business, they may change too. But this is why I want to equip you versus and do it for you, because then you can create these formulas for yourself. And just to top it off, everything that we just discussed is in the brand therapy framework. You start with your story, which is your why. Your why becomes your company's origin story of why it exists. Your mission and vision comes from your story. Your unfair advantage comes from your mission and vision. What you promise your customers come from all these things. You have your core values, your brand characteristics, and your UVP. Your UVP, or USP, because I know I've seen it as a unique selling proposition. It's the core benefit or solution that you're offering that differentiates your product or service from someone else's. And that was a homework assignment, but we ain't got time for that, so y'all can talk to me afterwards. So remember, your story has to authentically be yours for these formulas to work. ChatGPT is a great starting point. Emphasis on starting. Do not take your entire dream and put it into ChatGPT, but take some highlights of what you want to do to formulate and craft the message to start, and then go in and put your own, unique touch to it. So to recap, branding is the story you tell. Connectivity is king. Brands that create loyal customers. Branding is creating an overall identity from the inside out and creates a clear message to your customers and audience. Any questions? We're going to open the floor to any questions, branding related. Can't answer social media questions at this time. You got a question? Hey, mamas.
Hey, I just wanted to affirm what you shared, because in a day like today, the thing that sets you aside is how you make people feel. You may not be the only one who does what you do, but brand loyalty is how you make people feel. From the moment they contact you over the phone, even if it's virtual, they text you, email you, your brand identity and how you make people feel should be consistent all the way across the board, and that is what they're going to tell other people and will determine whether or not you're successful. So that, what you're saying is true. If you guys aren't working with her yet, work with her, because we need to know how to do this.
Speaking of being loyal, Cherry did my eyebrows, y'all. So I ain't going nowhere else. I was like, oh, I gotta do a touch-up. She's like, I got you. But in the process, she made me understand that enhancing my eyebrows wasn't making me more beautiful. It was just enhancing the essence that already existed. Now I got my brows done 2 years ago. And the fact that I can tell y'all that, branding. Hire Cherry.
I just want to say, I've heard this presentation 2 or 3 times. Every time I hear the presentation, I get something new out of it for myself. And this time, I got a catchy slogan. building queens and kings in community.
Hey!
So it is the energy that you bring. It is you. And I just want to say thank you, and I enjoy working with you and looking forward to what we're going to do in the future.
Man, we got clients in the building. Aww. Y'all get me up here crying. My face took too long. Anybody else, any questions? Oh, Maya, all the way in the back. Come on, Maya.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Maya. I'm a business development intern here at CoBiz Richmond. I have one question for Ms. Christina. So, you said that you've been doing Afro braid. We have our Afro braiders, and you said that out of all the blood, sweat, and tears that you have lived in the past 2, 3, 4, 5 years, you've had your business open and running up. What made you not want to give up on what you want to do, even though you had something in your way? That's my question.
Come on, question. So, what made me not give up? I believe in what we created. And I believe we created what we created in the love of the culture. Afrobeats music as a whole, I had an OG once tell me, he's like, I love Afrobeats. I said, really, why? He said, because you can't scrap to Afrobeats. And I cracked up laughing, because no, you can't fight to Afrobeats. The love of the culture and the love of the people in the city of Oakland and the Bay Area as a 4th generation Richmond resident is why we did what we did. And we understood that competition can come from anywhere. No matter the energy of why somebody does what they do, that's beyond us. That ain't got nothing to do with us. I clock it, I see it, I'll deal with you later, because market competition is competition. I'm about to put you 6 feet under, you shouldn't play with me. But at the same time, I can't allow what somebody else's ism is to take me away from what I've been ordained to do. And there are going to be people throughout your entire journey, whether personally or professionally, I've dealt with a lot of that, who are going to come for you because of what you have and what you're building. And instead of believing in their own dreams, they're going to try to jump across the fence. And I'm going to let you, because you can't handle the mantle that is placed on my life, or it would have been given to you. So because that's not your mantle, I'm going to watch you fumble with it while I keep walking with it. You're just a blip in my lifetime journey of being who I am and what I do and what I build, period.
So Christina, one last question. I'll put you in the spot.
Not already on the spot?
Yeah, that's what you do. So someone may say, oh, I only have a pizza business. They may say, how do you brand it? Like, what's special about my pizza business that I need to have a brand for it? What would you suggest to them?
Do you make pizza like everybody else? Like, okay, like there are what, 5 different taco trucks between 200 feet of CoBiz currently, and they all have a line. So there's a reason why somebody chooses a taco truck over another taco truck over another taco truck. It's the way they do things. And yes, there may be a bunch of people who do branding, or a bunch of people who do hair, a bunch of people who do nails, makeup, skincare, all the things that, especially Black women business owners like to do, but there's only your way of doing it. So if you're not doing, and again, I only work with people who do things authentically to themselves. I'm not gonna create a brand for you that's a reflection of somebody else's dream, because that's not your dream. But if that's your thing, and you were born to make pizza, and you're gonna make pizza the way you make pizza, baby, shuttle up and get that oven fire burning, let's go. Like, let's make some pizza.
The point of that question that each one of you is special for what you do, so don't sleep on it. And most importantly, how can they connect with you so they can get that, that love?
So you can connect with me in a variety of ways. Again, I believe in making my services accessible. So if you would like to take a class, I work with Renaissance Entrepreneurship Center East Bay. Shout out to the team. And where you can register, oh, there he is, he in the back. There's a table in the back, there you go, hey! Where you can register to take any of my classes and you can take them for free. If you want to work with me one-on-one, you can go to my website, www.imparsolstudios.org, and reach out to me to set up a discovery call. But I always emphasize going with my community partners first. Richmond Main Street is one of my community partners. Shout out to the Main Street, Andre in the back. Hey, CoBiz is a partner. I'll be creating office hours for brand development and all that stuff by this summer. I got that homework assignment in January, but it's okay. I'm by myself, all right? And I'm also working under Inclusivity Project, so you can do office hours with me, do the Inclusivity Project. Reach out to Wesley, and he'll give you the link to sign up. You'll go through that system, and then you can work with me also for free because they pay me. But I always emphasize the community partnerships because there are a lot of resources now in Richmond that did not exist before, and y'all better tap in because everybody else is.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's give it up for Ms. Tina. Please follow her on social media, and this is all about social capital, building relationships. So please tell someone that you learned something unique or met someone different here, and just pass it on. We need to be force multipliers of each other in the business because we are all facing different challenges, but we can be the solution to those challenges. So let's get that happen. We're going to take a 10-minute break. We're going to have a wonderful workshop from Mr. Jermaine Carter Gibson, from the California Office of Small Business Advocate, someone that you need to know, you can be in contact with. But in the meantime, lunch is provided in the kitchen area, so feel free to get it right. Desire to get something a little more that's non-vegan, we have burgers outside as well, Michoacan burgers. And so, tap in, enjoy yourself, and let's keep it going. Thank you.
Just enjoying this thing. Yes. Healing.
Andrea, can I have you to the back, please, for a photo?
Good, how are you? How's it going? How's it going? Okay, thanks. We didn't get a lot of sign-ups, so I just don't know when it's going to come out. And they're doing it here. So we asked the project is HR. So we actually just get a chance for us, and we have somebody come in to talk about how to start your business, how to work with the city of Richmond. Yeah. So, we just wanted to do something inside. I spoke to her, so she throws it. She's not doing it, but it's called. Over here.
And I got the same.
Not just a recognizable face.
I know.
Just so now, okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Oh yeah, I told her.
that has been, I did get things like so much. I mean, like 95%. But, you know, it's just getting people, you know, I think where the issue falls with me is that my passion is different. And so, you know, the things that I think are very obvious, people don't think it's obvious.
I can tell you that from, you know, years of being, it don't fit when you're trying to get they saw my change. They didn't have So take their skills and use them where you use them and appreciate it.
Yes, I was talking about your business. I'm not having this year.
I know it's literally a year ago today. Yeah, but I'm gonna do something in June. It's gonna be more low key, more remote. But it should go something that can still, you know, keep us going. Okay. Yeah, like, oh, it's gonna be the beginning. I'm trying to breathe. It's still flush. Dream chaser conference. Yeah.
Plus you practice what?
I think the unique, what is it, what you call it? I forgot what the unique, yeah, it was in the thing. But yeah, you know, just having that faith-based component. But at the end of the day, like that.
But that requires a lot.
Yeah. Oh, yes. It does. It does. No, that requires a lot. Yeah.
You are all good.
Yes, yes. But it's all good. How are you going? Yeah.
Oh, yeah, sure, I'll be here.
I have a girls program.
Come on, co-sign. I'm like, you Jerry Irish.
It's my friend So I would just like, I was more interested in what you do, so that you can have a conversation. I'm here all day. We'll get together.
I'll definitely be reaching out. Thank you. Yeah, it's all good. I got a bunch of courses coming up.
Dream Chaser, so everything is a trend where supported by marketing there. So, you know, being that it's not as a task, conference brings in different industry experts, somebody to learn different facets of business, to operations, to, you know, confidence. So, it's really like so I like to try to do something, you know, definitely every year, but then even quarterly. So I'll have individual. So, but social is always good. Yeah, so I can
charging them.
I would have something for you. Okay.
getting into these, I'll be back.
Okay.
Okay. Yes, so I'm learning with that. It's very easy, but I just like to open the space, so I just downloaded Instagram, I just downloaded
Okay, all right, same here, thank you.
Happy to see everybody enjoying the bite, starting in 3 minutes. You can continue eating, just saying.
How y'all doing? I'm good. How are you? Right. Sometimes we need a little motivation, that's all.
Fridays?
Yeah, that's where I met Serena. Did you tell us to pull up?
I did not. I have to remember her, man. I'm trying to
Man, she said she was working with and I was like, oh, I met you. And then it was like a couple days after I seen you at Nostrada. Yeah. The 5 Ventures or something like that. That's you, right? Small Biz Spotlight.
Yeah, they got it soon after the event. I'm trying to remember something. I don't know that was me. Like the thing. So, my business is a small business. Nonetheless, I mean, your sex was on Friday. So they're at noon.
Yep, every Friday.
All right, now let's come on down to the room.
And what do you do?
Oh, it's a lunch and learn. So we talk about how we help small businesses. I'm gonna talk about later on today too. But basically, we help small businesses get affordable access to a network of law firms, all 50 states, every area of law.
Live or virtual?
The luncheon is live, in person. And then we do virtual events too.
Bring your food with you. Don't make mistakes. We want to respect Mr. Jermaine Carter's Kissing's time. The California Office of Small Business Advocates, someone that you need to know about, organization from the state of California that we need to get behind. So you don't have to rush your food, just be your food. You all down here. Come on down, we can play. Come on down, we can join us. Those are the judges. Hope the food is good. That's the Soulfully Dope Cafe in San Francisco Pizza. We also have Michigan burgers outside. Small businesses right here in the city of Richmond. Thank you for the support. All right. Thank you guys for your cooperation. Trying to give you that live so you can feel it. And Andrea, do you see Tucker?
I'm sorry?
Nicole and all right, y'all, as you know, when it comes to doing business, we do it in community. As we acknowledge 2 partners that we are moving in community with. We have Ms. Andrea Portillo from Richmond Main Street Initiative. They are also one of the cooperating organizations that runs business events of life. So Andrea, do you mind to share a few words about what you do here in downtown Richmond?
A few words? No, well, first of all, thank you guys for coming. So at Richmond Main Street, we work to revitalize the downtown corridor. We also work to support Black and brown small businesses and entrepreneurs through resources, through funding, through partnerships, a lot of workshops, a lot of the work that we do couldn't be done without our partners like CoBiz and Renaissance Center, the city of Richmond, because a lot of times that allows us to create access, more access to more resources. And I want to say something real quick. And Christina is obviously one of our workshop facilitators. There's been a lot of talk about entrepreneurship, small businesses, wellness, community, but I also want to touch on Black and brown-led organizations, or even in the workplace in general. A lot of what we're talking about today and what you're hearing can also be applied to the workplace, because maybe right now you're just in your blueprint stage of what your business is and what you want it to look like. And so maybe you're still working a 9 to 5. So take all the information that you are given today and also apply it to that aspect of where you are in your journey. And so So I just really wanted to highlight that. Oh, okay, yes, subscribe to our newsletter. We have Instagram Richmond, Main Street CA, and we also are on, what's the Twitter? No, Twitter name, X. We're on X. And you can reach me at director@richmondmainstreet.org or through Wesley, Christina, Nicole. We're all connected, so if you missed any information, just ask one of them and we'll get connected.
Once again, you never know, you might bring your business down to downtown Richmond or walk the city of Richmond, or maybe it's someone that she knows the difference in your channels and business relationships. Thank you, Andrea. We also want to introduce you to Mr. Nicole from Renaissance East Bay Renaissance Entrepreneurship Center. They have an office right here. We want to thank them as well for their participation. Give a warm welcome to Nicole.
Can you guys hear me? Yeah. Thank you to Wesley and all of you for coming today. It's so great to see lots of people coming in and going out and meeting each other and networking. I'm with Renaissance Entrepreneurship Center, and we have some of our clients here today who are taking our classes. We show them burgers outside and sponsor our program, so that's just a sense of who we're serving. We help the traditionally underserved folks start up and expand their own businesses. We do that through classes and one-on-one consulting and access to capital and access to community and networks. We've been around for almost 40 years, which is crazy. We're throughout the whole Bay Area, and we are super honored to have an office here at CoBiz. And you're going to hear more from Tatiana, our program manager, a little bit later today. So enjoy, meet each other, don't be shy. This is where great things happen. I'm so grateful for the in-person. Thank you, Wesley, for bringing us all together, and have a great day. Thanks for being here.
They also have a phenomenal women's program as well, so they'll speak on the Renaissance Entrepreneurship Center. With that said, I want to introduce Mr. Jermaine Carter Gibson. I'll give a little bio and I'll let him do his thing, but he currently serves as the Northern California Local Engagement Specialist with the California Office of Small Business Advocate. How many of you have heard of the California Office of Small Business Advocate? See, that's okay. We're doing business, but these are things that we need to know. That's one of the reasons why he's here today. Just so you know, he's all over Northern California, making relationships with the businesses and organizations. In his role, he advocates for and educates business owners on the available resources that help them start, manage, and scale their business. He previously worked on the outreach liaison and small business advocate with the California Department of General Services. How many of you guys know about the California Department of General Services? See, if you want to do business, we gotta know about these things. We got billions of dollars in contracts, so we can tap into that. With that said, he worked in procurement division, specializing in certification and state contracting. So interested in that? No, I'm sure we will. Jermaine recently created, launched, and is currently executive producing Future is Now Youth Entrepreneur Recognition Series with the goal of highlighting, educating, and inspiring youth entrepreneurs. His background is in training, management, marketing, and advocacy. So many wonderful youth entrepreneurs that we should be highlighted, especially those in high school. Please recommend the names to Jermaine as well. So with that said, welcome Jermaine.
Anyone that can hear my voice today, say I'm home.
Home.
Now, I know you guys are eating, so I'm going to let you chew and swallow. And I'm going to try it one more time. I'm going to let you chew and swallow. And then we're going to try it one more time. Anyone who can hear my voice, say I'm home.
I'm home.
I'm home.
I'm home.
I'm home. I'm home. Now, let me tell you why. This is what home means to me. My first connection to home came from my grandmother B's house. My grandmother B is from Texas, y'all, so every time I come into Grandma B's house, she say, "Hey, baby, you so pretty. You getting so fat." She was from Texas. Being fat is a good thing. You hungry? So every time I I go to grandma's house, she build me up. And then she offered pour into. Yes? That's what we have here. That's what Wesley and his team is building. It's a place where you can be built and you can be poured into. Even the way this event is scheduled, he's got programming all throughout the day. And you can come and you can go as you please, just like home. Yes? So before we go any further, I want everyone to give Wesley and his team a big round of applause. Is Caleb, where's Caleb? Caleb, where are you, son? I just want to see your face. Now, Caleb, I just want to tell you this in front of everybody. You are stronger today, more confident today, and better today than when I first met you. That's right, Caleb. We see you, we appreciate you, and we're proud of you. Clap it up for Caleb. And one more thing before we go in, I want y'all to know from me, this was the best marketing and branding workshop I've seen, and I do this all the time. She is amazing. She is amazing. We're gonna see if this thing works. If I can get it to her. If I can get it to her. Okay, that's not me. Next slide. They're like, who is this dude with the big ears talking about home and grandmas and all this? My name is Jermaine Carter Gibson. I'm from the California Office of the Small Business Advocate. We are an office within Governor Newsom's Business and Economic Development. Now, I'm an advocate, not a politician, just so we're clear. Next slide, please. We have 4 pillars. Number 1, resources and information for small businesses so that they can start, manage, and grow. We have a statewide business support network that we fund. Renaissance, we help fund them. I heard the Inclusivity Project was mentioned earlier. We help fund them as well. I want you all to know that California has the largest and most robust small business ecosystem in the country. We have $25 million of permanent funding per year that goes into this network so they can offer free one-to-one coaching to you all. Did you know that? You know now. And so we'll talk a little bit later about how you can get to those. 3, disaster awareness and preparedness, and direct support for small businesses through direct relief grants. I'll tell you this, since COVID, my office oversaw nearly $4 billion in relief grants. $4 billion in relief grants. But what I also tell you, and we're very proud of that, it was amazing. The partners in the building that helped with that, we did an incredible job. But I also tell you, is that folks that look like us, a lot of us missed out on that opportunity for reasons that were avoidable. I talk to businesses and it hurts my heart that you couldn't receive a grant because you didn't have a business bank account, because you hadn't filed taxes, because you hadn't registered your business in the correct way, right? And so this is why those resources are important, so that you can prepare yourself to receive capital when it's available. Yes? Okay. In California, there are 4.2 million small businesses. 46% of those, 1.9 million, are people of color. 1.9 million businesses. Now the thing about that is, and we'll talk about this a little later, the majority of them are sole props, right? It's one person running that business, right? And so one of the goals of our office is not only to have business starts, which is amazing, but now we want to scale business, yes? And I'll tell you a little bit later about the impact that going from 1 to 5 can do for jobs, it can do for the community. Okay? You got me? So, to get some of this, my office did a study, and you can find, anyone who's interested, you can go to calosba.ca.gov, which is our website, calosba.ca.gov. You go to About, go to Publications, and you can find this report. There's a full-on report, and there's an executive summary. But I think this is important for you all to know, that the State of Diverse Businesses in California report, that diverse businesses contribute $192.8 billion in economic output to the California economy. And you know what? We missed something. We missed it. We gotta go back. We gotta go back. We gotta go right here. Anybody recognize this? What's that? That's Superman, right? Superman is the most recognizable, most famous superhero in this country, yes? Now, this is about mindset, so follow me for a second. This portion is about mindset. So before we start talking about the money, I wanted to make sure we talked about mindset. And I'm going to read this for you real quick about the origin story of Superman. It says, on his birth planet, Krypton, gravity was much stronger than it is on Earth. So Kryptonians developed a physique that could resist gravity's pull. When he's on Earth, Superman's physique can defy the planet's weaker pull and gives him the ability enhanced by solar energy to allow him to fly. So what does that mean? Superman flies because of where he's from. So what I want you to know is that your life experience has value. Yes? Your life experience is actually your edge and your differentiator between you and anybody else. I'll tell you this, I walk into these rooms often where I'm the only one that looks like me. I'm the only one that's from where I'm from. And in my head I say, you can never outwork me because you've never been as broke as me. You can never outwork me because you've never been as broke as me. You can never outwork me because you can never be as broke as me. See, my parents had me at 16 years old. My household was full of drug abuse and domestic violence. When I was in 7th grade, they kicked me out of school because my house was so, and I was so angry, but I couldn't do nothing about that. So when I went to school, I found the biggest person on the yard, and I pushed him around because life was pushing me around. And you know what they did? They just kicked me out. And what that says to a child, or that you just kick him out, is that we're better off without you. Right? But then I went somewhere where someone saw me. Someone recognized who I was, recognized my trauma, and explained to me that this isn't unique to you, and you can get through it. I ended up graduating with a 4.0 and was student of the year, and ain't nothing they can do about that. So the point is that your lived experience, whatever that thing is that brings you anxiety, that you hope that they don't see when you walk into the room. I told this story the last time they saw me. I was at Verizon Wireless. I had been there a year. I was going to interview for the manager job. You know, brothers, we typically don't have a whole lot of dress shoes and dress clothes unless we, right? So I'm going into this interview and the bottom of my shoe is separated. And I gotta go in here and talk to these folks that I know make a whole lot of money, and I just don't want to put my foot up so no one sees that the bottom of my shoe is separated. But it's up to me to show them confidence and poise that I can do this job, that I deserve to be here, although the bottom of my shoe is separated, I'm gonna do what I have to do, and I'm happy to report the bottom of my shoes are fine today. All right, now that we understand mindset, we can go back to the study. We're on point number 2, that diverse small businesses support an average of $82.1 billion in California labor income. We support 2.56 million jobs annually and generate an average of $28.7 billion in California tax revenue each year. Don't ever let them tell you that our businesses are not important. Don't ever let them tell you that we don't contribute to the 5th largest economy on the planet, because we do. Yes? Yes? Okay. So let's talk about some of the challenges that we feel as business owners. And these are challenges, not a complete list, obviously. These are challenges that I hear from folks when I'm doing this work. I hear about inflation. Everything is going up. I can't go to McDonald's and get it without spending $15. I went into about a year ago, I went into Subway. I said, where's the $5 footlong menu? They laughed at me. Staffing, finding staff is difficult. Retail theft, Bay Area, that includes bidding. Yes? These are things that make folks may not want to patronize your business because they may be worried about safety concerns, yes? Insurance, healthcare costs, homelessness around my business. Be surprised, minimum wage increase is a concern for a lot of businesses, right? Because they're saying, well, if minimum wage is going up over there, then I'm gonna have to compete with that. And then what that's gonna cause me to do is I'm not gonna hire someone fresh out of school because I gotta pay them $20 now. This is what I'm hearing. This is what they say. Now the 2 big ones are the lasting effects of COVID. Those hangover effects still exist, yes? And lastly, access to capital. Access to capital is a huge concern. Access to capital is the primary conversation for my office right now. But everything is not all doom and gloom. There is a lot of opportunity available. Yes? I'll tell you that the federal government has given the state of California $1.2 billion in what's called SSBCI dollars. Anyone heard of the acronym SSBCI? That stands for State Small Business Credit Initiative. It's $1.2 billion. That money is cut in half. Half of that money went to a department within where I work called iBank, and the other half went to the California Treasurer's Office. They offer a couple programs. On this side at iBank, they offer a loan guarantee program, which says to a bank, I will guarantee up to 80% of the loan that you lend to small businesses to encourage you to lend. Okay? On the other side, they have other programs that, let's say, you don't have collateral. They have a collateral support program that those dollars are going into to help with that part of it, right? Now, I tell you this so that you know, but it's not that useful in terms of going into a bank and saying, hey, can I get some of that SSBCI money? Because that's not really how it works, right? So each one of these financial institutions still have their own underwriting guidelines, right? And then, but they know I can enroll this into this program as a safety net, right? And so each one of them has slightly different guidelines. So I tell you that to tell you that it's extremely important that we get the coaching to become ready to have these conversations. I know the lending panel is next, and I want y'all to pay attention to what happens there, because that information is extremely important. I'll tell you why. Because my director believes, and I agree, that capital without coaching is a crime. She believes that capital without coaching is a crime. Now let me give you a real life example that has nothing to do with business. I told you I graduated with a 4.0 from my high school. I'm extremely proud of that. I was the first person in my family, at least on my father's side, to go to college. And I'm from a neighborhood just like this. So I qualified for financial aid. So my very first entry into college, I get my financial aid check. I had just gotten approved for an apartment. I get a financial aid check. That check is $1,800. Oh my God. What are we doing? I have never had $1,800 at one time in my life. We banked with Golden One. I went to the Golden One branch on Expedition in Sacramento, cashed my little check, and I don't know what it was. I don't know if it's the way you walked out of the bank when you cash your first $1,800 check. I don't know if it was that. I don't know if it was the way the sun was shining. I don't know what it was, but boy, I'm feeling good. And a van pulls up. He says, "Hey, brother, you looking for some speakers?" Speakers. No, I'm not like, "You sure?" It's $1,800 is burning a hole in my pocket. I said, "Well, let me see what you're talking about." He pulls the van over, they open it up. These house speakers, they sit off the ground about this high. They're in white boxes. I don't remember the rest of the conversation, but I know I left with 2 speakers. And I thought about later, I don't have dishes. I don't have toilet paper. I don't have anything for this apartment, but I got these speakers. And I'll tell you about these speakers, they never came out of the box. I was so upset with myself and these speakers. They moved with me 3 times. You know we take stuff with us. They moved with me 3 times, but they never came out of the box. I say that to say, I didn't have any coaching to prepare me to receive any money. I hadn't had it before. I didn't know what to do. I didn't know what that feeling was going to feel like. I didn't understand the temptations that were going to come now that I have access, because I got a little bit of money. Nobody told me anything about that, right? And so there's the pre-coaching to get you prepared to receive it. And then there's the post-coaching, right? What do you do once you have it? Now you went in there and you told them that the reason that you wanted it was that you needed to buy supplies right? But now you got it. Are you still gonna buy supplies that you're supposed to? Because I run into a lot of folks that receive some of that $4 billion I was telling you about, and they're coming right back like, "Hey, where's the grants at? You know what? It's over with. It's over with. It was $4 billion. It's over with." So now it's about building sustainable businesses. Yes? Now it's about when you get the opportunity to get capital, that you know what you're going to do with it. You have a plan. You can execute. Because it's not for play no more. And a lot of us just got into business since 2020, and that wasn't real life. It was a crazy time. But as far as the money is concerned, that's not real life. And so now it's important for us to tell each other what real life is, right? My job is to advocate, connect you to resources, and also teach as I learn, yes? And I'm seeing people crash out because of this, right? And there's money available, but if we're not prepared to get it, and if we're not prepared for what happens when we receive it, we're in a world of trouble. Because these are loans you gotta pay back. Yes? One other thing. Did you know that all of you know how to be an underwriter for a loan? Let's talk about this. If you ask me for some money you for some money, what's the first thing, what are some questions that I'm gonna ask?
When you gonna pay it back?
When you go, okay, okay, but what's before that? How much money you want? You said you want some money, how much? Okay, what else?
What's your credit look like?
Okay, what's your credit look like? And we'll talk about that in just a second. So, how much? What's it for?
What's the return on investment?
When you gonna pay it back?
When you gonna pay it back? Have you gotten a loan before? Because I talked to Uncle Ray, and he said you borrowed some money from him, and you hadn't paid it back. What's that? Credit. That's your reputation. That's your reputation, right? And if you're gonna take this money from me, look here. You know, I've always liked them Jordans. You know, I never got a chance to get them Jordans, and you wear them so well. You know, if you don't pay this money back, I might just have to come get those Jordans from you, right? All of these things are very similar to what the bank is thinking, right? And so these are questions that you're going to want to ask yourself before you go asking for money, right? And the very first question is, and excuse me, my lender friends, I'm not trying to, but at the very first question is, how much money do you want? The answer shouldn't be, well, how much can I get?
Right. Right.
I already know you don't have to pay. Yes? I'm not a lender, I just listen, and it's my job to teach as I learn. Yes? So these are things I want you to keep. I'm completely off script, but it's okay. Technical assistance is what we've been talking about this whole little segment. The $1.2 billion, the $25.3 million. So as the $1.2 billion was going out, my director, in her wisdom, after going through what we went through with the $4 billion, she said, now wait. We need some money to get people prepared. And they fought for that. And we received $25 million to put into a capital readiness program to get folks prepared, right? Now that program is in place and it's about to launch, right? So I would encourage you to go to our website, calosba.ca.gov. We have a newsletter there you can sign up for, and you'll be given that information as it comes out. We're like weeks away, very soon. We're building a portal that you'll be able to go to, you'll be able to get matched. There's a lot that's happening that's on the horizon, right? So I want you to go there and take a look at that. And it's very important to us that we give folks this coaching, we get folks prepared. Because I'm telling y'all, it's heartbreaking. When we're in the midst of it, and we had these Dream Fund grants, and folks were saying, they denied me. Well, why? I don't have a business bank account. And there's nothing I can do about that, right? And so these are the things that we need to do to put ourselves in position to receive capital. Our goal is 40,000 loans over the next 5 years. That's 8,000 loans a year, right? And it doesn't matter where you get that. This is why this is important, why we fought for this money, because that 1.2 billion is great, right? From both of those places. But it may not be the right piece of capital for you, right? Because there's fees for it, and if you can get approved somewhere else, then it may be a better solution for you, right? So we wanted to be able to get you prepared for any type of capital, and not only this type of capital. So those 40,000 loans don't have to just come from SSBCI money, it can come from anywhere, right? And we're tallying that from folks that are in our network. I see Anita just walked in the building. You need to listen to her when she speaks. You need to listen to her when she speaks. I'm just saying. Our network, we have over 107 providers throughout this state. Like we said, Renaissance, we said the Inclusivity Project, the SBDCs, the Women Business Centers, Veteran Outreach Centers. All of these centers are partially funded by us so that they can provide you free one-on-one counseling. Yes? These things exist. And let me tell you this, it's not just free in the sense that it's not good. It's already paid for by you. These are taxpayer dollars that are being reinvested into you and your business. So this is not one that we just giving stuff away. I told you it was the best marketing and branding workshop I had seen. And she also told you that she's an advisor with one of the people that we fund. So that is an example of the quality that you can receive. Yes? And I also said we're family, yes? Okay, so all of this is done by advisors, right? You have a center, and they contract with advisors. And when you're talking to family, you can tell the truth, all advisors are not created equal. Yes? Or all advisors may not jive with your energy, right? And so don't just feel like, okay, I was assigned an advisor, they're not calling me back, or this doesn't work, or I don't like how they talk, I'm just going to give up on them. No, go back and say, this advisor doesn't work for me. Can you recommend another one? Right? And then if that doesn't work, you find another provider. Right? Because everything is not for everyone. That doesn't make it bad or good. It just means everything is not for everyone. Right? And so knowing that these resources exist, and knowing that you do have the power because these are your taxpayer dollars to say, hey, this is not working out for me, can you give me another advisor, is perfectly within your realm and within what's expected of you. Yes? Let's keep moving. So we're getting towards the end. I want you to know who in our office are assigned to this area. So my deputy director, her name is Claire Whitmer. I'm your boots on the street for Greater Sacramento and the Bay Area. My email, because it's not up here, my email is j. my long last name, Carter Gibson. Excuse me. It's Jermaine.CarterGibson at CoBiz, GOBIZ.ca.gov. Jermaine.CarterGibson at GoBiz.ca.gov. I tell you, like I told you earlier, I'm not a financial advisor. I'm not one of those coaches. So my job is to connect you with the coaching, right? I just want to set that expectation. You're supposed to be disappointed. They come to me and I give them a recommendation. They thought I was going to give them coaching, and now they're just, don't be disappointed in me. We believe that supporting small strengthens us all. Is what we believe in our office. That is our website where you can find these resources. You can find the network. You can find publications. You can find business workbooks. You can find a lot of information through our website. Everybody got that picture? We all know knowledge is power. Somebody say knowledge is power. Somebody say knowledge is power. Somebody say knowledge is power. Execution trumps knowledge every single day of the week. So you have done the first step. You showed up. That's number one in life. You showed up, right? Wesley and his team put together the programming to provide you the information. So now you showed up, you got the info. The next step is to execute. Right? Without the execution, all of this work that you did to get here and look as beautiful as you are is in vain. Yes? So as we go into this next panel with the lenders and the banks, I want you to listen for that one piece of information that applies to your business. And then I want you to immediately execute. Put too much time into it, get to life. So immediately execute. I appreciate your time. We're open for questions.
Any questions from the room? Any questions?
So your presentation was simply amazing and it was heartfelt. This is kind of like against, on the road of what you do, but it's actually pushing back a little bit. Do you go into the inner cities and speak to our young boys because we need you there so they don't end up in this chair like us? They will already have it like when they go through college and when they come out. Do you do that?
So I don't know who you believe in, but you must put his hand on your shoulder to ask that question. I appreciate it, because that's not what I came here to speak about, but it is extremely important to me, and you are absolutely right. And the thing about our network, part of my job is to find holes in our offerings. And although our network is the most robust in the country, I think the blind spot is the youth, yes? And I have brought that to my leadership's attention, and they have empowered me to create a youth entrepreneur recognition program. What that is I am finding, I've already released one episode, I'm finding 5 youth entrepreneurs that are successful, right? And just follow me why being successful is important, because it's a whole mastermind plan, right? I need 5 successful young people. Success just means you're actually in business and you're making some sort of money, right? I'm doing episodes on all 5 of them. And then I'm going back to my office. I told you there's $25 million worth of permanent funding. And I'm gonna say, hey, can you carve out some money specifically for youth entrepreneurs, right? And that's the plan. My leadership knows that. They are already prepared for that presentation. I am in search of 3 more youth entrepreneurs. So if anyone knows a youth entrepreneur that is kicking tail, please let me know. What we do is we've contracted with an amazing production team to come and shoot their story, tell their story, and tell it authentically, right? We're talking about challenges, we're talking about how you got started, we're talking everything about it, right? So that our young people, we know representation matters. So our young people not only see success, but they see the real path and the real story, right? And that's one of my passions, so thank you for asking that. And another thing about, coming into the inner cities, this is Small Business Appreciation Day here, and this is Small Business Week, right? And so my office has gotten all types of requests for us to show up. But when this brother calls, or this brother sends an email and asks for me to show up, I told them I'm not doing none of that. I'm coming right here, because this brother needs to be supported. This brother's doing the real work. This brother is in his community. And we're going to show up for him like he's showing up for us. So that is important to me as well. Right on. Any other? I know we're up against time.
Ms. Cindy from I Love Granny's Kitchen.
Good evening, good morning, everyone. It's been a long week.
That's right.
But I wanted to refer to her question. What age group are you referring to?
High school and below, right now. Now, ultimately, when the real program rolls out that has the money, it will probably be 22 and below. So we'll get college students as well, or college-age students. But right now, for us to get the money, it needs to be high school and below. And this is another reason why, and we talk about college, is that college is amazing. I went, a lot of us went, but it's not for everybody, right? And a lot of our young people don't get exposed to entrepreneurship until all at the very last step, right? They need to know about it early. They need to get exposed to it. As soon as they start talking about college, start talking about this as well, right? So we all know the avenues that we have. So that's part of it.
Thank you.
You're very welcome.
I think one of the challenges I have is there's a lot of state or programs and organizations. And so I know a lot of small business, well, speak for myself, is trying to figure out where the information is. Like, does your office help with certifying small business or minority business owners to do business with the state of California?
Right. Thank you for that question. That's extremely important. And that's part of the reason why we do what we do with our funding, is to get the coaching, the one-on-one coaching, to be able to help you figure that part out, right? I used to work at DGS, the Department of General Services, that does state contracting, and they do state certifications. So I'll tell you that the state of California only recognizes their small business certification and the disabled veteran business enterprise certification. Except the caveat is there are a couple departments that take federal funds, like Caltrans, and so they'll have like, you know, minority-owned, women-owned, because those are federal certifications. But the state, all these other departments that don't have federal funds, only focus on small business certification and disabled veteran business enterprise. Now, why it's important to get the certification? It's free. You can go online, caleprocure.ca.gov, caleprocure.ca.gov to get the state certification. If you're looking to sell to the state, this is why this is really important. Is because recently into law, they just signed in that it's no longer an aspirational goal, but it's signed into legislation that the state has to spend 25% of their money with certified small businesses, right? So you get that free state certification. Now when you go to apply or go to bid for an opportunity, you are now much more attractive to them because they have to meet these goals, right? And so I would highly recommend if anyone is thinking about selling to the state, and I'll tell you, the state buys everything from A to Z. Apples to ammunition, to Ziploc bags, they sell everything. I mean, they buy everything, right? You know, the prisons need to be clean. They need barbering services. They, you know, they need taco trucks when they're doing, you know, employee appreciation, like things you wouldn't think about. The state buys, right? So having those certifications are important.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's give it up for Mr. Jermaine. Also, we acknowledge him for using his, I won't say privilege, but he's in a very influential position and he prioritizes giving back. And so that's a lesson for all of us, you know. It's not about, you know, our ego, it's about doing the work. So I want to salute him for taking time today to come down because he could have been anywhere else. With that said, you guys can do me a favor. I want these names, these organizations to become a part of our culture. So we go home, write it down on the wall, and put California Office of Small Business Advocate. We should know that. We're entrepreneurs, that should be in our DNA. Same thing with gold things. We should know these things. We can tell our kids these things. So they'll discover it when they're 40 or 50. They can know it coming out of high school. So that's really, really important. And lastly, please talk with him. Have that conversation. You'd be surprised who he knows. He will be able to introduce you to the right person that can open up a world of opportunities for you. And most importantly, respect his time. If you're doing the work, don't help you doing the work. Just be yourself. The work will honor yourself in the conversation. So once again, thank you, Reggie. We're going to take a 5-minute break. We're going to set the panel. This one's access to capital. A wide range of providers available, so please stay ready.
If you want a headshot, this is your last opportunity. I changed my clothes just for you. So if you would like a headshot and you did not take a headshot, please meet me in the back space. I'm gonna go grab my camera and we'll run through the line.
These guys
It was a little long. No way. Maybe Leslie's information, but Jermaine.Carter-Gibson. CoBiz.ca. Right. I missed the whole thing. What is your name, by the way? Martine? Martine from Auburn, from USA. Nice to meet you. No. Okay, well, here's my card. I opened it up this box. You can do things inside those concepts. Okay. Okay, right. So I so your closest person will do it. Yeah, but we can discuss the other your business card, and I can help you because we actually have, besides opening an account, I can also lending, business, one-stop shop. So short-term, long-term. Payroll, if you need debit card, credit card, service. We can just see the picture. That's what I did. I mean, honestly, it seems like you were really good. Yeah, so, you know, you actually established. Yeah. So you may because of your personal 2 years in business.
Right, ladies and gentlemen. Start over here, our access to capital workshop. We have a wide range of providers, different levels of sophistication today. Tap in, have conversations with these friendly people. Although they are financiers and bankers or like this stuff, they're actually friendly, warm-hearted people. You can build relationships with them. Yes, you can. So you come on down, we'll get started in 30 seconds. How you guys doing? Right. Happy Small Business Appreciation Day, happy Small Business Week. Salute to all you guys who came today. all, I got a lot of attention going on right now. So ladies and gentlemen, what you see before you are individuals that can help you at different stages of your business. And the most important takeaway that I want you to walk away with is to build a relationship with each person as best as you can, because you're going to need them. And when you see each individual, they all know each other. So you may go to Michael Morgan over here, and he may not be the person you can connect with, he's going to refer you to someone else. And he also has a strong relationship with. Social capital, that's what this whole day is about. You can't build a business by yourself. It takes an entire village. And so I'm just going to keep reiterating that so that we actually start doing it. A lot of entrepreneurs that interact with it, they are not. That's why I'm emphasizing that. So with that said, I'm going to have each person introduce themselves. And since it is Small Business Week, they're going to do their own elevator pitch about who they are and what they do. So Brother Will, and tell us who you are.
Well, good afternoon, good people. I hope y'all are doing well. Hope today has been really inspiring and encouraging for you guys. My name is Will Jackson. I'm the Vice President, Business Access Advisor for Northern California for U.S. Bank. And in my role, I focus on underserved businesses. I don't necessarily sell products or services. Now, we're the fourth largest bank in the nation, so if there's a product or service you need, we got you. But my job is about establishing trust, understanding what your end game is, and providing you a roadmap to get there. So today, after this panel, make sure you connect with us, have conversations, and then also have conversations with each other. Because you never know, the missing piece in your puzzle could be sitting right in this room.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Anita Russell, and I'm from Working Solutions, CDFI. We are a micro lender, and my role is a community development manager. And I love spaces like this. We share how you can access capital, we prepare you for funding. But even before I get into all of that, it is important for me as a participant to not give you technical stuff, but as an African American, as a Black woman, I want to be able to reach my community. I don't want to talk over you, but I want to talk to you. And you are in this room because obviously you believe in your vision. You can't expect anybody else to believe in it if you don't. And if you don't wake up with that vision, if you don't go to bed with it, if it doesn't follow you through the day, if you don't know your why, not that you hate your boss, and that's the reason why you want to start your own business, but you want to hand down legacy because somebody handed it to you and you want to keep it going. If you don't know that, then you are wasting time in here today. But I believe you're in here because you believe in you, and all of us believe in you. And that's what we're going to speak to today. All right? Thank you.
Thank you. Kristen.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Christian McGallen. I'm with TMC Capital. I'm a community development officer, and we focus on leveraging technology, trying to make the application process easier and faster for small business loans. Thanks.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Mike McGrain. I'm with Main Street Launch out of Oakland, and we specialize in helping the small business owners get started. About half of the loans we do are for startups. It's very little down, just 10% down, and then we finance the rest. And typically our loans are about $100,000 to $350,000. We are also a CDFI, like Anita said, so we're a nonprofit lender, and so we have reasonable rates, low fees, and I'm really happy to be here to help all of you figure out what your next step is.
How many people know what a CD was?
Ms. Sue?
Good afternoon. Happy Monday. You know, it's a very hard day to get by, but I think being here makes your day, like I would say, you make my day because I'm here. So I am here representing Trust Credit Union in Richmond. For any of you who knows the name, I want to put the face and name in place. So when you come to the Richmond office or for lending and accounts and product services, but we're also a consumer and a personal and mortgage, and you name it, we've got it. We actually recommend for every member to refer their family members, the young, the small, the entrepreneur, to hold their hand and walk them through the roughness and take the path and the road for them and assist them in every way possible. We are nearby you right here, about 10 minutes away, and we are a small community. We want to become the best financial institution for small, medium enterprises in California. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Oscar Lopez. I'm a business banking officer over at Heritage Bank of Commerce. We're a local community bank here in the Bay Area. We primarily serve businesses here and focus more so on business banking and business lending. Part of what I do is I go out and about with business owners to meet, strategize, make sure we can collaborate as well with our partners here. Not only in helping them access to capital, but also see other areas where they can benefit from the resources. SBDC, here at CoBiz, there's a lot of resources available, and we just want to make sure we're guiding folks to learn those. Thank you.
Afternoon, my name is Michael Morgan. I'm the CDFI Portfolio Manager for Community First Lending, which is a subsidiary of CHDC, or Community Housing Development Corporation, located here in Richmond. Primarily, our role is to lend to small businesses that are seeking capital to try to grow their businesses. We have a decent portfolio. Our loan sizes range from $5,000 to $100,000. Rates are pretty much at market right now, but we have terms ranging from 7 to 10 years. There's prepayment penalty, and permanently reducing. We reach out to small businesses, primarily here in Richmond, but we also have a couple of businesses, one down in Pleasanton and another one located in Oakland. So we are a community and around since about 2011.
Thank you guys, wonderful introduction. And just so you guys know, there is a QR code behind on each person's picture that you can simply scan and be able to connect with them and really see information about the organization. So with that said, we're using different terms such as you mentioned, CDFI, we talk about credit unions. Can you guys inform the audience, what is a CDFI?
So CDFI is a community financial development institution. And I would just say, in summary, a lot of times if you go to a traditional lender, and for whatever reason you can't gain access to capital, you're going to come to a CDFI because their terms are a little bit more flexible and they're going to work with you. And what I love about ours, and probably a lot of our terms are the same, what you're going to run into in terms of difficulty for traditional lenders is a CDFI welcomes early stage of startups, right? Whereas a traditional lender is going to want a little bit more time, a little bit more investment, and your credit score has to be a little bit more cuter. So yes, and so a CDFI is, I just say in summary, is more apt or built to work with small businesses.
I just wanted to add, thank you, Anita, that also as a CDFI, our charter requires us to lend at least 60% of our loans to minorities or people with lower income, or the area is low income, or veterans or women. So we try to hit as many of those categories as possible every time we do a loan.
Well, quick question, rapid fire, real quickly. Each person for your institution, tell us, who do you see? A bank is different than the credit union is different than CDFI.
Yeah, so for community capital, we serve businesses with at least 1 year in operation and generating revenue. And like Anita said, typically our clients are those who don't qualify for traditional banks, either because of time in business, credit score, or they just don't have the documentation that banking institutions are asking for.
So for me, although I work for a traditional lender, my focus is the underserved. You don't need to open up an account with U.S. Bank to get my services, and here's why. Because when it comes down to finances, the memo wasn't distributed evenly. And most of us didn't get it at all. So my job is to be very intentional and deliberate about getting to the point that we're no longer having the wealth gap conversation. Because I don't know about y'all, but this conversation has been going on a long time. So my role is about really sitting down with small businesses and understanding what the pain points are when it comes down to accessing capital. And once we do that, then once we understand exactly what the pain points are, then that's when we put together the tools, the resources, and strategies that your businesses need, not only to be sustainable, but successful. My job is to stand in the gap on behalf of the community. And I'm just gonna throw this in there. I'm from the community, born and raised in East Oakland. So when I tell you I'm here to stand up and hold organizations accountable that they should be doing what they say they're gonna do, that's what I do.
Mike, can you just reiterate the type of organizations that your CDFI serves?
Sure. Like I was saying before, the minorities and the lower income people, a lot of startups. We started 45 years ago as OBDC, which stands for Oakland Small Business Capital in Oakland. And since then, we've branched out, and now we lend statewide with our program.
And just to clarify, are you serving someone who's not an entrepreneur, or is this entrepreneurs that have been in operations for more than 2 years, 3 years?
That's a very good question. The SBA, which is the organization that we use to guarantee our loan, to make it a little bit easier for us to say yes, because they guarantee 75 to 85% of the loan. So we're focused on that group, and we really look forward to that. I lost the question, I'm sorry.
So we're trying to be
startups. Yes, I'm sorry. Yes, we do a lot of startups, and at least half of our loans are startups. And so I start with the process. Someone says, hey, I've got an idea. I ask, basically work with that person. How far along are you in the process? Do you have a business plan? Do you have projections? If not, I can help them with that. Or refer them out to organizations that are nonprofit. That's all they do is help people with business plans and projections all day long. And so that's awesome. But my main job is, once you have the idea and the business plan and the projections, to take it from there, help you finish the application. I approve the loan. I send the loan directly to our chief credit officer for the second signature, and then it goes right to closing.
I was just going to say, you may be sitting here with a wonderful idea, but you don't know what a business plan is. You don't know what projections are. You don't know what a balance sheet is, profit and loss. That is okay. Doesn't mean your idea is not going to work. It just may mean you need some support, right? There are endless resources in the community. You just need to know where to go. And I can tell you, CoBiz is going to tell you how to gain access to resources. All right, so you don't have to go it alone. Do not feel dumb. You are not dumb. There are just some things you may not know. There are things we on the panel didn't know years ago, all right? It's just a matter of grasping the information and then doing something with it. If you believe in your vision, then you'll do something with it.
If I can interject, CFL, we don't do startups, but I literally just got a call last week from an organization down in Southern California that is a startup. So I can probably connect with you in terms of information. So this is one of the things about this event. It's all about networking. So we're up here network with each other as well as with you.
And you can connect with us too. Thank you.
So Michael, I love that. Just to clarify, so who do you tend to serve with your CDFI?
With us, we tend to serve businesses that are about a year old, so we want to look for a track record. You don't necessarily have to be, if you've been in business for a year, if you haven't lost, as long as you haven't lost like $1 million in that first year, we still take a look at you. But we also have, a loan guarantee program that we go through, see if everything looks pretty strong, but but we just want that guarantee, so yeah, we go through the loan program, it's, guarantees up to 80% of the loan that's out there. Sue?
So with us, we serve the community, small businesses, medium enterprises, somebody who owns a small commercial building that are mixed use. We have term loans, line of credits, commercial lending, and even truck lending. So not too many institutions would step out there, and if you have delivery trucks or you have a small business that does moving a patient from hospitals to rehab centers, and you need those vehicles, we do those too. Please do not go to Shark Tank, come to us, please don't. I tell my members all the time, and sometimes I don't catch them ahead of time, I catch them, they come to my office rather than the lobby, they come straight to my office with their head down and they go, oh, I made a mistake. You know, before you look at any email, before you open any website, before you agree and move forward, whether it's an attractive rate, whether it's a scam, no matter what happens, ask your banker first. They know the answer to that, and they'll guide you in the right direction. Whether we have it or we don't, we're connected. This is just an iota of the connections we have. We have multiple units, multiple business types, multiple resources that we can lead you to. So do not stop there.
Thank you, Sue. And Oscar, what about yourself? Heritage Bank, who do you generally serve?
Yeah, so through Heritage Bank, we primarily serve small businesses in the Bay Area. We don't do anything outside of the 9 counties, so our focus is really above all investing or reinvesting, better said, into our local communities here. We do offer anything within the range of SBA financing, lines of credit, term loans, things of that nature. Normally with those type of products, you need to have 3 or more years of business. In that case, SBA, of course, is for startups.
So very quickly here, can you guys speak to the range? What's the range of amount that you tend to start with?
Our loans, they range from $5,000 to $100,000 right now, so we're kind of dipping our toe in it, try to, as the portfolio grows, as the more money comes in, we'll try to grow larger, but right now, said our range is $5,000 to $100,000.
Say your name of the organization once again?
Community First Lending, CFL for short. So it's Community First, that's 1ST, lending.org. That's good.
In our case, through SBA, normally we see deals $250,000 or more. So we're seeing some, startup businesses with limited buyout, location, tenant improvements, things like that. Through our microloan and term loan options, we start up to $10,000 as a minimum, we go up to $150,000 with a process that's not as documented. Anything above that, we are still able to facilitate, but will require more documentation.
Thank you. Sue?
I ditto my neighbor right here. We also have credit cards for businesses, like big banks. We are a small community credit union of 21 branches, yet we have the appetite of large products and services. We top up to $150,000 in all type of business loans. Our turnaround for first approval is 1 to 2 weeks.
That's awesome.
Travis Credit Union in Richmond, right by Ross on Highway 80 in Richmond.
Let's see what happened. Can you clarify what's the difference between the credit union and the bank?
Well, it's really, the credit union, you have to become a member, and just like when you go to Costco versus you go to Safeway, there is a difference. Your privileges are, and your membership is well appreciated. It's a family community atmosphere. We are a relationship. We're not a one-time transaction or just walk in, get a cashier check and out. So we also contribute back to the community. We do scholarships, we do funding, we do sponsorship. So, you know, we're very much involved in the community and we are part of every neighborhood, yes. Correct, and not, it is.
For-profit banks,
Not for profit.
big difference in the world.
That's right. And the other difference, big difference is people don't have to come in and get worried and say, well, are you only FDIC insured? No, we have our own insurance. So, but we have all kinds of resources from residential lending, from investments, from IRAs, from all kinds. People don't know that we do mortgages, but we do, and we do a very good job at it. We fund purchases in about 21 days.
At Main Street Launch, we're also a nonprofit lender, and our loans, we have microloans in Oakland and San Francisco up to $50,000, but those are subsidized by the city. But statewide, you know, our SBA loans are typically from $100,000 up to $350,000, and it's a variable rate. It's a 10-year term, no prepayment penalty.
Thank you. Thank you, organization.
Main Street Launch.
At TMC Community Capital, we do loans from $5,000 to $50,000.
So Working Solutions, we're a nonprofit, just like TMC, and we start at $5,000 and we max at $100,000, and our rates are fixed.
So I'm I work for a traditional lender, and so, this U.S. Bank. And so, U.S. Bank. So, the sky's the limit with us. We have credit card options, but again, in my role, it's about providing that roadmap on getting you there, getting you to that point. If there's micro loans you need, this is what I leverage my relationships with my CDFI partners and other community members.
What does he mean by that? We believe if you go to U.S. Bank and for whatever reason you are not able to access capital, Will's role is not to just send you out the door, but Will is going to look to his community partners to see if one of us can help you, all right? I think that's the worst thing you can do. You come into the door with all of these hopes, and then we just send you away like, I'm sorry, you'll try again next year or 2 years. That's why we have partnership.
So my role is not, to her point, thank you for that, it's not an assembly line. I know when you think of a traditional bank, you think of transactional relationships. You think of, I'm gonna come in, I'm gonna get denied, and that's it. In the event you're denied, okay, let's sit down, let's have a conversation, let's look at behavior, just look at where you are, assess where you are, where you're trying to go, and get you there. Just because we can't do it, it doesn't mean it can't get done. We're gonna provide you a roadmap, we're gonna do some triage, we're gonna get down to the mechanics of what's wrong, and then we will soft hand off to our partners. And even when we do that, we're still a part of the process. So it's not an assembly line. You're not going to walk away feeling defeated. We're here for the long haul.
I just wanted to add one more thing. Members of the credit union own the credit union. If you're a member, you're a shareholder. Your voice matters.
That's really important.
You have to stay away from the online lenders. I mean, everyone here, you're not going to come in and we're going to give you a check in 20 minutes, okay? We're not going to have the funding by tomorrow, right? It's very important that typically the faster you can get the money, the more expensive it's going to be or it's a scam, yeah. So stay away from those. And like someone else had the advice, go talk to your banker first. Hey, I got this in the mail, what do you think? It's going to save you in the long run, because I can't tell you how many times I refinance somebody's loan. It's killing them. It's 30, it's 50. I saw one that was 200%. It's like, how is that even legal? But it is. So don't let it happen to you.
So also too, listen, There are a lot of things, you know, what COVID did, it created a whole ecosystem of scam artists. That's what it did. So I'm gonna say this to you all. Please stay off YouTube and TikTok. Listen to me, because they will give you part of the answer, and then they're gonna hit you with the $49.95, then I'll give you the rest. What we're providing, the information and the connections, is free. We provide three things: information, connections, and ultimately capital. But to be completely transparent with you, you have to solidify the first two first. The information and connections have to be solidified. Once that happens, then we can get into the capital. Because you have to know, Jermaine was talking about business plans and knowing what to do with the money. If you don't know what to do with the money, then you're gonna burn through it. As he mentioned, when COVID happened, there were so many people getting PPPs. And I saw so many brand new foreign cars in the Bay Area, it made no sense. It made me say, well, man, what am I doing wrong? And now you don't see anything. The repo man is busy. Because we operate from a symbolism over substance perspective. It looks good. We ride good. But then when you ask somebody, let me see your P&Ls, which is your profit and loss statement, they're looking at you because they have no idea what you're talking about. I run a business. Well, let's sit down. When you're an LLC S Corp, and they're like, oh, well, I'm not filed. Well, you're not doing business. You're playing business. So let's make sure our documentation is in order first. Before we even get to the money piece, I know you need some money, but let's make sure your documentation and your foundation is solid first, and then we'll get to the money piece. Yes, sir.
You guys are bringing up a point, you're not actually talking about it, but it's really important to go in and introduce yourself to the branch manager and to understand, hi, I want a relationship with you. And that person, how they react to you, will tell you whether you need to stay there or not.
So, to that point, we were somewhere outside. No, the branch manager. And here's why relationships with a branch manager and a relationship with your banker is important. Because those are the individuals who can advocate internally for you and provide you that roadmap that we're talking about. The first time you need some money is not should be the first time we're having a conversation. We should know exactly everything. But that's also, we have to create an environment conducive for you all to be vulnerable enough to say, hey, you know what? This is what's going on. My credit is a little it's a little sketchy. So what? So what? We're gonna, okay, you got challenge credit. So what? It's not a death sentence. Having challenge credit is not a death sentence. It's about, okay, let's open it up. Let's see exactly what it is. We have to address the behavior on how we got there. Because let's be honest, we know how we got there. We know exactly how we got there. So to his point, relationships are extremely important. And I want everybody who has a pen to write down this acronym that I have. Let me know when you all are ready. Okay, so it's BAIL, B-A-I-L. Now you don't have to have all these at the same time, but as your business starts to scale and grow, this has to be in place. So the B stands for banker. The A stands for accountant. The I is your insurance person, and the L is your legal representation. As your business grows, you're gonna need that. So the B is for your banker. These are all the relationships you need to have. The B is for your banker, the A is for your accountant, the I is for your insurance person, and the L is for your legal representation. These have to be in place as you start to scale and grow your business.
Thank you, Will. Just to piggyback on that, for US Bank, what is the general documentations that you require to be able to lend capital to somebody, or to even get them a credit card?
We're gonna talk about business lending. So we need a business plan. We need to see what you're gonna do with this money if we decide to give it to you. Then it gives us an opportunity to identify any red flags in the business. You need to have 2 years tax returns, personal as well as business, because again, traditional lenders, we don't look at bank statements for a lending decision, right? We look at tax returns. So if you make $290,000 and you write off $270,000, you don't have the ability to repay. You just don't, and you want $300,000. Well, you only made $20,000 last year. So we need that, and as simple as this is, we need proper identification. These are things that need to be in place. You don't know how many people come in the bank. my driver's license is expired. Now let me tell you what that does, especially when you're trying to get to know someone. If you can't get this right, and this is something that's pertinent to you, okay. Absolutely.
Thank you, Will. We need the same question. Actually, one question for you, Will.
Yep.
What's the timeline on decisions when it comes to when someone applies?
Now see, we was doing good.
Doing good?
We were doing good. See, I thought we was rising up as a people, man. Now, let me say this. I can't give you a specific timeline on things, but I will say this. The faster you have your stuff in order, you gotta have your stuff in order. If I say, hey, I need your tax returns, they're not filed. Houston, we have a problem. Right. So now that pushes things further back. So this is why having a relationship with your institution comes into play, because you'll know exactly what's required before you even come to the capital piece.
Thank you. Is there any question for you? Need the documentation and
A lot of what Will said we need as well. We look at bank statements. Listen, I'm real passionate about this. You can't get away from my passion because I believe in us. I absolutely believe in us. We got to know what to do and how to do it. First of all, and Will said this the other day, you go into a banker, you talk to someone that makes you feel some kind of way, just like you came in, you can turn around and go out. You have options. Anybody who speaks to you condescendingly doesn't need your business. They don't deserve your ear. You have the power to say next. Do your research. Connect with us right here. We can send you to people if it's not us. So we need your documentation. You want to make sure your documentation is in order. And let me just deviate for a minute. Even your business card, folks. Can your number on the business card work? Not necessarily that we're going to look at your business, but can you have a number that works? Does your email work? And please don't have an email that's, come on baby, I'll do it tonight. Don't let that be your email. Everything speaks to your brand, from your business card, your information, how you present. Everything about you when you come in and you present will tell us how prepared you are. Everything has to matter. So as Will said, you want an answer overnight, but we can't get your information overnight. All right? So if you believe in your business, everything about you has to speak to the seriousness about your business, how passionate you are about it, because you're telling us your story. We don't know your story. Everything, your documentation, your numbers, your business plan can't have a bunch of fat in it or typos. It has to make sense. And so I would say to you, before you present anything to anybody, let somebody with a trained eye look at it and take their advice.
Thank you. At TMC Community Capital, we believe that you don't need that many documents for a microloan. With that being said, our loans from 5 to 15,000, we only require 3 months of bank statements, a photo ID, and a proof of business, which would be like a license, a permit, anything that shows that your business is formalized. And we believe that you don't need that many documents for a $5,000 to $15,000 loan. So just 3 months bank statements, photo ID, and proof of business. That's all we require. Anything over 15,000 up to 50 would be the same documentation plus 1 year of tax returns, business and personal. Turnaround time is around 12 to 14 business days. You get a decision in about 5 to 6, and then it takes us, yes, as long as you have your application completed and your documents are in there. Once the application is completed, it takes us about 5 to 6 days to give you a decision and another 5 to 6 to fund you.
Did you guys hear that? That was pretty good. Is it online or is it?
Yeah, it's all online, so you do the application online, everything's on one platform. And then we're always available on the phone if we need to fill it out for you on our end, if you need help with that.
And TMC Community Capital is legit, no scams.
And yeah, we're statewide. TMC. No worries. TMC. Community Capital.
All right, maybe, yes, sir.
I'm curious, so online always makes me nervous, because the underlying part is, I know at the end of the day, when I put in something like this, you're actually creating a narrative, or we're creating a narrative together for you to be an advocate and champion for us, because we know at the end of the day, you're not voting the money, the credit committee and the underwriting is determining, you're just gathering it all and bringing it there and making sure together. So is it online or is it a narrative? What is this?
The application is online. Pretty simple, straightforward. Most of our clients complete it in about 10-15 minutes. For the most part, about over 80% of the loans that we do come from referral partners, either because of Anita, Will, Wesley, and so typically we have a conversation with the client before they start the application, right? Someone referred them to me.
You're actually going to talk.
Yeah, so we're gonna have a conversation, and I'm gonna ask all the questions I need to ask to make sure that we're a good fit.
Okay, Main Street launch, we typically start with a referral from another banker or a friend, and we do a conversation to talk about SBA eligibility questions, and I handle those in 5 minutes. And then other people can also go to our website, and that's usually within 1 day, 24 hours, it's referred to one of 3 loan officers that will contact you directly to talk about your specific needs for your business. Application time, because we're dealing with the SBA, it is more document intensive. Yeah, so I could do a write-up, you know, the credit memo, my recommendation for a loan, I can do that in 2 days. But I have to have all the documentation first. So we need 3 years of personal tax returns, we need 3 years on the business. If the business is around that long, if not, then we take what you have. We need that business plan, projections. And while I'm on that subject, I don't think any of you should ever pay for a business plan or projections. There's so many organizations that are nonprofit that will help you create your great business plan and projections. And I've seen people spend $5,000, $10,000 for a business plan. Then they got to pay to have it updated because the problem, or the project changed. So yeah, you guys do business plans, right? Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. Yeah, we have partners in the community. The one I really like, Wes, you have people that do that here, right? Okay. I also like, besides Wes's group, the Small Business Development Center. They have counselors for everything. You need a problem with legal, they got it. Bookkeeping, taxes, HR, all kinds of stuff. And it's all their counseling is free. They get paid an hourly wage to help you. Small Business Development Center. Yeah. But Wes has people here too. Okay. Yeah. Well, they'll get you there eventually. I think I'm done.
So, we're all in the same ballpark of documentation, lifetime in business. However, it just varies from whether it's online. Yes, we do have online, but we are a person to person. You come and meet with me, we sit down and talk. I need to know and understand exactly what your business is. I'm very well diverse in knowledge of all types of business documentation. I'll take a look at the package you have. I want to know, do you really know if you're a C Corp, S Corp, what's the difference? Why did you take that instead of LLC? I mean, we will dive deeper in that, but you have to be very patient. If you want the money tomorrow, you're in the wrong spot. And don't think that the manager is giving you a hard time. I told my staff once I was hired on board, I will never fire you. You will fire yourself because of your behavior and your attitude for your production. So we have a relationship manager as well in business, but you talk to me, I speak by chat or on the phone with the person. We are located in Vacaville, so we are just across the bridge. We are not in Minnesota or in Charlotte, North Carolina, and what have you. We are very local and we can make decisions. And okay, I'll talk to Shane. Shane, I know this person, I've been in their business. They're crowded, they're busy, they're really doing a great job. They just need to hire a couple more employees. I'll write up your story and have them make a decision based on that. But it also is based, don't think if you get an LLC or if you get a corp, you're gonna get away with, oh, okay, well, I have some personal issues with my credit. They wouldn't know. It's a business. No, everybody needs that. Everybody uses your personal credibility that you built your business. Now your business needs your credibility to run it. So if you have issues, let's sit down together. We will help you. We'll get to the bottom of it. We'll give you kind of timeline. You know what? In 6 months, let's revisit this. Let's establish this type of a line of credit or a secured credit with your account, and let's walk you through this, hold your hand. Because all of us have fallen and gotten up. Nobody was born and ran with a business unless they inherited from ancestries. But all of us are here because we are a community, and we are small. Big-minded, but we're small. So be encouraged that your bank is your first step and get to know them.
Thank you, Steve.
All right, so for Heritage Bank, in terms of the microloan and term loan option, we have a 2-page application that's done. It's usually via PDF or printed out. I work with the business owners if they have any questions in terms of filling out. Once we receive that completed, we get a decision within 3 to 5 days, business days, of course. Outside of that, next week, if all goes well, funding requires. So that's anything up to 150 when it comes to lending, whether it be a line of credit or term loan. Outside of that, we're looking at either SBA or anything above that amount. We'll look, as mentioned already, the full financial package. So 2 years business and personal tax returns, company prepared financials such as balance sheet, P&L, business plan, projections.
I would just say, get our application, it's online, which you fill out, and once you get it, we do a site visit, check everything out. One thing I would say, talking about loan committee, think of us as, when it goes to loan committee, think of us as your lawyers presenting information to this committee, so we're your advocates. You're the ones who are saying, okay, so, yeah, they may have had this challenge, however, we'll put mitigants out there, let them know, say, yeah, this is what's going on, but this is what mitigates this, this is what should help out, so that's what always helps out.
Yes, could I add one more thing? I was at a presentation one time, and the guy says, how many of you have an MBA here? And I proudly raised my hand, and he goes, I'm so sorry. And I'm thinking, wait, what did I do? The thing is, he said, people that get an MBA, they graduate and they think, oh, I can run any type of business now. He said, no, you can't. As an entrepreneur especially, you have to figure out what you're the best at. Do I like sales? Do I like operations? Do I like the financial part? Figure out which part you do the best, and then either hire people or bring in partners to help do the other parts that they like doing.
Right.
And everybody's a lot happier. Because, especially for small business owners, there's so many things, regulations, and finance, and oh, I gotta go get sales too. You know, if the money's not coming in, well, I don't know how to do that very well. I like creating this stuff. So, very important. Figure out what you do fast and then get help. Again.
I had a question with regards to if you guys offer funding for acquiring a business. So
you're in a position to actually acquire a business, it might be a franchise or whatnot. I've heard what your caps were, but does anyone offer funding specifically for that?
Yes, Main Street launched 10% down, and, we'll finance the rest.
We do not.
Working Solutions does.
US Bank does.
Community First doesn't, but we do finance once you want to, they want to start a franchise, so if you want to get a franchise, yeah.
Okay, what was that?
Say, yeah.
Your company.
into a franchise, or I just wanted to buy McDonald's?
If you want to buy it.
I want to start a franchise.
Yes.
John, but I also wanted to add one more. It's much more expensive to get a partner than hiring people to your company. So hire the right people is cheaper for you than getting a partner to put in the down payment and bail you out, because you're going to be sharing 50% or 40% or 60% of your profit. Exactly like
It could be
that.
worse.
It could be worse, yeah. You may end up being a classmate, yeah.
All right, my part B of my question is, if you guys can speak to, when does repayment begin? Because I think a lot of times the fear of getting a loan, knowing that I gotta owe these people. And so I gotta take this money, try to make it work, to then make sure I'm able to pay you back. And so can you all speak to just helping us to take away the fear of lending, and then also how does repayment happen? Does it begin as soon as the loan is dispersed, or is it a period? Can you guys help out with that?
Good question.
Well, I can start. I know with us, it's generally, 30 days after we fund the loan. So, say for instance, loan is funded today, your payment would be due June 1st. It wouldn't be due May 1st. You have that overlap. So it's like that. There are some that, we're not one of them, but there are some lenders out there who will give you an interest-only period for X amount of time. So, but you have to watch out for those as well. So that's the thing. Even though it's interest-only, at some point you got to calculate that principal. So you got to think about that.
Yeah, similar to the 30-day time frame. Normally, depending on where in the month we're doing it, if it is somewhere in this time frame, it's towards the end, it wouldn't be May 1st, it'd be June 1st, as an example.
Yeah, it's usually similar in this industry, but some of us, like the credit union has a 3-month free payment. Yeah, free payment, so we'll cut you some slack just to get your act together. But the main important thing is, don't just shake your head and say, yes, it's just okay. Understand it. Know if you want a interest only, what does that mean for you? It's, come a year or two later, you're going to say, well, I've made $1,000 payment every month. Where did that go? Understand, even when you make a regular payment and the term is 10 years, the first 5 years is mainly going to interest. And then the next 5 years is going to taper down, and then you'll see the principal is reducing gradually and nicely. So understand your loan. If you don't understand it, ask questions. We're here for you. We wake up to come to work because we want to meet you and make your dreams come true. We get paid for that. You don't get paid to sit at my desk. So.
At Main Street launch, we encourage people to close on the first of the month, and the payment will be due at the beginning of the next month. So just 30 days or just under.
Yeah, we do usually 30 days, and then the first payment is interest only, and then after that is the actual full payment.
Same 30 days.
I wanted to piggyback on what she mentioned, the question of industry. Is there a specific industry that you guys fund more often than not, or outside
say we have a high concentration in food businesses, food-based businesses, whether they're a restaurant or they're a taco truck or a stand, or a home-based business, so a lot of food. But we do any other industry. The ones we don't do is no entertainment, real estate, crypto, rideshare, cannabis.
I would say the same, so adult entertainment, cannabis, investment, some forms of real estate, what did I miss? Rideshare.
So I can say what we kind of stay away from, trucking, in certain aspects, it's a high-risk business. Cannabis, absolutely not. Restaurants are a little iffy, not saying we wouldn't do it, but just a little bit.
So we do have to wrap up, because we have the next panel waiting, but something that a lot of entrepreneurs communicate to me is that they apply to the CDFI, to a bank, they get rejected, but there's no follow-up. So what do you suggest they do when they are rejected, when they apply for something? What should be the next step?
So I would say, this is where the relationship comes into play. You have to have a relationship, so that way, if it happens to get declined, you can circle back and have a conversation with your person. And then that person can kind of say, this is why, right? Opposed to going into it blindly. Don't think just because you got a decline, it's the end game. It just means not yet, right? It just means not yet, so don't get discouraged. Don't feel like my dream is over with, because it's not. And then another thing, because I think Jermaine kind of touched on it, about waiting. Don't wait, this is your baby. Emerson said, how much of human life is lost in waiting? Don't wait. Have conversations, get this ball rolling.
Wes, can we talk about credit reports? Because I think everybody might have a different philosophy on what's acceptable or not. 30 seconds.
Okay. We don't have a minimum credit score, but you do need to be current on everything in order for me to consider your loan.
Yeah, also I would mention if you have multiple accounts with multiple lates, that's something that kind of tells the lender a little bit about your behavior and your character, and obviously that's something that lenders are going to be discouraged from lending to someone when you have multiple lates on multiple accounts, especially if they're recent in the past 2-3 years.
Well, sorry, y'all. I respect everyone's time, but we had the opportunity to talk with them after. So I just want to give a round of applause. It's not always easy, but these folks are here to be very transparent with you so that you can start strategizing on how you're going to access capital, because you will need some capital, whether it's coming from family or coming from an institution or whether you're self-funding your own enterprise. But once again, thank you guys for making time to be here today. We truly appreciate you. I hope you guys enjoy it.
We're gonna do this one last time because I got asked again. If you want a headshot, this is the last time. In the backspace, it takes 3 minutes to do. So if you did not get a headshot and you want a headshot, it's free, backspace. It takes about 3 minutes to get done. This is it, y'all. Closing the door after this.
I was going to ask you how to pronounce it.
It's all right. Just me, yeah. Yeah,
yeah.
locally in the area? Okay, so I am in the Sacramento County area. Because we are here, I do business in here, but we're the county organization. Where did that come from? Okay, that's it. No, that's okay. I always do
Did I get it right? Yes, you got it right. Sit right here. Sit right here. That's good. Oh, the water you have?
I've been trying to wait for everybody to get done talking for a second.
Oh, how are you, sir? Incredible. It's incredible? Yeah? Doing good. How about you? Catch up.
All right, about to start the last panel. Assistance for small businesses. Projections, cash flow, business assistance panel. Ms. Hope, come on up. Ms. Tatiana, come on up. Mr. Paul Davis, come on up. Ms. Crystal Jones, come on up. Mr. Chris Sanders. Legal services for entrepreneurs, come on up in the audience. Hey, Mr. Ball, come on down.
All right, so I'm pushing between 1:30 and 4. Because I'm gonna be at home because I got a presentation in Sacramento tomorrow night. So yes, ma'am. How you doing?
All right, we get your attention for the next workshop for everyone that needs help with their business plan, cash flow, projections, trying to figure out which bank you should partner with, figuring out accounting, taxation, legal services, all the resources to help you. Come on down to this panel as we get ready to begin in 60 seconds. Come on down, come on down. Love this, social capital happy. One more time, we got some wonderful experts in the room for assistance with your business. Come on down and learn, see what it's all about. Sorry about that, guys. Clap one time if you hear me. Clap 2 times if you hear me. Clap 3 times if you hear me. Now we're about to start this panel. So I'd like for you guys to come on down and show some love so we can respect their time, their expertise. Start the party with who's here. Right. So can we get a warm round of applause for the next panel? These are your frontline, I will say, superheroes that help you be successful on your entrepreneurial journey. And we're going to ask them to do their elevator pitch, no more than 2 minutes now, on what you do so that people can be familiar with your organization. And we're going to start first with our resident Renaissance Entrepreneurship Center, Ms. Tatiana.
All right, good afternoon. My name is Tatiana Hermison. If you don't know me, I am the program manager for Renaissance East Bay. What Renaissance does is we help entrepreneurs start their business, form their business at any point in their business with workshops, classes, access to markets, access to capital, and one-on-one consulting, and all of our services are free.
Thank you. Ms. Crystal, would you mind sharing with us?
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Crystal. Jones. I'm with Start Small, Think Big. I'm the West Coast Community Engagement Manager. And at Start Small, what we do is we connect small business owners like yourselves to experts in finance, marketing, and legal.
Thank you. And Ms. Alba?
I was gonna say good morning, but it is too. And I have the world's worst, God-forsaken allergies, so I apologize if I sound congested. My name is Alba Galvan. I am the Marketing and Communications Director for the Better Business Bureau, serving the San Francisco Bay Area and Northern Coastal California. So we service a total of 14 counties, ranging from the top of, I believe it's San Jose, all the way up to Oregon. And I provide services where consumers and entrepreneurs can find a legal balance to trust each other, meaning that if you have a complaint against a business, we are a resource. If there's a consumer that you have an issue with, you can go directly to small claims court. The Better Business Bureau is able to assist you with those services as well. And then, of course, we have a lot of resources for our small businesses, ranging from entrepreneurship, startups, growing your business. And we do a lot of collaborations with local communities like CoBiz, and a lot of my panel speakers are here to provide the services to our members. Currently, we have a total of 6,000 businesses that are part of our territory. Very excited to be here. And again, if I sneeze and I say it in the middle, I apologize. My allergies.
It's all good. We welcome you here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Christian Sport?
Hi, Chris Saunders. I'm the chapter chair for East Bay SCORE, which is Alameda County, Contra Costa County, and Solano County. We do three basic things. The most important one is mentoring. So it is one-on-one, free and confidential. It's really for kind of two kinds of people. It might be somebody who's just got an idea, doesn't quite know what to do next, or what are some of the legal ramifications of different things. Or it might be a business that's 1 or 2 years old or more, that's got growing pains, or just wants, somebody to talk to. And all the mentoring is by people that own businesses. So I own a business for a long time, and that's what most of our mentors are. So we've been where you are trying to go. The other thing we do is workshops. We do local workshops, which have an instructor. You can ask questions. Almost done some of our workshops. All kinds of different topics. Generally introductory, give you a little good background, make you smarter when you go and ask questions of somebody. And then the last thing is SCORE is a national organization. There's about 10,000 mentors across the country. So it does, a whole lot. There is a website that has hundreds of pre-recorded workshops on it. You can search through it, probably find a workshop on anything you dream up. Of course, you can't ask questions, but you can do it at midnight or 2 in the morning, and that's when you're doing it. And that website also has a lot of resources, some financial templates, and all kinds of other documents that you can use. Thank you.
Good afternoon, my name is Joe Reeves. I work for the Federal Deposit Insurance Corporation, and I work in the Community Affairs section of Depositor and Consumer Protection. What is the FDIC doing here? Thousand products. The main thing, the reason I am here is in support of organizations and financial institutions, trying to get them to collaborate to provide resources for you. And so I'll talk about some of the things that we do have that while they're not directly consumer facing, you can have access to these tools and utilize them as you're starting to go on your entrepreneurial journey.
Thank you. Dale?
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Odell Mason. I'm a marketing worker. I work with PLSI. And basically what it is it's a network of law firms, all 50 states, every area law. We offer advice, consultation, and affordable access. And also we offer, of course, a portfolio of doing identity theft services to small business owners. And then also I specialize in employee benefits area where if a company, so we offer employee benefits at no cost to the employers, and it offers us the services. So where employees can have the same access. And we do it for app-based drivers, commercial vehicle drivers, all types of employees, small business owners. And then I also run the network with lunch and learning. Mr. West is actually pulled up in my event and supported me all the time. So it's also in San Diego. So we try to reach out to the community. We invite people from different backgrounds to come in together with us, and we let them know about what we do as well.
Hi, everyone. My name is Hope Henson-Lehman, and I am the co-founder and managing director for an organization called Just Be. We are a community, a wellness and shared prosperity community for Black, Indigenous, women of color entrepreneurs, and we have a specialty around creatives, artists, makers. We are 8 years old. We were co-founded in Oakland in 2017 by 8 Black women creatives, makers, artists, folks that make jewelry, metal, textiles, anything you can think of, really. All the folks who buy your jewelry and hip stuff from helped us co-found Just Be. And what we do now is we've rebirthed ourselves and we have reemerged to really focus on long-term intergenerational sustainability, because what we found out of the 1,500 women of color we've served over the years is that it is really hard to sustain a business in general in this country, let alone in the Bay Area where it's the most expensive. And so we're looking at a holistic approach where we include community building and holistic mental health services, because we don't often talk about the mental journey it takes to be an entrepreneur, as well as in tandem with business development services, workshops, and trainings, and access to capital. We're really a resource hub, and we're trying to build like the community by us for us, so we can help each other navigate this ecosystem. As y'all can tell, it is very complicated. You just heard a whole bunch of funders. You don't know who to trust. You don't know what the situation is. And many of us in our community have already gone through these processes. And so we want to all come together and share with each other across around like, yo, like this is where you should spend your time. This is what it's going to take. Let me help you out, because it's hard. You might want to give up, but we're here together in this together. So that's just me.
Thank you, Hope. Ms. Vargas. Let's start small.
From Legal Services for Entrepreneurs, but we do work with Start Small. It's okay, we always get confused. Yeah, from the Legal Services for Entrepreneurs program, my name is Anna. I'm one of the program managers at the Lawyers Committee for Civil Rights. So we work a lot with small businesses, providing free legal services. We do monthly consultations. Every month we have virtual consultations for entrepreneurs to sign up and speak one-on-one with an attorney, and they cover all ranges of legal business issues, such as like contract drafting. If you have a contract, you want to get it reviewed, an attorney can be there to review it. Or if you just need to have some questions around like what kind of contract can I make for my business, right? That kind of thing. Legal entity formation, we do commercial lease support. We do have sometimes folks come in with employment law questions, and we provide some services like that. And we do have our monthly legal consultations, but we also do longer-term assistance for folks. So if you have further questions beyond that, we also provide further assistance. And it's all free, because we're a nonprofit. We provide those services for free. And we also do webinars. So I know a lot of folks kind of get intimidated with legal services, and they're like, oh, I don't want to sign up, right? But yeah, it's all, our webinars are like free to attend, and they're just on really different topics. Next month we're doing a Juneteenth series, and we're uplifting Black-owned businesses. So we're doing a lot of collaborations actually with Start Small, Think Big, as well as Sustainable Economies Law Center to provide just services that are going to uplift our Black-owned businesses, because that's kind of like the heart of our services, just Black and brown-owned businesses.
Mr. Carl.
My name is Carl Davis Jr., and I'm going to make it very difficult for Black businesses to fail. I run this right here, the Inclusivity Project. That's a NorCal SBDC initiative. It's funded by Wells Fargo, the SBA, and Cal OSPA. Its sole purpose is to find and connect African American businesses to the resources they need to be successful. I'm going to say that again. The sole purpose is to find and connect Black businesses to the resources they need to be successful. Wesley is our partner. One of the things you want to do is, how do we do that? We do that with SCORE. We have trainings. That's the business wisdom and knowledge you need to run a successful business. We do it through coaches. We have advisors, certified business advisors to help you for free. Whether you have a little idea, a big idea, we can help you start, we can help you grow, we can help you finance, and we can help you even exit your business. You do all this through the inclusivity project that I'm pointing to right now. I'm gonna make it difficult for you to be a black business owner and fail.
That's the resource we all need.
Yes, you know what? I'm glad you said that. If you're into contracting, we do access to opportunities, so we provide you ways of getting your contracts. You know, the best financing of all is through your customers.
So my next question for you guys is, why should someone who's a small business owner or someone going into business, why should they work with your organization? Let's start with you, Mr. Carl. We'll piggyback on what you just said.
They would work with my organization because every black person in Northern California who has an idea or a business needs an advisor. Everybody needs a coach. When you can get one absolutely free, there's no reason why you should not work with my organization.
I guess because it's free and it's legal services and we know how much those can cost for folks, and I think it's just a valuable resource that we can provide for folks in the community that are starting their businesses, that are contributing to their community in a way that like other, Black corporations are not. And, we really believe in our businesses, and it's just, it's a resource that folks in the community would otherwise not have if they didn't come to us. So, it's expensive to get legal services. Attorneys cost a lot, but we're offering it for free. So.
Can you pinpoint specifically what type of legal services that you expect?
Yeah, so like I mentioned, contracts, we do employment law information, we do intellectual property information as well, so trademarking and all that kind of stuff, and then legal entity formation. So if you want to just start your business or you have questions about starting a business, we've had folks that they want to start their business but they're not sure, is it the right time for me to actually form an entity at this moment? Our attorneys can kind of guide you through that process and say yes or no, or wait a little bit because you're going to start having to pay taxes, right? If you're forming your legal entity. So just different types of their services.
Absolutely. You guys do litigation too?
We do not do litigation, but we do provide eviction defense support. So if there is an issue with your landlord, we can provide both negotiation and eviction defense support.
That's awesome. It's a great research, as well as inclusivity project. Oh.
Yes, I just want to give a shout out to, I've used your services before. And one thing she didn't share is that it helped us with separation agreements. If you have business partners and owners, y'all helped us do that, and entity formation. So just wanted to give a shout out to that. I also give a shout out to Start Small, Think Big. They taught me how to do my books.
All right, now.
All right. So anyway, I was like, what makes us unique is that we're a community aware hub of Black, Indigenous women of color who have taken advantage of these resources and can share across. It's by us, for us, so you're learning from folks just like you, getting the real. And then the other piece is that we have a holistic approach. So as I shared earlier, we're integrating mental health and wellness into business development and access to capital. Many of our entrepreneurs have been in the ecosystem for multiple years, 10 years or more. And we're providing a safe space, hopefully, so that we can really be honest about how to navigate these resources. And then the other main thing I want to share is that we focus on social entrepreneurship, and we have a really strong equity and social justice framework. So we're really out here trying to create an ecosystem of community that can last for generations of entrepreneurs, and not just like the next fajillionaires, right? Because we know that that's not going to get us free. So, there you go.
Powerful people here today. Y'all gotta break it down for them. Don't be shy now.
All right. Well, I think everyone on this panel is great, but what makes us unique at Renaissance, other than being present in the building here in Richmond, California, we have been doing this for almost 40 years, and the data speaks for itself. We've helped over 40,000 individuals, started and grown 21,000 businesses, and created nearly 30,000 jobs for residents in the Bay Area. We have 6 different centers. Thank you. And we're local. We're invested in our community. We are from the community. We want to see our communities thrive, and that's what makes us unique individuals all here.
Now hold on tight together. Sorry. type of things do you specifically help them with?
So we have some wonderful programs that we offer both in English and in Spanish. We have, we're going on our second year of Sista Soar, which is an 8-month incubator program that we go from start to finish. One of our wonderful instructors is here now. Christina, she teaches the branding for us. We have one of our students here now, Ms. Takari and Ms. Simone. We have a huge Spanish program, and all of our workshops go from start to finish, from anywhere from marketing and branding to business planning to Start Smart to ways to access capitals. Everything that you want to do in business, we can teach you and help you to do.
Forgot about the food.
And the food. So Gloria Angelica, that was outside today, she is one of our graduates. She's amazing. She's a chef. And she was taking our classes, and her boss wouldn't even give her the time off to go to class, so she up and quit. And now she solely is working in her business all over the Bay Area, popping up everywhere, mainly on 2030 Street in Richmond, so we're a little partial to her, she's local. But yeah, we have a huge food incubator program, and we hope to make it bigger in the next year.
Thank you.
So one of the things that's really important to us is how to connect you folks if we're not able to provide services to all our partners that are here. We are definitely driven to providing better working tech experience. And so one of the things we are developing is a portal so that by the time you apply, you have access to this portal. And even if you aren't eligible for our services, you would have access to a lot of resources, not just our own, but we do focus on providing legal, finance, and marketing. We focus on digital marketing, so for example, if you have a website and you want it to be audited by an expert and give you tools and any ideas of how to make it more marketable to the specific community you're trying to reach. In finance, we want you to be ready for a loan, so if you're looking for projections or bookkeeping, just like Hope said earlier, we can match you with an expert who can then help you with that process. Or if you're looking towards moving on to a digital platform like QuickBooks, an expert can help you with that as well. And then in legal, very similar to our partner here in legal services, we provide help with employment law. So for example, you are trying to develop your employment handbook. We do intellectual property. We do entity formation if you're trying to formalize your business and you don't understand all the entities, but you want to get help with the process. We can set you up with an attorney, whether a consultation or maybe somebody can help with the longer term. And then also with contracts. So if you're trying to get a contract set up for your business, or just have somebody read through a contract before you sign it, because it's very important for you to understand what are your rights under the contract. But ultimately, we want you to also connect to different providers. And then we also do webinars like SCORE. All of them are free to the public. You don't have to be a client of ours. All of our services are free. And we have, for example, very specific topics. Tomorrow we're hosting doing business online, more so on how to use AI, because that's definitely a very common topic right now. And how to be more, how to have a stronger, especially if you are going to be using AI, how to secure your clients' information on your own platforms as well.
Thank you. And start small, think big, though. Right.
So we've been around since 1927 as an organization, and we started in Oakland, and we're still there. Nationwide, we started in 1911 in Virginia. So we are an international nonprofit with locations in Mexico and in Canada. But here in the Bay Area, I'm responsible for all our marketing, all our webinars. Our webinars range anywhere from the QuickBooks series all the way to how to contract with the government. I do all the marketing webinars. The AI that you've been mentioning, I do it for SCORE. I've also worked with the Inclusivity Project beforehand. So one of the things that the Better Business Bureau does that a lot of people don't know is, yes, it's a place to complain. I'm not going to say it's not, because it is. And it's free, so it's great if you have used it before to file a complaint against a business that did you wrong and didn't fulfill your contract agreements. But it's also a place to look for resources. Internally within the Better Business Bureau, we work with a fintech company in San Francisco that helps you create a website, that helps you with SEO, that helps you with your online reputation, which is one of the things that
we're such strong advocates about is all of us have our digital, experience. We touch the phone for everything and anything, but what happens when someone searches your business? How do you come up with that online reputation? How are you responding back to your complaints? How are you responding back to your customer reviews? How are you responding back to them? And it's so important to make sure that, yes, we move over from, traditional marketing, not saying that it's dead, but it's one of the things to keep in mind when you're a business owner is think about your online reputation. And we have a really cool program, it's called BBB Toolbox, that teaches you all these things, that comes with accreditation if you decide to do so. But if not, we still have these workshops that are free to the public and they're available. We also do a lot of partnerships, which is, how I met Wesley actually, is to bring resources to our small business owners, our entrepreneurs, in both English and in Spanish. The Better Business Bureau is one of the partners with the California Hispanic Chambers of Commerce on a program called the Programa Hispano SPDC. The Programa Hispano SPDC is 100% in Spanish. It was founded with Oscar Garcia, who is the VP of the Hispanic Chamber, but also the director of this program. And what it is, it's a cohort. It's 10 weeks, start to finish, which teaches you everything and anything you need to know about your business. There's so many success stories that I've heard. I think it was actually here last time I was here with Oscar, and within the Better Business Bureau of people that have used their resources, the partnerships that we have, that they're able to become successful, which is one of the things I love my job. I've been here for 18 years. It's my first and only job. I started at 18. So this is this is all I know. This is small business world. Through my college career, I had a lot of help from the community. So I'm very happy to be giving back to an organization that put time in me. So I think that's one of the things our businesses have is that we care for our businesses, we care for our communities. I care so much about my partnerships because if I can't help you, I literally, like you see here is a panel of someone that I can always redirect you to.
Just to confirm, do you guys also offer some cybersecurity stuff too?
Yes.
Come on now.
We work with the FBI. We have done resources and webinars in the back. I'm sorry, my brain's fried. These allergies are killing me.
So we got you with them.
We've done webinars in the past where we teach you about not how to use the black market, don't use the black market, but how easy it is to get scammed by someone online, how important it is to make sure that not only you have the resources to be proactive in cybersecurity, but your employees. Cybersecurity attacks happen most of the time through the failure of us educating our employees on how to use how to literally go on Facebook and make sure you don't get scammed. 92%, 76%, I'm so sorry, of our scams that have been reported to our scam tracker actually start on social media. So that's something for you guys to keep in mind. And we do cybersecurity, we do marketing, we do AI webinars. There's a lot, but
The whole point of Better Business Bureau is not just a place for free complaints. There's so much.
yes, there's a lot more than just complaining.
Now, next one, the score, and I really want you guys to take away the importance of mentoring as it shares why you should come to school.
Great, thank you. So SCORE is also about 50 years old. It's been around a long time. It's changed a lot over time too. We offer the mentoring and the workshops. The question was, why would you do something like this? And so I think that many of you who are entrepreneurs or budding entrepreneurs, you're all by yourself. You don't have anybody to talk to. You have never done it before. And what you get with a SCORE mentor is a man or a woman, lots of different colors, they're not all like me, and they have been in business for a long time. Maybe it was in a food business, maybe it was in a retail business, maybe it was in a manufacturing business. But we have 70 mentors in our chapter, and like I said, there's 10,000 across the country. If you have something that's really important that I don't know anything about or nobody in our chapter knows about, I will help you find somebody across the country who can help you. Now, it's usually not that complicated. Most of the things are simple, but the key thing is having somebody to talk to, how to bounce an idea off of. And I think the thing that I give to most clients is confidence. You actually know what to do. You're just not sure if it's the right thing to do. And if you can get that confidence to spend that extra money on marketing or invest in something else, you'll get a return. So it's mentoring. Some of the relationships are very short. 5 questions, we're done in 10 minutes, I never talk to you again. And some people I talk to every few months for 3 or 4 years. So it's really what works for you. And you need to have a connection with your mentor. somebody in a couple sessions ago said, if you don't like the mentor you've got, ask for another one. There's plenty, there's 10,000 out there. I'm sure you can work with somebody. So just think about it. And the last key thing, people that have had mentoring, at least 3 hours of mentoring, have about 20% rise in revenue. So there's something directly in it for your bottom line.
Real quick, for the panel, how many of you guys have had mentors in your life? Was it helpful to you?
Absolutely.
So let's not change it up to business, y'all. Like this is your taxes pay for this. Every 2 weeks your taxes are going to pay for these mentors. So go ahead and tap into the risk. Right here, go find the right person for you. And you have a specific type of mentor you're looking for. Communicate to them. We'll try our best to help you out. Mr. Irwin.
So FDIC started, I think, 1933, and a lot of banking regulations. But the one that's kind of most impactful related to this was started in 1977, the Community Reinvestment Act. And so that's what puts us out in the community overall. Within that regulation, there's requirements for education. And so the FDIC, of the 3 banking regulators, has kind of taken that piece more so to heart. So the thing that's available for you is that we actually have a free curriculum for small businesses. It's used typically to teach the classes, but as entrepreneurs, you can actually use the participant guide to kind of walk through some of the early stages. So if you have not started a business, you're still trying to decide that. We actually have a module on asking you questions that you can walk through yourself. Is starting a business good for you? And then some of the components that you'll need to put together in order, you've heard some of this from the panelists here, you've also heard it from the funders, but it's an opportunity for you to walk through this in the peace and quiet of your own home and kind of put yourself through the paces from that standpoint. So it's a 13-module curriculum, and there's 0 charge for that. You can just access it through fdic.gov, and in the search feature, type in Money Smart for Small Businesses, and it gets you right to the curriculum. You would be looking for the participant guide. In those setups, it downloads, it's got an actual PDF guide. There's actually a PowerPoint presentation where you can kind of walk through the module itself. And it's just an additional resource that kind of helps you prepare yourself prior to even coming and working with these folks, because you do need to spend some time working with people. But it gives you the opportunity to walk through that material and then make some decisions for yourself as you're starting to think about your strategic plan.
Thank you, Irwin. That's awesome. Get the FDIC in the building, y'all. Not enough for that.
So, what makes us different? Oh, sorry. So, I think what makes us different, we do a lot of similar services, or what the panel had already mentioned. But another thing is, we are not free. So, we are not free, but we're very affordable. What I tell people is, if you already have access to people like this, go ahead and utilize their services. But when you need something else that's outside of their purview, then you come to us, because we're like the phone book for law firms. We have the best law firms, all 50 states, like I said, every area of law. And you never have to look for an attorney when you work with us. We have a referral network that's a part of our company. And we have about 30,000, 40,000 attorneys, like I said, coast to coast, and Canada too, if you guys do business in Canada, that work with us. And every attorney that you will speak to within our referral network has no less than 25 years of experience in that specific area of law that you deal with. And if you do have an attorney in your family, that's fine, perfect fine, or you've got a free attorney, definitely utilize that. But sometimes you don't want to tell your family attorney all of your business. You don't want them in your business. You know, you got something personal that you want to use a different attorney with. So, like I said, use those guys because they're free. But we are affordable. And then we also do identity theft restoration services. So if something does happen with your business, you get cyber attack, things like that, we have the resources, and we actually have up to $1 million service guarantee to make sure that we get you back to pre-theft status. And another thing that does make us different, I haven't heard anybody else speak to this, but we have an app that's involved with our services. And I like to tell people all the time, I even tell a couple people in the room, I like to tell people, just tap the app and we got your back.
All right. Yes, indeed. So, for the respect of time, I just want to, one of the biggest challenges is that people don't understand what they have to pour into in terms of their own time. So can you speak to what is the commitment if someone seeks your services? What do they need to, 2 weeks, 5 hours a day? I don't know. Start with you, Mr. Carl. What's required of you?
I'll go while you wait for the microphone. Ours is pretty much immediate. You can enroll for our services online within 5-10 minutes, fill out an enrollment form. And then that same day, you can be on the phone with our law firm. They're open from 8 to 5, so as long as you're within that time frame, you'll get enrolled and you'll be able to speak to the attorney that same day.
You know, business is hard. Let's not make it easy. Business is hard. Success is harder. You don't have to be an accountant, but you have to know your numbers. If you don't know your numbers, you don't know your business. You should be an expert in your business, in your industry, whatever that takes. Sometimes it takes classes, research, but that's what you should be.
I think one of the great things about your services is that you can be pretty quick because we actually rely on a lot of volunteers for our work within local law firms. And sometimes it does take time, like, a few weeks, but we try to be really fast. We do have our, our monthly legal clinics, so we do offer that once a month. And we're pretty quick with that, and you can just register. It's pretty quick. It's a really quick registration. For the longer-term assistance for certain topics, it does take longer. But for like eviction defense, we are actually pretty quick. We just had a client earlier last week that applied, and within like maybe 3 or 4 days got an attorney to provide defense for potential eviction and some negotiation support. So yeah, very fast on that stuff. Some things are a little bit slower just because of the nature of sometimes intellectual property cases take a little bit longer just because it is a longer, there's not as many volunteers. So, but I think whatever folks come with a need, we try to support, and we always do referrals if we need to.
Confirm, you guys do trademarks too?
Yes, we do trademark
You heard
support.
that? Trademarks?
Time commitment. So right now, Just Be holds a regular gathering and mixer called the Kindred Connection on the last Thursday of every month. We'll be doing that until November at Coco Wine Noir with one of our fellow Just Be colleagues. And it's about, your time commitment is like 3 hours a month if you want to stay for the whole gathering and mixer and come connect with other women of color entrepreneurs just like you. And then we have other version programming that'll come out that we can announce there. Y'all can join our mailing list and that sort of thing to figure out more of how you want to get involved.
Thank you.
So for us, basically, you need to take an orientation. It's an hour. It's every Thursday. It's one orientation and fill out some paperwork. We are a nonprofit, so we do require a little bit of income verification, just filling out, letting us know, what income level you're in, so we can report back to our grantors and funders. And you can, once you're in Renaissance, we call you a Rennie. You can come back at any time. You just update every year your income verification, and you can do as many hours as you like, or none at all, or come back to us later in life. People come later, 10 years later, when they're close their business, and we can help them out. So we're here for the long run, and that you get what you put into it. If you want to take one workshop a month, if you want to take 10 workshops a month, that's your time commitment. But the initial is just orientation.
We have an online application for one-to-one services. It takes 5 to 10, more like 10 to 15 minutes to complete because we do ask you income information, business information. So just as you mentioned, knowing your numbers is going to be really important to getting that done quickly. And then for certain cases, we might ask you to verify your documentation for your eligibility. But it would, in the onboarding beginning process, it will really depend on you on how quickly you respond to emails, how quickly you set up your initial interviews with one of my colleagues for us to get to know your business and understand if we are the best organization to support the needs you have. And for our webinars, it just depends on you. We host 3 to 5 webinars a month. Some of them might be within the interest you have, some of them might not. We typically try to have a webinar no more than an hour because I don't know about you, but I definitely have Zoom fatigue. So that definitely will, anything beyond an hour is not going to happen for me. But yeah, it depends on your own resilience and how much you want to commit.
I'm going to echo the same thing. It really just depends on the time that you have, the availability that you have. One of the things my mentor told me as I was coming up in my career is don't set yourself up for failure. You know, if you have an hour, that's all that you have, that's more than enough. Our services, as far as time, really depends on what you want to do. Our complaint process obviously is a little longer because you're dealing with a consumer, you're going back and forth, it's all done in the system. It does take about 2 to 6 weeks for a complaint to close out fully, depending on how fast you respond back to a complaint. If you want to apply for accreditation, the whole process really just depends on the status of your business. There is a background process that goes through our board to verify a business, to make sure that you're legal, that you don't have any negative complaints or negative reviews somewhere. So that really just depends on your online presence again. And then if you want to have just a profile with the Better Business Bureau, that takes no more than 10 minutes. Again, it's really just the time that you have. Our webinars are the same. It's an hour, max online, in person. Our Spanish cohorts are 3 hours, but they're once a week, every Thursday from 6 to 9 p.m. So it's really just the commitment that you can do and what you can give yourself as well.
Thank you. Like I said earlier, there's really no commitment on your part. It might be very short to answer a few questions, or it might be a long-term relationship. My sort of suggestion to everybody is be serious about your commitment. Everybody in SCORE is a volunteer, and they sort of had a successful business career. They're doing this because they want to help you. So if you make an appointment, keep it. If you have questions, then we will answer as many questions as you've got. So it's really up to you, and I would just encourage you to respect everybody's time, we respect yours, and treat it like a professional relationship.
Thank you, Chris.
So for the Money Smart curriculum, Money Smart for Small Business, the modules range between 45 minutes and 90 minutes, depending on the topic. And so it's really up to you. It's self-paced in that particular instance, and it's something that you can utilize. But I'd like to add a little something. So what I didn't tell you guys is that I've actually been in financial services for over 30 years. So I've worked with many of the organizations that you see here in various capacities. But what I want to reference is my time as a SCORE mentors, and I had an individual that came in and they just purchased a restaurant. They really wanted to start this restaurant. They come running in, they're there for the appointment, they've got some paperwork in place, and I'm like, I need a loan from a bank. At the time I worked for a bank. And so I said, okay, let's just go through a series of questions and just trying to understand kind of where their mindset was and all the things that were taking place. And the unique component about this is that their anxiousness set me off. As a former banker, if you come in and you want money right now, we said earlier in the last panel, something's wrong, and it's going to trigger me. And so I sat there because I wasn't acting as a banker at the time. I was literally just there as a mentor, just trying to help guide them through the process. About 5 minutes in, and I said, so you want an equipment loan, but do you have a lease? They said, yes. I took all of my money and put it down on the lease. Without equipment, without a business plan, without a strategy, without any employees, without any mentors, without anyone to serve as backup. The reason I'm telling you this is that if you utilize these services, whether you utilize our curriculum or you work with one of these organizations or work with someone that came up and showed up in some of the other panels earlier, you set yourself up for success, but you have to put the time in. It's not going to be, I'm my own boss, I get to work 6 hours a week if I want to. Somebody's got to do the bookkeeping until you can hire a bookkeeper. Somebody's got to fill in your slots or fix your equipment when you're not there. And so be very, very methodical. Put the time in. It's important that you put the time in, you learn, that you help educate yourself so that you can be successful. And there's, I can't remember the exact person, but they were talking about doing presentations and doing work. Before really good speakers put in work for that 5-10 minutes that you see them, they've worked on that for hours. Sometimes they've worked on that for days. The reason they sound that good, that smooth, is because they put the time in. For you, and I've analyzed lots of businesses, the ones that put the time in, they are the ones that are successful. And I don't mean just grinding to grind, not being busy just to be busy. Putting in the work to understand what it takes for you to meet your suppliers' demands, the people that you're working with, your customers' demands, generating revenue, but also being there when it's 11 o'clock at night and you're too tired to do anything else, and you still got to do bank reconciliation. I'm talking to somebody specifically. You're going to have to put that work in. So don't sell yourself short. If that's your commitment, then go in and be prepared for that. It's going to be some tough times, but you have to put in the time that it takes for you to be successful from that standpoint.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have a wonderful, diverse panel here of people who can literally help you get that business plan solid, help you understand your books, say books, talk about the sales that come in, tracking your expenses, statements of cash flow. People who can help you get to the next level. So in that spirit, we just gave them a round of applause. We only got time for one question. Let me see what we can do. Monica, are you, where are you at? You get some little time? Yeah. All right, thank you. We'll make sure.
So as I'm putting together my business, how do I make sure, or let me ask the question, does my logo have to be trademarked? Does that have to be protected? Does my tagline have to be protected? And if so, how do I do that?
It does if you don't want somebody else to use it and make money off of it. But yeah, if you can do that, we actually have a process that you go through when you become a member of our services. But, oh, I'm sorry. Yes, we do have a process for that as well. I'd just like to, we got an app for that.
You got an
Brand protection is key. Speaking of, so I am a service-based provider that provides services to business similar to you. I teach branding. Some of you are here for my session. Some of you are not. It's okay. I'll probably do it again.
It was fire.
Thank you. But as a service-based provider, how do I connect with you guys to provide what I provide through you? Currently, I'm in Renaissance. I'm in an inclusivity project through CoBiz. I've worked with Just Be, Hey Hope. But how, like with the BBB or any of the other service providers, if I have something that I know you do not provide, because most people don't provide branding services, how can I get in touch to be one of those people to educate? Shoot your shot 2024.
I can give you a card, but you can just go to bbb.org and you can put your business information on there, and it goes directly to one of our managers that oversees the incoming. We do get a lot of scam from fake companies, or, you know, we're the BBB. We've seen it all when it comes to scams. Not all, or else I wouldn't be here. But yeah, just go to bbb.org, and I'll give you a card. Happy to work with you, or even look into possible workshops, because you're right, we haven't done much about anything when it comes to branding. The only thing that we've done is after the branding, the marketing, what you do then. So yeah, let me know.
I'm happy to connect with you as well. So we do startsmallthinkbig.org. We do have information on how to volunteer with us. But our marketing program is currently on pause because we just don't have enough people to serve our marketing clients. So I would love to talk to you.
You know, the one thing I want to say, Wesley's a partner, and where's he at?
Right here. He's awesome. He's an awesome
People know
partner.
Wesley, they love him.
Yes.
Go to theinclusivityproject.com, click on CoBiz so he gets the support.
Yeah.
Because you guys need to go to this. It's free,
Yeah.
and that's no cost to you. The government is paying the advisors. So please, the thing about finding black businesses, we need other black people, black businesses, to tell other black businesses about the Inclusivity Project. I've only been there for 1 year, but my commitment is to make sure that we get a chance to know this program.
And I'll co-sign, so if you want to work with me for free, go to Inclusivity Project, click CoBiz, I'm one of the advisors for free.
Wow. Wonderful. So this was, I got a little blurred because all the information is like so in depth. I was hoping before it closes out, can you guys go through one more time with your name and the name of your business so I can take the note one more time?
I'll send it out to you.
So I've owned a marketing and printing business for over 25 years, and so one of the things that they're not really saying, but they're saying is that, especially the gentleman from the FDIC alluded to, is that there's the business of running your business, and then there's the actual what you want to deliver. So I actually am not interested in, oh my God, the IT is dead, now I have to deal with that. Oh my God, I got to deal with payroll, and I have to deal with accounting. That actually has nothing to do with me delivering the content for marketing, because we own a printing company. But if I don't do it, then my business will fail. And so you have to understand that you're wearing a couple of different hats. And I actually hate being a salesperson, business development person. I hate doing paperwork. So you gotta find somebody else that'll do it, or you're just gonna have to grind through it. So you have to understand that there's two different things. Running your business and then actually delivering the products. This woman here has fleece, different kinds of fleece things to do. Gloves, hats, things like that. That has nothing to do with accounting and all that, but if she doesn't do it, then the other won't matter. So I just want to understand there's two different things you're doing here. And so what they're talking about is running the business. That's why I asked the gentleman here, do you provide customers? That's different than running the business. So I'm just trying to be really clear about that. The person who's done this for 25 years, employees, which is the bane of our existence, and then you got PG&E with going up every, that's a whole, anyway, I'll stop there. Don't get me started.
Give a little friendly gentleman if you want to pick his brain, but we talk about assistance for small businesses. Talking to people who have done it is one of the most powerful ways to have impact in your business. Additionally, you can't do everything online. Sometimes you have to print something, have a conversation, and put it in your hand. So he's a wonderful resource for you to be able to do that. So it's one of the
Like the banker said, is your business card right or wrong? Just when it said branding, right? So everybody goes online and you get a card, and it's just a generic card, and you go to something and you see 4 or 5 cards that look exactly alike from different businesses. How is it differentiating you from everybody else? So that's the difference between running the business and delivering what you're trying to deliver. You know, stop there.
So just to wrap up, I just want to emphasize we have people of diverse backgrounds on this panel. Sometimes we don't see people that look like us when we're trying to get assistance. So please take advantage of this phenomenal opportunity of people with a wealth of knowledge, and they have a very expansive network. You have to go after them. They're not going to come to you. You have to come to them. And be transparent. For example, you may have someone with mics up. It's all good.
When you yell on the actors, producers said that 80% of success is just showing up. Like, we didn't show up today, you wouldn't even have access to this. So you got to keep showing up, keep showing up, keep showing up. You should never know what's going to be there. You're going to run into these people.
So I'll just wrap up with this. Thank you, Pedro. Sometimes you may have a husband or wife. They're going to take that journey with you. So when you think about running your business and growing your business, are you involving them in the conversation of what they need to expect? or what is it going to involve? And sometimes you may not know what it involves, so you can talk to these wonderful stakeholders here who can give you the insights so you can have a proper conversation. Because if your family's not together with you on your journey, you're not going to be successful. So all I'm just trying to say, be easy on yourself, but pour into yourself by tapping into people and see what we can do. Now I want to give a little round of applause for this once again. We're going to take a 5-minute break, but this next conversation is one you should not miss because all of us are networking, but are we doing it in a way that leads to business? That's what we need to learn. So 5-minute break. Thank you guys for being present.
I actually,
I want you guys to keep networking, but unfortunately, we have a good keynote. How to get business from networking. All of you are doing right now, I love it. Put a smile on my face. Attention. We have a powerful presentation on networking. Come on down. We're almost done. It's been a marathon, but it's worth it. Come on down. Happy to see you guys connected. But you work so hard to make it this far. Let's finish up strong, y'all. Come on. Thank you, Miss Lucy. Good to see you.
Yeah, we want to do something with these.
Thank you guys. We're about to begin this next workshop. How to get business from networking. Special guest is Monty. I'd like to give you guys a brief introduction. So Monty Comer is a referral generating powerhouse and an in-demand speaker. She led her network to record-breaking results. Thank yous for closed business. She possesses an innate understanding of the strategies that transform traditional networking into red-hot referral sources. Once again, red-hot referral sources. Her mind is a treasure trove of innovative ideas that shatter conventional paradigms and deliver unique solutions to stand out in the referral marketing landscape. She is recognized globally as one of the foremost experts in referral marketing. She has imparted her knowledge to thousands of business owners, entrepreneurs, and professionals, guiding them to optimize and maximize their referral networks. She is currently serving as the president-elect for the National Speakers Association of Northern California. Keep your eyes out for this young lady right here. For her highly anticipated book, Referral Rainmaker, coming out in 2024. Please give your undivided attention to our featured speaker, Ms. Molly Cole.
Thank you, Wesley. What an incredible day of resources that Wesley has had here for all of us at CoBiz. And I just want to, again, recognize Wesley and all the amazing people who have been here, the panel ahead of me. These are all resources. And when we are networking, each individual is a resource. So each person we meet can lead us to so much more opportunity. So today I want to share with you some strategy behind how to network to get business, as well as I'll also give some practical tips as well. So now, do I have it?
And then you go ahead, oh, get the link in the middle. That's my virtual sister. She doesn't know that.
So I will tell you that I am not a natural networker. Growing up, I was super shy and introverted, and I was reading at an early age, so I much rather put my nose in a book than talk to other people when I was younger. And I'll always remember when we moved from Hawaii to California, and I had to start in a new school. And all the butterflies in my stomach and all that anxiety of feeling alone and like an outsider, not sure, how I would connect with people, if they would accept me, and just had all of those anxieties. So obviously I survived. And one of the ways that I grew out of my shyness was by joining groups and teams. And by the time I was in college, I was performing in a lot of dance competitions and performing with a performing arts group. And I ended up in a performing arts group where we toured all over the US and performed in stadiums and in arenas of tens of thousands of people. Shy little people. And what I learned is when I teamed up with other people who had similar goals, similar work ethic, similar interests, I could go further than I ever imagined on my own. So I got started in the entrepreneurial world straight out of college. I said, I did not want to work for the man. I had the entrepreneurial spirit. And so I got right into sales. And when you get into sales, I was in real estate sales, the first thing you do is you have to go and talk to a bunch of people. Okay? Has anyone told you you're opening your business and you want more business and they tell you you should go network? Anyone hear that? And you're like, what the heck does that mean? What am I supposed to do? So I started by going to a Chamber of Commerce mixer. I remember walking into that Chamber of Commerce mixer, and the first moment I walked in, I actually had those butterflies like I did walking into that classroom. I swear, that shy little girl walks in the room with me every single time. And
They do,
I just started meeting people.
events and meet and greets and stuff.
And after meeting several people,
Yeah, definitely.
I had this epiphany. I could grow my business team just like I had my dance team and my debate team, all the team activities that I did. And so that's how I decided to grow my business. So the referral systems that I teach today are what took me to the top 5% of realtors here in the San Francisco Bay Area. And then 12 years ago, almost 12 and a half years ago, I started my speaking, coaching, consulting business so I could help other people build their network and build strategic referral relationships and build those relationships who can refer business over and over and over and open doors of business opportunity that you couldn't get to just knocking on all the doors yourself. Okay? So,
Are you local?
just a little bit.
Mm-hmm. Friday.
Oh, there's my kind of slide. Okay, so a few of the people I have been fortunate enough to network with, imagine getting the opportunity to sit down with some of the mentors that you have had from afar. So I've got Les Brown, Harvey McKay, and Jack Canfield in these photos here. Yeah, so super nice guys. And when we meet people, we go and network and get out there and talk to people, it's incredible where your network can lead and who you can meet. I'm just a regular gal, right? Okay? This way? Here we go. So one of the things is to have that idea of networking up. So the first thing we want to do is we want to expand our network and keep meeting people. And as we meet people, those people will introduce us to people, and those people will introduce us to people, and then we can strategically create people around us who can give us ideas, can give us opportunities, can introduce us to the right people, and get us in front of more of our ideal clients, and getting us in front of opportunities we never even dreamed of for ourselves. And a strong network, I believe when you have a strong network, it can get you past any of life's obstacles, any business obstacle, because you will have the resources in your network to go to and say, I'm having this issue, how do I get past it? And if you want to pivot and change things, you can get when you have a well-developed network, your network will pivot with you and get you in front of those new opportunities that you want to go to as well. So we want to continue to network and network up. So one of the things that I've seen is the first thing we want to do in our strategy of how to network to get business is have the right mindset. So when you came to your latest networking event, maybe this event, or you went to a chamber event or any kind of networking, business networking event, have you ever gone to a business networking event and said, I want to find this person to buy a product or service from? Did you go to buy? Or did you go to offer your services and find clients? Okay, so most people go to find clients because they're told, hey, you should go network. Okay, so then we all show up and say, hey, you want my services? And it's interesting because everyone is there to sell, and yet no one is there to buy, oftentimes, at those business networking events. So what the heck are we doing? All right? So the first thing we want to do is to shift our mindset to be thinking about, instead of what can we get, what can we give? Okay? How can we help? How can we serve. And so coming with the giving mindset. And one of the biggest things that we have to offer is our network and the people who we know. So the value we bring to our network actually is our network. So we want to think about not just the people in the room, but the people who are not in the room and say, okay, who can I connect and who can I help? We'll talk more about those strategies. But when we come with the mindset of giving versus receiving, one of the key fundamental principles of networking for business is the law of reciprocity. And so when you give, you will receive. And so when you can activate that law of reciprocity by helping others as a way of growing your business. So we've got the mindset of the long game because it's based on relationships. So it's the long game, giving, and relationships because business, we all know, is a people-oriented game, right? We want to know people, and we want people to know us, and we want to build those relationships. And the stronger those relationships, the more we can help and serve, and the more that our network will help and serve us as well. So the long game, one of the things I want to talk to you about the long game is that hopefully we want to be in business for the long term, right? We don't just want to be in business today, we want to be in business tomorrow and years down the road. And one of the great things about laying the foundation, having great relationships, is that those relationships are going to serve you and keep you in business for the long term. And I will tell you how this often works is when the market does something totally obnoxious, like back in 08, remember what happened? Anyone? Survivors of 08? Okay. I was in real estate at the time. I had a pipeline full of clients. Yes, and I had things in escrow, as we say in the business. I had all this happening, and then everything came crashing down. Everything fell out of escrow. My whole pipeline went away. But I will tell you, because I had built a network and I had advocates out there promoting me and my business, I snapped back quickly and gained market share. One of my best referral sources that year sent me 12 listings. One source, okay? And I've seen this for many other people, is one of the things when you have a great network and you have great referral sources, when the market gets crazy, they're going to be there for you and they're going to help you survive any market condition. So we're in this for the long game. We want to lay the foundation by building great relationships and coming with a mindset of giving. So there are other things to recognize when we are out networking, and actually Wesley came to my program. It's called Room Full of Referrals, where I go. It's a 4-hour program. We're not going to go through all of it today, but here's the cheat sheet. Okay, here's the 2-minute version. Okay, so we all have strengths while networking. Some of us are really bold, and we can talk business really easily. Some of us are a little quieter, and we're really good at developing those really, really long-lasting, trusted relationships. We're really great listeners. So we have a variety of strengths. And when we build our network, we want to recognize people for their strengths, and we want to team up with other people who have different strengths than we do. So we can help them with our strengths, they can help us with their strengths, and together, it's a team effort, and we get to do more together. Okay? So I have the 4 basic behavioral styles. Anyone here familiar with DISC? Behavioral styles, ever heard of DISC? So it's 4 basic behavioral styles. I've renamed them what you would see out networking. You've got your go-getter, your promoter, your nurturer, and your examiner. When we're developing relationships, when we understand people even better than our own products and services, it will take us further and faster to success, because it's about connecting with people and understanding people, being able to serve them the way that they want to be and treat them the way they want to be treated. And so when we recognize the different behavioral styles, we can understand where they're coming from, we can communicate better, and we can build better relationships. So understanding behavioral styles is one of those tools that can help us. And one of the things that I did so I could be a better networker was to learn this, and now I teach other people. So everything that I needed so I could be a good networker is what I help other people with as well. So these are ideas that I needed to help me, and I know it can help you as well. So understanding the different behavioral styles is going to help us build great relationships, have better communication, and serve people at a higher level. So we talked about mindset. Then we want to talk about preparation. So what do we need to do to prepare to really get business from networking? And there's a lot of things that we can actually learn. And there's knowledge, there's skill, and there's strategy. So I'm more comfortable when I'm prepared. How about you? Yes. Right? So I like to know what I'm going into and have something prepared to say and all of that. And I also like to get results. Who likes to get results? Any other result-oriented people? So if I know how referrals work, and I build my skill, and I implement a strategy, I'm going to feel more confident out networking, and I'm going to get better results. Okay? So I'm going to share some of these strategies with you. So one of those skills is understanding the behavioral styles and knowing the different behavioral styles. So that's knowledge, and then implementing that knowledge as skill in being able to recognize the different behavioral styles and interact with them in a certain way. When we're doing business through relationship and referral, another skill is, of course, connecting with people and making connections and introducing people, introducing ourselves, as well as introducing other people. One of the principles of doing business through relationship and referral is having advocates out there promoting you in your business. Well, if we have people out there promoting you in your business, we want to be promoting other people in their business. So how do you speak about other people and their business? Do we know their business well enough to share enough of the relevant information to make it make sense to other people and get them excited to talk to that person and have that appointment to buy that product or service, or at least get connected to that person so they have more information about that business? So the first time we even tried to introduce ourselves, did it come out perfectly? No. And then we're going to try and talk about somebody else in their business the first time. Is it going to come out perfectly? No. And so it can take practice. So understand it's okay if you're not perfect right out the bat. Okay? The more you do it, the better you'll get, and the easier you'll get, and the more fun it will be. Because one of the great things about networking for business is you build these great relationships and you get to help other people and giving feels great. Helping other people feels great. So this is why I love it. All right, so this is a referral confidence curve. When we're developing relationships, we start at a point of actually invisibility. right? Before I stood up here today, you may not have known who the heck I was, right? Now you have some recognition with me, and hopefully I'll get to meet you personally afterwards, and we'll be able to shake hands and exchange information, and I can know who you are as well. So we're building visibility. Where referrals really come from is when we have not just visibility, but credibility, where trust has been established and expertise has been shown. So the first time we go out and network, we haven't built that trust yet. That's why we want to show up again and again and again. So every time Leslie's got an amazing event here at CoBiz, we want to show up because we're going to increase our visibility, increase our credibility as we nurture those relationships and get to know people better. And that's why we want to show up over and over. One of the other things that I help my clients with all the time is helping them choose and select specific networks that will help them get in front of the right people and develop the right relationships that are going to get them in front of more of their prospects and clients. Okay? So finding a network to go to on a consistent basis for business is a great practice, and we're going to be able to move up the referral confidence curve faster. And I actually recommend for my clients to be in 3 networks. Okay? So something that is specifically for business and exchanging business, like BNI or Trust Equity, or there's lots of different organizations like that. Have you heard of these things? Familiar with business networks? Yeah. Somewhat? Okay. Some have, some haven't. Yes?
Can you explain what they are?
Yeah, so I actually have been in BNI for a long time. It's the world's largest business networking organization. BNI stands for Business Network International. They're actually in over 48 countries, and our BNI is spoken every language pretty much. There's a BNI in that language as well. So it's a group that's one person per profession for the purposes of exchanging referrals. And you join a chapter, and then you get to know all the people in that group, and you build the trust, you work up that referral confidence curve, and you earn the referrals. So one of the biggest, magical things to understand about networking is, say we've got, 20 people in this room right now. And you're thinking, okay, well, I have 20 opportunities. No, you don't. You have even more than that. Because each person has a sphere of influence. And on average, we have a sphere of influence of 250 people. Who has more connections on social media than 250? Okay. All right. But we usually have a sphere of influence of at least 250 people. So one of the secrets is we don't want to sell to the room. We want to sell through the room. Because each person represents at least 250 other people. So if we're only thinking, there's only 20 people here, we're very short-sighted. It's actually exponential, the opportunity. And when you have really well-networked people like Wesley and Halo and some of the people in this room, it's even bigger than that, okay? So find a group like BNI, or there's lots of other groups that, and I'm happy to help direct you in certain ways based on your business and what you need. I always recommend, it's great to be in an industry association, so that helps keep you on top of industry trends, sharpen your saw with the knowledge and all that's going on in your industry will keep you ahead of the curve. And then there's lots of other organizations to be a part of. for that third group. So I always advise being in 3 that you're active, and then with 3 you have lots of different other people that are going to come through those groups that is going to expand your network as well. And then of course always show up here to CoBiz. We have awesome events. Okay. All right, so the referral confidence curve just shows you how when your time and your relationship over time will increase your referrals that you receive. So this is your referral network. So it's like a sphere. It's a sphere of influence. And there are several layers, and there are several sources of referrals. And I have a lot of different programs that I work with my clients on where we go through all the details. I don't have all the time for all the details, so I'm just going to give you the bottom line. The best source of referrals is what I call your contact sphere. What is your contact sphere? Your contact sphere are those businesses and professions that are complementary to yours and not competing. So you're serving a similar client, okay? Or the same client, okay? But you have different ways that you serve that client. So when a client comes to you, they're oftentimes engaging in other businesses. So what are those other businesses? So we can have a conversation with our client, and they're going to have some concerns and some things that they need to work on that we don't do, so we can give that referral to someone who does that. And vice versa, those folks can refer us. And that's really how you get business from networking, is developing those referral sources in your contact sphere. So when you come to an event just like this one, you want to know, who am I looking to meet? Who are those businesses that are complementary to mine, that has clients already, who could be referring me, and I can be referring them, okay? So one of the things I will invite you to do is to write a list for yourself of 20 different professions that you could refer to and who could refer to you, okay? And this exercise is not because we need 20 different professions, but it opens our mind to the different opportunities. So when we come across them in the networking environment, we're like, oh, I need to talk to this person further because they could be a great referral partner, okay? What I found is most businesses only need 4 to 8 referral partners to have all the referrals they desire. Now, it takes some time to find those people and cultivate those relationships. So this was a key strategy for me when I was in real estate. I go to these big conferences, and you see these panel of top producers, and they're like, I mail every month to 120,000 people. I'm like, whoa, that's a lot of people that you keep track of, right? I work with what I call my top 12 list. I have my top 12 referral teammates, okay? And those are the people I'm focused on. Yes, I have a huge network. I have a huge network. I've been networking for a lot of years, 3 decades. Okay? And I've narrowed it down to who do I want to bring into that inner circle where we can really collaborate on business together, okay? Now, it's always good to be adding people, right? Because the more people we know, we're in business. The more people we know, the more opportunities will come to us, and more business will come to us, okay? And when we are in a time crunch, we're like, I have limited time. Who are my most important people? These top 12 people. That's what I recommend. So we identify the contact sphere. Now, And then we bring them to the inner circle, and we create a power team relationship and then a referral partnership. Now, I want to share with you the number one criteria of a great referral partner. What do you think the number one criteria of a great referral partner is? Gives you referrals, that's an important one. You like them, okay? So we're in business for ourselves, we get to choose our team, okay? I'm a huge NFL football fan and love college too, and this last weekend was the draft, right? So you get to draft your dream team, okay? Who do you want on your team? And we want to build a long-term relationship, so we want people who we enjoy being around, has similar values, similar work ethic, similar vision, okay? Who inspire us, who we respect, okay? So when we are going to make those calls, we're excited to talk to those people, okay? So draft your dream team, okay? Find people you like. There's lots of people out there in business, in those contact sphere professions. Talk to all of them, find the ones you like, bring them to the inner circle, okay? Let's have fun and make money, okay? Enjoy our business and our life. And one of the things that creates enjoyment in business and life are great relationships, okay? All right, so we want to work smarter, not harder, and that's our referral team. So this is another visual to get this in your mind. Anyone here ever done any cold calling or door knocking? Ooh, okay, all right. We've got some prospecting veterans in the room. Okay, so if we want to get some new clients, okay, we want to talk to some great prospects, and we're going to go out and cold prospect. How long does it take to generate appointments from cold prospecting? A while. Yes, a long time.
Because I'm having your calls today too.
Yes.
You're making 90 calls there, 105 calls there, 150 calls a day.
It's a numbers game. Right? You're gonna talk to people, all the things. There's some cool veterans over here. Okay, so Baylor University did a study, and they found that on average it took 8 to 10 hours of prospecting to procure one appointment. And on average, it took 20 of those appointments to close one. I'm just tired thinking about it. How about you? Okay? And here's the thing, it's gotten worse. So that study was done, I think, in 2011 or something like that. And because of the COVID doors and everything, like, people are harder to reach. It's not as fun. So one of my clients, she's an Edward Jones agent. I don't know if you know this about Edward Jones, but traditionally, when you open an Edward Jones office, they do financial planning. When you open an Edward Jones office, they require their agents to door knock for the first 5 years that they have their business. So my client was referred to me. She was over 10 years in her business. She's still door knocking because she didn't mind it. She was good at cold prospecting, but it was taking her more and more time, and she said, I want a different lifestyle. I want to do something that's more productive, okay? So we want to find those key referral sources that are conduits to these prospects. So now we build relationship with those referral sources in our contact sphere, okay? And then they can simply refer them to us, okay? And we're gonna do the same, we're gonna reciprocate, okay? And so when we have a great team, you know, we're gonna have all these people come into us, and we're gonna send people, and it's gonna feel really great, okay? So we want to find those sources. So who are those people for you? Who do you already have in your network? Okay, if you're going to name names right now off the top of your head, who are those people for you? Who are your best referral sources who can refer you over and over again? I want you to think about that. Okay. This is something else that's a knowledge piece. This is the 5 steps to giving and receiving higher quality referrals. And I'm out of time, so I'm sorry. Okay, I'm going to give you some resources at the end, and you can find out more. I do have, it's just good to know what are the things that you want to know that's going to help you in your business, okay? So I have lots of clients that I've helped, and I play golf with too sometimes. And they said nice things about me. This is actually, you're in business, you gotta show people you're doing the business, right? Okay. So this is my client, Wade. He's the one that's standing directly in front of me. And this is his referral team. So one of the things I did with him is he's been working with me for a couple of years, and we got his top referral sources together, and I trained them how to refer him more business. And he increased his business 40% in 1 year working with me. Okay? Because those great referral sources. All right, so some practical things. When you're out there networking, be clear who you are, who you want to meet, who's your ideal client. Okay? Be memorable, smile. Okay? Be friendly. One of the things that helps me is to act like a host. Okay, so if you're acting like a host, you have a little bit more, confidence to say, hey, great to see you here, and then it gives you a little bit more oomph, I think, right? So act like a host versus being like, oh, I'm waiting for someone to talk. Okay. Act like a host, listen and ask questions, get curious. People are so fascinating. What they do is so fascinating. Get curious, listen, ask questions, and then of course, we all know the fortunes in the follow-up. So don't just network and then leave it there. Follow up, okay? I've got lots of tools for that. Be a giver, make introductions, help people grow their network, okay? Be a resource, share your resource, ask how can I help, and be an ambassador to your organizations. I do have a referral accelerator coming up. It starts on May 14th, and what I've done is taken the top actions that cause referrals to happen, and guess what? They're giving and relationship building based, so they're fun to do, okay? Every time I run this 8-week course, my clients get to give and receive more referrals, and it just puts a boost and builds so much momentum in their business. I have a special for you today, coupon code CoBiz, C-O-B-I-Z, okay? 50% off, okay? So the program's only $997, 1K, so $500, okay? Get you 8 weeks. And then this is my Referrals to Riches is a 1-day masterclass. It's only $97, and again, use promo code CoBiz, half off, okay, for you here today for showing up. Okay? And I have a YouTube channel, so there's free videos, resources on there. Free 99, great information, okay? To help you build your business through networking and referrals. And this is my contact information. So add me to your contacts, and then it's going to prompt you to send me your contact. So then we're in connection, okay? We're building a relationship, and let's definitely connect. Okay? It's been an absolute pleasure to be with you here today, and I would love to get to know you personally, so please let's connect afterwards. I truly, truly believe together we can accomplish so much more than we can alone.
Well, that was a wonderful presentation. I imagine some people have some questions, but I was gonna kick it off real quick. How can people use their current clientele or customers in a similar fashion to create a referral? So they're building a power team with other businesses,
Right.
So how can they use their clients that they currently have to put that same impact?
So I would say, so it depends if you're a business to business or business to consumer, okay? So if you're business to business, it's a lot easier to get client referrals. If you're business to consumer, it's more challenging and it's more sporadic because a lot of consumer clients are employees. They sit in an office, they see the same handful of people every day, go home, see the same handful of people every day. They're not coming in contact with a lot of people unless, you know, every now and then we have that client that's, you know, just like a social butterfly, okay? So yes, you can definitely cultivate referral. A lot of my referral strategies work with your clients as well. So getting more knowledge, skill, and strategy with your referral marketing will help you boost your client referrals as well. And I really encourage you to build your business network because that's where you're going to get consistency, and we all want consistent cash flow. Okay? It's something you can do proactively, and it will generate business for you. Whereas clients are a little bit less reliable consistently, but they still are a great source. So.
And would you also encourage anyone who's creating a business plan to make this a part of their business plan?
100%, yes.
Heard that?
Okay. You want to build your business network, not just for getting clients, but I mean, we had the whole panel of amazing people up here that are resources, but we become each other's resources as well. Okay, you're like, oh, I just met this person, I think that'll be good for you, right? And we help each other. Okay, what do you do about this tech thing? What do you like? We share. So you want to build your business network.
Awesome. Anybody have questions?
Hello, and thank you for being here. My question is, what would you say is the top tool or method for doing follow-ups? Oftentimes you go to an event, a networking event, it is fail on the follow-up. So what would be the most efficient or fastest tool or method to follow up after you come to it? Versus just collecting a bunch of business cards that you go home and say, I need to get back.
Okay. This is a whole nother seminar to do. Okay. All right. Number one best way to follow up. Use your phone as a phone and say, hey, we met the other day. Okay? You call. You build a relationship. Phone calls. Oh my goodness. Email. So there's a book called 7 Levels of Communication. Okay. When we are emailing, yes, we want to have some systems to automate in our business that will send out information about our business. It's our job to remind people we're still in business, right? So getting stuff printed by pillow, having your emails go out, but that doesn't build relationship, it doesn't build influence, and you don't get to have the conversation to hear the problems that they're having in their business or life, okay? Referrals are solutions to problems. So we want to find out what the problems are so we can offer a solution. When you have a dialogue, a conversation, you can find out what's going on in their business and their life. And then you can help them by introducing them, referring them, or signing them up as a client, whatever is appropriate, okay? Email, texting is exchanging information. It's far less influential, and you don't get that information to be able to help as easily. All right, here's recording. Yes, question over here?
So I have 2 questions. My first question to you is piggybacking on him when he said to follow up. So let's say you get the business cards and then, small business, life is already crazy, but you slow it down, you try to do this, and you go back. It's crazy. You start to hit you follow up. What is the timeline to where it's disrespectful to follow up? Or is there a timeline for disrespectful follow up? Or or should we follow up within 2 days? If not, just hope you run into it again and then follow up, like, how does that work?
Okay, we'll go anywhere. Staying right here. Okay. The sooner you follow up, the better. And we are busy entrepreneurs. We got a lot on our plate. So if it's a month later, I will still follow up. You know what? I just remembered you at the CoBiz event, and I just wanted to make sure I connected. I know you have probably had a lot going on in your business. I did too, but I wanted to make sure I reached out so we could connect.
And then my next question will be, so I know you were talking about building customers through relationships. So is there a way, so let's say, so you start a business, right? But you have all these relationships that don't need, as hey TJ, hey Jazzy, but now like Target, you know, the big word extraordinaire, how can I make them be my people as well? Because they don't know me as this person, the business person, they know me as a friendship, but they trust me and they know me. So I want them to talk about me, but how do you, like, how do you transition into that?
Okay, number one, it's gonna take some time because they know you for a long time the other way, and so you have to you're gonna have to repeat over and over. Here's my super easy fun strategy, okay? It's called the horn toot. So we're tooting our own horn. So you have your friends, you know, you see them, you're like, hey, how's it going? They're like, how are you? And you toot your horn, okay? It needs to be super quick, right? But it gives them a window into your world. It needs to be positive and quick because when someone says, how are you, they're not expecting a 15-minute dissertation on your business. They just want to know how you are. So you're just saying something like, oh my gosh, I'm so excited. I just spoke at CoBiz in Richmond. They had a great group of people there. Yes. So just drip, drip, drip. Yeah. Okay. And then they're your friends. So you can also ask for their help. Hey, can you help me? Right? I can use your help. Okay.
Excellent. Just like one last question. So, ladies and gentlemen, I think we need to just give a warm thank you. Because Romani's shit here helps us generate business. Everything we addressed previously was, as Pelo mentioned, to run our business. But we have to be out there. We have to make relationships. That is the only way it's going to happen. And what she mentioned in regard to text messaging and sending emails, it is very much, it's just information. Relationships is when you, hey, how you doing? You can hear them, oh, I'm doing too. What's going on? Now you can feel like, you know, we're human. And guess what? We're human. So we got to do human things. So, go ahead, Pelo.
One thing I do is I write. So I like to write. I'm on old school that way. So I write 2 handwritten notes, personal notes, on a note card that says, from the office of Pelo Walker. And I just write something and I address it to them and I put a stamp on it and I written it to them. Now, is it the same as email or texting? It might be in that range, but it's still a lot more personal. And people remember it, and it's not just one of 100 emails, it's not one of a bunch of texts. So that's what I do every day, 2 emails, 2 personal handwritten notes every single day. And people remember that like a couple years later.
You just, yeah. So here's a hot tip. If they have any kind of SEO on their website, they should have their address on their website because it increases their SEO to have their physical address on their website. So if it's not on their business card, you can look on their website at the bottom. One of my clients, he's a digital marketer, so he's all about online. He has a postcard that is branded, and he writes a handwritten note on that and sends it, and it works amazing.
Well, I just want to say thank you once again to Molly for making time to come down to CoBiz Richmond to bring us expertise, these wonderful tips. Please connect with her. Her workshops are phenomenal. And she's also this down-to-earth human being. Like, sometimes you don't always find that with folks who are doing it. They kind of be a little extra. She's really, no, seriously, she's someone you can talk to, have a real conversation. And I just want to salute you for seeing value in what you're doing here. And for making time to do this. Thank you very much.
Pleasure. Thank you for having me.
I know we're winding down. We have young man Caleb doing his presentation on must-have technology. He started his business at the age of 20, and he is trying to step into it more powerfully. So I hope you guys can stay for that last session. But we want to encourage this young man and hopefully, build his referral system as well, so he can be a powerhouse in the Bay Area and hopefully giving people jobs and opportunities as well. So come on, Caleb, come on down here. Big smile on his face. He's ready for it, y'all. Yeah. Getting his tech so he can show you all the magic. Must-have tech. Entrepreneur. All right, let's give him a warm welcome. Mr. Caleb Finley. I'll be driving him crazy to ensure that he has fun while he does this.
Thank you for the introduction, Wes. All right, good afternoon. Good evening, everybody. How are you doing? Good? All right, great.
Doing great.
As Wes said before, my name is Caleb. I am the CEO and founder of TechLit LLC. And I am here today to be presenting to you guys some must-have tech tips to elevate your business to the next level. So without further ado, let's get started. I guess. nonprofit. It's an IT consulting firm designed to help people and businesses become more proficient with technology. I offer one-on-one sessions or group classes to people in need of, knowledge of all areas of tech, including things like smartphone navigation, computer troubleshooting, and even project-based workshops with clients like website development. Yeah, but the reason I started is because, well, over time, me growing up, I've always sort of picked up technology fast. Things just sort of came natural to me, as I just grew up often. I was just around tech, and then I noticed that people around me didn't necessarily pick up the tech as fast as I did. So what Wes, through the CoBiz Business Incubation Program, helped me realize that I could use my gifts and talents that I have to help people experience the same, achieve the same knowledge on tech that I have, which is the reason why I created my business. So, without further ado, let me get into the first topic that I'm going to talk about, which is networking.
Hey.
So, Alright, testing. Okay, so the question that I want to answer today is, how can tech elevate your networking experience? And the next apps or applications that I'm going to be talking about, or tools, can really help elevate your your networking experience, and just make your life all around easy. Alright. Right. So, the first tool that I want to emphasize is Canva. Can I get a show of hands here? How many of you guys have a business card? Right. How many of you guys want to create a business card? How many of you guys know that there's a free tool online that helps you create business cards? All right. 2 hands.
Me too.
3 hands. Yay, we're improving. All right. I'm just going to be over here for a second. But Canva is a free online platform that allows you to create not only just business cards, but also flyers, posters, pretty much anything that you can use to promote your business. They also offer thousands of free templates, as you can see here. If you just click on the templates tab, you have business cards right here, you can do flyers, they even have whiteboards and presentations, which is also what I use to create my presentation, by the way. Or, if you just search up business card. Look at that, 19,052 templates. So, you can pretty much just choose any one that you want. Let's say I kind of like this one. Customize template. And pretty much I have the design at my disposal. So I can customize it however I want. Put my name in there. Let's do boom. Typing with one hand is hard.
Doing great, doing great.
Yay, thanks. Alright. Boom. My phone number, things like that. And then once you're done, pretty much, if you're satisfied with your design, you can press right here where it says Canva, and then they'll pretty much ship your cards, or however many you want, to your address. So,
I can't do it, but if I don't want to do myself, I don't want to do it.
yeah. I also, my consultation classes, you can pay for me to design your business card for you. And then pretty much just I'll check in with you to see if, you like the design, you just go from there. So,
How much are your consultation classes?
Good question. Doug? Thank you guys. My consultation classes start at $35 per hour. So, maybe I would say, yes. Yes. Thank you. But, yes, Canva, you can pretty much utilize any sort of promotional material that you would like. I was already on. Okay, but also, since this is an interactive presentation, feel free to stop me as they did. If you have any questions, comments, maybe concerns, if you weren't clear with something that I said, feel free to just raise your hand and stop me. Yeah, just ask a question. All right, moving on. Tool number 2. LinkedIn. Now, this is something that everyone knows, hopefully. All right. You don't know what that is? Well, let me inform you. All right. So, LinkedIn is the #1 professional networking platform in the world. You can connect with people all around the world. Here, actually, let me just show you. It's probably better if I just show you guys instead. I looked up. Yeah. Yeah, so pretty much like a social media manager kind of thing. You want me to run your profile, post updates about your business and stuff like that?
Yeah, or I don't know, I just need, I'm just not, because you know LinkedIn, so, because I know what you're saying, like you said, it is number 1, and that is where most of the businesses are happening, and I have to see things like, I'm logging in LinkedIn, so if there's somebody or something that you can, I don't know, teach me, how can I make sure I stay with LinkedIn, run on LinkedIn, how does that work with your consultation?
Yes. So there are 2 options. Option number A, or 1. You can either schedule, or you can do a sort of like how I do website maintenance. I can update websites and maintain them, post new information on them on the platform, make sure your stuff is fresh and new. I can do something like that. I can keep all your profile and stuff up to date. Or if you like, I can also equip you with the knowledge yourself to be able to do it on your own. I got you.
That's all we hear, y'all.
I got my socials in the so I got you. All right. You know what I mean. All right. Okay. Back to LinkedIn. Yeah. So, not only can you use LinkedIn as a professional networking platform, you can also post your skills, your work experience, and things of that nature. And that would also help either recruiters or other professionals and entrepreneurs to connect with you. Things like, let's say I just go to my profile. You can scroll down and see all of my work experience, like histories and things like that. And pretty much people who have the same sort of work experience, or if I pique their interest, or if I match their search criteria, then they can, connect with me and, do business with me, kind of thing.
Okay, so how can someone create their company on LinkedIn?
That's a good question. I was just about to get to that. So, another thing that you would do on LinkedIn is create a business profile for your business by going right here at the top where the hamburger is. Scroll down to the bottom and press company page. Now, what that allows for you, so pretty much you can manage, or no, you can browse LinkedIn and post updates about your business as your business, and not just as a personal profile. That also helps with like management and things of that nature. Cool. All right, but yeah, that's also an option that you can use if you wanted to just, have, the words are escaping me, my bad. But
Presence.
Presence, thank you.
I'm sorry, do you mind walking us through that one more time just so we can make the
Create the
company page? Yes.
I got you.
Thank you.
All right, so, as you can see where it says the for business, right here at the top right, thank you. Yes, for business. Click the hamburger and then scroll down on this drop down menu to where it says create company page right there. If you just click on that, you can create a new LinkedIn page for your company, for small, medium, and large businesses. You can also do an educational institution if you are a college platform or just school, things like that. But yeah, process is pretty straightforward from here. It'll just ask you to input your information. And once you do that, then your company profile is pretty much created. So.
And is it linked to your personal page?
So.
Or is there an extra step to do that?
No, actually.
Repeat the question.
Will the company page link to your personal?
It will. You can have multiple company pages as well. And the powerful thing about it is that people will say, hey, DeAndrea, it's coming to, it's a panelist for this event. They try to tag the company, but your company's not created. So now you have visibility and the opportunity for you to learn more about that company. So you want to have that full connected company. Full, I guess, end-to-end showcase who you are, what you're pushing.
Thank you.
Yes.
So when you do the company page, is it so I can see where you have a personal business page, I guess a personal page. So I guess with your personal page, see, I don't know, I think I'm a Facebook girl, so I'm trying to like understand it through LinkedIn. So you know how like on Facebook you have a Facebook page, but then sometimes you have a business page. Is this the same thing, or is on LinkedIn your face page, your personal page should still act as a business page, and then you got your company page? Am I making sense?
So they can act as two separate things. So your business page isn't your personal page. You can post updates and things about your business that is separate from your personal page. So they don't let's say you post like a video on your business page, it doesn't post to your personal page. It's like a completely separate thing, but you can repost it on your personal page if you want to.
It is separate.
Yeah.
One thing to remember, you want to be on brand. Right? LinkedIn is for taking care of business. We're not here to talk about how you feel. I mean, you can mention it in terms of how you feel, in terms of conducting business, but it should be your brand, and your company page should also be on brand. If you're doing it right, it should be reflective on your personal brand as well, as a professional, as an entrepreneur. So that's when we talk to Christina, she can give you the insights on how to make sure your brand is excellent.
So I have a question.
Yes.
So I'm in the process of getting ready. How is that? I'm not that old yet. Y'all can hear me, right? I'm in the process of putting cooking classes online. Will I be able to link those classes to my LinkedIn so people can have access to my cooking classes?
Yes. I was actually going to teach you how to have all of your links in one place later on, so that you can have like this one-stop shop for all of your links and socials. that is possible.
All right, Cindy, real quick. This is CoBiz Richmond, it's one of the providers from Jackson was reposted. We have put the link for our event right here, and so it takes them straight to the event, right? It takes them straight to the event, right, for people to be able to register. So as you can notice, I tagged all the different individuals that were going to speak on the Access to Capital platform. I also tagged the companies, and they all have their company pages. Then I added a registration link, and then he saw it on his personal page, and he reposted it to his entire network, which is over 1,000. So it's all about thinking about how do we use a force multiplier, what is smarter and harder, and then we tap into what Ms. Miley shared earlier, and then we can think of the people that we have in our network as well.
Yeah, it's kind of like a domino effect. Things trickle down and just multiply and they get bigger. So, you know, that's the main importance of building your network. So, yeah, LinkedIn is very important. Yes. More questions?
So, quick question, how much does LinkedIn charge you for all this? And if they don't charge you to create it, how much do they charge you as a business or as a profile at that?
So I actually did pay for this. LinkedIn is free. It does have a premium service, but it's not needed to conduct this level of business. You won't need you don't need to like pay any money to utilize the platform. So yeah.
There are benefits for those who make sense for you in terms of paying, in terms of needing to get access to certain things. But once again, it's a free platform. We evaluate the platform first, and then we see we need to pay for it.
Yes.
Your business is not on LinkedIn, is that almost like business suicide?
Yeah. I would say that's cutting off like a major source of networking and partnerships for you. If you're not on LinkedIn, then like how like whatever you want.
Well, hold on, let's just clarify. Depends on the industry that you're in. But plenty of people are doing excellent business, they're not on any social media platform. When part of your job is to create discovery, and you know that the audience that you're trying to reach, like is on LinkedIn, then you do yourself a disservice by not being that platform. People who are generally serious about the professional or the entrepreneurial journey generally are on LinkedIn. So it's kind of like why not just check that box and have yourself covered? And kind of decide to focus your efforts on that platform compared to, let's say, Instagram or Twitter. It's nice and fun, but people who may want your services may be on LinkedIn. But then for other businesses, you might need to be on Pinterest compared to being on LinkedIn. You can make an educated decision, right? That's where you have that consultation, that one-on-one to see what makes sense for your target audience that you're trying to reach.
It's based on your brand strategy.
There you go.
So if you're not in business, you do business on LinkedIn, you don't need to be on LinkedIn. But LinkedIn is like your thought leader. So like Molly here, she has a lot of insight to be able to give to people who are going to seek her out. But if you don't have a strategy to be on LinkedIn, then it's just another social media platform. So that's another time. So you just be sitting there scrolling and have no idea what you're doing. So it's like your strategy.
I definitely recommend at least having your personal page. Yes. It's the number one way business people connect online.
Also, credibility level. If you're not there, you don't have a website that works, you don't have all those links that work. That tells me a lot about you that you don't want to know about. This is all broken, so why would I want to do business with you? If you're doing it that way, what else are you messing up? Right? Now, personally, I do everything by relationships. So I use LinkedIn, but very little social media, although our company does, because we're a marketing company, so we're kind of happy with very little to do. But at the end of the day, that's not how we garner customers. We garner customers like here, this, something this. I think that's the most effective way.
how to support my business. We gotta do this more strategically with these resources. We can't just do it just to do it. As Crystal said earlier, the brand strategy.
You know how Twitter is, you have to like tweet a lot. How often do you recommend having you post on LinkedIn? So it's like, all right,
Based off your brand strategy. It's about what you're trying to do this for. I think for Caleb, because I want to keep focus on his presentation because it's his time, but it's about setting it up, right? And setting up is one part, but it depends on why you're on there. Your brand, like for me, I'm on to be an active. I'm not on there all the time. I have a newsletter, I have a blog post, and then I feed off of those things, create social media posts. So I created a system for myself, so I'm not on there all the time. But that's the part that you would do while Caleb, you set it up. Go ahead.
All right. Something else that I did want to point out was the job search system. A very good, or another, very good feature of LinkedIn is your job, I guess the job search function. This is a very essential thing in LinkedIn. If you're, looking for employment, one of the main reasons why you'd even put like your skill set or your work experience here is so that you can find, so that your profile can stand out to recruiters who are searching for, workers. If your profile matches their, criteria, then you have a higher likely chance for them to reach out to you, or ask them to, or for them to ask you to send in a resume, which then you increase your chance of getting that job. So your LinkedIn presence definitely, your work experience your profile heavily impacts the
Keep time with it. I'm good. Yeah, breathe.
Definitely impacts the amount of recruiters that are going to be reaching out to you.
And you can post jobs as your own entrepreneur. You may have opportunities you can post it there as well.
Yes. You can also look for workers who meet your criteria as well. So, yeah. One last little cool feature that I wanted to highlight. All right. Could you guys hear Matthew real quick?
I don't have a LinkedIn account. In your services, can you get me set up and help me know the right information to put in different fields for my personal page as well as my business page?
Oh, most definitely.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll give you that business.
Yeah.
Talking about it.
Okay. So, LinkedIn. Yeah. Okay. But yeah, LinkedIn also has this virtual QR code that allows you to scan and be directed directly to someone's profile. It's a really good form of networking if you're on the go or you just don't have a business card to hand out. So let's say for instance in here, just a few hours ago, someone probably used their LinkedIn QR code instead of handing someone a business card. That probably made their life a whole lot easier because not only did they not have to purchase more business cards,
these are CEOs of businesses. And so, because it goes back to credibility, are you just a fly-by-night or are you real? This is why you want LinkedIn. That's why you want a business card. Whether you use it or not, or whether you get it digital, because that is really easy to just lock up. So just a thought, not that you don't want to do both, just credibility, you start getting up into the bigger businesses. FYI. Might not be your target market, I understand.
Yeah.
It might be.
Yeah, it just depends on, your target
Goes back to your strategy, what's your strategy?
Yeah, we were trying to build furniture, so it all factors in. So, did you have a question, Tim?
I have a website that I need maintained and updated.
Yes, I do that.
So I wanted to know if you did that, and what's the is the consultation fee $35 an hour, or is there more for that service?
I will talk to you after to discuss, because those prices do vary heavily depending on what you're looking for your website.
Sorry, we have one more question.
Yes.
So I scheduled an appointment with Caleb tomorrow, but I don't even know if Caleb does what I need done. I just said, let me schedule an appointment. So as a small business owner, I'm pretty tech savvy, but I'm learning how to streamline my processes. And so there are some things like, okay, what's the best app for this, or the best place, just so you do that? Help us kind of navigate, figure out,
So you
sign-ins and
so you pretty much just want my recommendations on the way to go for certain applications.
right, help doing research and just kind of show me what I had in mind and that kind of.
Yeah, part of my whole business service that I do is, passing on the knowledge that I have to the clients I needed. So, yeah, I definitely can do that.
I'm making his day.
Okay, do we have any other questions before I move on from LinkedIn, or? All right. All right, so, business cards. Let me direct your attention to all right, so this is an NFC business card. The NFC stands for Near Field Communication. Pretty much what it is a QR code on a plastic rectangle. But what it allows you to do is yeah. So here, all I gotta do boom. So, pretty much, this is a QR code that you can put any link on or any URL. It also works for different things, but you can program any link that you have on. Thanks for playing with it. But yeah, you can pretty much program anything that you want onto this card. These are pretty useful because, well, you pretty much only need one of them, and then you have a business card for every occasion, really. So, yeah, as you can see, I just tapped it on my phone, and then all my links.
Can you help us do that too as well?
Yeah, so, I'll answer the question first.
So is this NFC active digits? So if I have a prospective client that has a older, what is needed
So you pretty much just need a phone that can scan the QR code. Like if your phone can scan the QR code, then the card will work for it. And the client that needs the client that's scanning doesn't need any of the NFC tools to be able to use or to be able to receive the information that is on the card. So let's say, Lex, can I use your phone as an example? All right. So Wes's phone is not it doesn't have any of the NFC applications on it, but all I have to do is scan it, and then it pretty much just takes you to my socials, is what I programmed on the card. So I'm also doing a bit of a promotion, I guess. So for the next 5 people that want to do business for me, I'll also program NFC card for them, free of charge, as like an extra ad, just for just for support, I guess, and for goodwill for future business. So yeah, these are very, these can be very useful depending on how you program it. You can also customize the business card, by the way. You can just add like your little logo, like sticker logo. Pretty much turn the card into whatever you want. Or if you don't want to use it for a business card, then it has a ton of different uses that, if you want to know, schedule a consultation with me and I can break it down. All right. Question. Oh, sorry. 2 questions. First one.
You said I can customize it anytime or any way I want, right?
Yes.
So can I make it pink? Okay,
Does it still work? Yeah.
I just wanted to ask,
What's the extra step that you have to take with the NFC? Does a client, because of clients who aren't tech savvy, do you press save contact, and then do you get a notification if they don't also add you or send you their information, or if you're in the moment it'll pop up, but a lot of people think that it'll automatically save it, but what are the extra steps that you have to make sure that your client or a potential prospect follows after they scan?
So that depends on what URL link you embed or you program onto the card. So let's say if I were to program my LinkedIn onto there, it would take them to my LinkedIn and they could just press connect. Or if I were to, program my link tree with all my socials and stuff, then they would have to click on one of them and, follow me on the socials. But yeah, it's just for putting in the program, programming the URL. It doesn't, there's no extra steps outside that. That would depend on that. So.
Just to add real quick, some people use Google My Business, so they're looking people to do reviews right away, that instant card. Some people will actually link the card to their virtual business card, and in that instance, you need to tell them, please remember to hit save in the contacts for it to store your actual Rolodex in your phone.
so we would link it to your link. So it's not exactly virtual business card, it's just QR code on the card.
Yes.
Link that to the URL, to the code for your digital business card.
Yeah, it's very virtual. Very versatile. So we can, that we can customize it to, we can.
Yeah, it's not just a business card. It's pretty much just a plastic slab that you can use.
So question, so can all of those links be on that card? For example, I have a Google business page, a Facebook business page. You're gonna help me set up a LinkedIn personal business page. So in my website, all of that can be on there?
So, there is a way to do that. You can only program one URL link at a time on the card, but if you program it to let's say your link tree or your virtual business card where you have all your links, then it'll
Show the virtual business card. Right? They'll make it different. But this is what we're here for, to get these questions answered. doing this to feel ashamed. We all have to learn something, right? So thank you for asking that question.
Yeah. So, as you can see, I programmed my business card, my virtual business card link onto there, and since it took them to that, you have all of my socials there, including my contact information. So it just depends on the way you use it. You can only use one URL, but you know, if you use it for this purpose, then you have all of your information in one place. So,
As an example, just to clarify, can you have a little bit?
yeah.
So you can have, you literally have an this is for Twitter, right? You can have one for Google Business, you can have one for your website, one for LinkedIn. You have different items so people can see everything you have to offer in your place.
Yes. Yes, indeed.
I have one, but mine is hooked up to my link tree. And then I have all the, basically all my affiliate accounts on there. So you can get what you need. But I noticed that for my payment system, I have Cash App, Venmo, and Zelle, but it doesn't give a link for Zelle. Is there another way to do that? Because I think you have to be hooked up to a bank to do Zelle.
That would be the limitations of Linktree, not the card itself. So I don't believe that Zelle can do that, but they can. Zelle is good. I stand corrected. All right.
Security purposes, they can only do that. You just talk about scamming earlier.
We did.
So what'd you say? I didn't hear you.
Because Zelle is directly attached to your bank account,
Mhm.
they can't like incorporate it into a third party system because it'll make you happy. So somebody can go straight into your account versus Venmo and Cash App is all from the debit card. That's the difference. And some people do attach their bank accounts, but Venmo is typically your debit card that's associated.
So you say it's safe not to put your bank account
Directly to
Okay.
your
Yeah.
That makes sense.
Caleb, I have a question. So we talked about, the virtual business card and stuff, but isn't the NFC tag like a great backup just in case, like say your phone dies?
Yes. Yes, it is.
I'm trying to, you want to expand on that?
So, yeah. So in case your phone dies and you don't have a way to give them your social directly from your phone, the QR code still works on you. You can use this to, give some of your socials or your information. It works independently from your phone. You don't need your phone to use it. So once you program it, you're pretty much all good to go. You can just show it to like a networking event with just this and get like, 20 contacts. Just as an example. But yeah, it's very versatile and easy to use in a lot of different situations. So yeah, thanks for that. All right. Something that something else that I wanted to touch on real quick. I mean, pretty much already covered it, but the virtual business card apps, where you can have all of your information in one place. The one that I use is called Blink, but there's like hundreds of different ones that you can look up. And this one is also free to use, by the way. There's no, hidden fees attached to it. You don't have to purchase any subscription or tier like membership to be able to use it. You just download it, sign up, and then pretty much put all your socials, and then they'll attach a QR code to it, and then you just have it. So that's just like a free business card. You don't have to purchase anything really. Yeah, so that just eliminates the hassle of like having to purchase different business cards, like the physical hard copies, and handing them out like at every event that you go to. So that just saves an extra cost on top of it. So yeah.
And you can add a note in it to say, I met this person at this particular event. Yeah. So it's a pretty, sometimes you go traveling, you
contact, and then, you know, put a little note by it, and like you know, tell yourself where you met them, how you met them, you know, a little bit of information that helps you jog your memory. So, yeah. All right. Any other questions before I move on to the next little thing, next topic? All right. So, the next topic that I want to talk about is doing business online. And I'm sure we all know how important doing business online is, but pretty much doing business online allows you to expand your market or your target audience to people all around the world and not just unique, isolated within your community. You can pretty much like gain like customer interactions with people from different areas, different places and spaces, and you know, get feedback, partnerships, networking, getting different insights from different people from everywhere, literally. And the way that I want to, the first topic that I want to talk about within that, or the first subtopic that I want to talk about within that topic is Google My Business. Now let me explain what Google My Business is a little bit, while also showing you this. Google My Business. Where is it? Did I close it? I closed it. All right. Oh no. Whoops. Went to my page. All right. Boom. Here it is. All right. So Google My Business is a free online tool that Google provides that allows you to put your business on the map, pretty much. So you can have your business on like the front page of Google, and it allows you to like connect with customers, post like your online products and services that you offer, and post updates about your business. You can read reviews about you can read reviews that people left you for your business, as well as a ton of different things that you offer for your business.
How many times do you guys use Google in a day? How many of you have your business actually on Google My Business? I see we missing opportunities. This is a very powerful platform that no one talks about. You can really have your products, services, pricing, and transactions happen on Google My Business. You can also have people do reviews on Google My Business. You can also showcase how your space looks, videos, you post, and it's all free. So when you're driving somewhere new and someone's trying to find an IT consultant, they think, oh look, technical exists in Richmond. That's why this is really important. I love Granny's Kitchen. We want to see you on there. Lamont, we definitely want to see you on there. All right, that's what I'm talking about.
Your web profile, Google searching, Google wants to connect.
Something else that I want to highlight is asking for reviews. Asking for reviews is also really important. Like let's say, for example, me, I can ask for a review. Let's say I have a consultation with someone. I can ask for a review to see how their consultation went in their eyes. Like they can leave a review on how their experience was, and then not only would that also, be good for me, like if they find a review, it would be good for me, but it would also boost my credibility for other people that are looking for, IT consultation services online.
So are you asking for people here to do a review for you after this on Google My Business?
Hey.
On Google My Business, when you can have a QR code for your reviews.
Yes.
So you can keep that somewhere in your business or in your pocket. But when people leave reviews, make sure that they put whatever it is in the review. So that service or what you do or those keywords, Google's going to pull those keywords when someone's looking for you. So in the review, you say, oh, what did you get done, or what did you enjoy? Oh, I enjoy when Caleb talked about LinkedIn for entrepreneurs, because when someone's Googling, tech help for entrepreneurs, it's going to pull from those reviews. That's how you know that like a Thai restaurant has coconut curry, is because someone said it in the reviews or it's on their website.
That's free SEO. Yeah, so pretty much, right here, you can turn this into a QR code using Canva, the free tool that I mentioned earlier. Yeah, so you can use this and then send it to people in the form of a QR code after your service or after they purchase one of your products or whatever. And, just, hey, ask them for a quick review. Make sure to, be a little specific about the products that you ordered or the service that you received. And yeah, that's a very good way to network and build rapport. 2 minutes. Yeah, quick. Okay. There's also sponsorship, or no, you can advertise your business on Google as well by clicking this advertise link right here. So yeah, that's also another topic that if you want to know more consultation. That charges for sponsorships, but all right. Boom. Okay. One other thing that I want to talk about, utilizing AI tools. Not saying to use that as a crutch, but utilizing it for your first step if you are having a hard time like getting started or you just need some inspiration. ChatGPT is a very useful tool for entrepreneurs that are looking to promote their business or expand things of that nature. How many of you guys have struggled with creating a good promotional material for your business or service? Yeah. So you can use ChatGPT and enter a prompt to have the AI pretty much generate a response to your prompt that you can use to gain inspiration from. Okay. Now, let's think of the prompt real quick. Actually, I have one. One second, Joe. Also, the more specific, the better. The more specific, the better for the prompt. Just, so you can gain as much inspiration as you need. I can't spell. Script for all right. Yep, it is. Thanks. Why is it a lot? Because ChatGPT pulls in a bunch of information from across the web. So if you're not specific enough, then it'll just create a prompt. It'll create a general response. Yeah. So if you're looking for something specific, then make sure you're super specific, or else you won't get what you're looking for. All right, let's press enter. Create a luxury car. That's great. It's painting the picture. See a breathtaking range, or not range, I can't read, covered in pristine snow. The sun clouds casting a gold glow over the landscape. A sleek luxury car emerges, its headlights cutting through the wintry mist. Thank you. As it gracefully maneuvers through the winding road, narrator and deep, resonant voice. In a world where performance meets elegance, where power meets precision, there exists the pinnacle of automated. Okay, but you guys get the picture, right? Okay. But yeah, you can gain a lot of insight from just using, ChatGPT. Inspiration is pretty much here. Just utilize the tool and you'll be fine. Be straight.
How can I connect with you?
So, unfortunately, I'm going to skip over my last little topic. But it was Calendly. It's an online booking platform that you guys can use to, schedule services. They also accept online payments through that platform. So if you need to use the...
We were out of time.
Out of time.
You're teaching him how to real life go.
I am out of time. Okay. Unfortunately, no Q&A, but yeah, here is my socials. Feel free to scan that QR code. It'll take you to my link tree where you can view all of my socials. I also have my email in case you want to reach out to me that way and my personal cell. So, I also have in-person classes available Monday through Friday, 6 to 8 p.m. So, if you want to schedule a consultation, those are my hours kind of thing. So, yeah, thank you guys for I hope to be scanning some business cards in the next few weeks. Yeah.
Once again, y'all, let's give it up for this young man. Quick story, you almost cursed me out because this is like his first time when he presented in front of an audience of this size. It is, right? And so we're supporting entrepreneurship, we're supporting a young adult who's finding his legs. And so we can spread the word about what he's doing so that he can help additional organizations and people that will be truly, that will represent what this space is all about. Seeing young people having an opportunity to do what they love to do. So thank you, Kayla, for answering the call.
I would like to point out that you told me last minute about presenting in front of 25 people, but
He's living in a boardroom, so he was presenting.
yeah, the boardroom was like 20 minutes.
It doesn't matter, the number doesn't matter. With that said, I do want to thank everyone who came out for Small Business Appreciation Day. We tried to do something a little different. Of course, we'd like to learn from it in terms of how we go about it for next year. But that's what you guys are being present, listening, being interacting with us, and seeing value in what all the stakeholders here are doing. So I want to give you guys another applause for being here.
And I wouldn't be me if I didn't do what I was about to do. But can we give a round of applause to Wesley Alexander for bringing us all together? He organized every facilitator, every partner, every single facet of what happened today was done by Wesley. So we could not leave without giving him his flowers. And you Wesley so much for having us all here.
Because they know this matters, and doing the work, and all of us have to do our part, so thank you guys.
I'm okay, I think it's not that many people. So one thing I would like to tell you tonight, well, when he said, I'm glad you answered the call, the first thing I got was, you have to, when you're ready, the next call is going to be that this is supposed to be a room full of men your age, because they need to see that it can be done. So in your greatness, I understand you're uncomfortable, but please be extremely open to use this space with Wesley's support of opening up to like say between 18 to 25, very, very specific, and let them know like if you just have a general idea, let me show you how easy it is to start the entrepreneur. Once you get them started, you can pass along to the 250 project, to the big definitely be open for your community to come in.
I also want to give another quick shout out to Miss Afro Ray, Miss Christina Kenny.
Oh, please.
Because without Miss Christina, this place would have been falling down. The two cases about Miss Christina and Miss Leslie. Mr. Leslie.
Appreciate that.
We do everything in the village. So I just want to acknowledge all the parties, all the stakeholders, all the members, all the facilitators, even the haters. We also welcome them too. We were going to do a 1-minute pitch competition, but feeling the energy in the room, I can tell people were a little no drained. But if you guys want, you can do a 1-minute pitch. But I just want to once again say just thank you. I feel like people got a little something from the day, so please share it with others, and hope to see you guys again.
Can I offer up something? Instead of a 1-minute pitch, since we are a small family, can we pass the mic and everybody introduce themselves and their businesses? Okay, let's do that. I'm gonna start with Miss Questions over here on this side of the room. Because I think it's important for all of us to know who we are. So come on, yes ma'am, Miss Fabulous.
Okay, hi, my name is Carla Ray, and I'm actually a self-awareness coach. And I do that through vision board parties or corporate team building workshops. And I've written a book that will help you stop self-sabotage. It's a really quick book. It's like 10 steps with action steps added to it on how to stop doing self-sabotage. You will really believe like how really bad it is. And that's why we're probably here today, because sometimes in the back of our mind, we have self-sabotage ourselves. But the good thing is we're here and we're making it happen. So that's right.
Hi everyone, my name is Charlie. I am a personal stylist. I style professionals such as directors, executives, managers, even entrepreneurs. And I have a few different services. One is a virtual styling service. The other is in person. That means you have experience to go meet in person, to go shopping, to help you get out your comfort zone for any special occasion that's in your life.
1-minute pictures. Y'all the competition.
Good afternoon, my name is Peter Walker, and I'm the president of Digital Imaging. We're a woman-owned, veteran-owned, certified green marketing printing company. And I'm also a board member. I sit on boards and commissions appointed by the Contra Costa County supervisors, so I'm connected that way. So I also have California Philanthropist of the Year award winner 2016 and 2019 as a fundraiser. So I operate $63.2 million each of those 2 years. So I'm really interested in helping women, elevating women, black and brown kids, and indigenous people, not just kids. Paylo Walker, Digital Living.
I wasn't expecting to receive the mic today. My name is Tiffany Scott. I am currently revamping and re-imaging and in need of rebranding. My past business entrepreneurial journey led me to pick plant-based snacks. My business name was Can Do Snacks. It's a plant-based, savory snack business that I have. And now I'm looking more towards holistic care. So not only looking at your snacks that you source mind, mouth, and manifest. So trying to look at how we treat our mind and what we put in our mouth and what we can manifest from there.
I would connect you to Miss Cindy, but you already know Miss Cindy, so I don't even do that.
When is Miss Cindy?
Well, I'm gonna let Cindy her for last. Randy got to talk last. She got to stand on her pony. Go ahead, Christina.
Hi everyone, my name is Christina. I also go by Gris. I have a background, a 15-year background in community economic development and affordable housing as well. And when I was in the sector, I noticed that there was like a lack of visible awareness of the programs that are in the community, right? And as practitioners, we know the available resources in the community. However, there is a lack of visibility and there's also informational gap, right, between what's available and the people that need it, right, the most. Because when folks are in need of great resources, they suffer cognitive dissonance. We've all been there. I've been there, right? And it's very hard to find resources. And so what I wanted to do was create a media hub, but that is completely full wrap services. So you can come to our agency called Media to get everything from your brand for your small business to your all of your assets.